This week, we dive into the well of Eddie's backstory.
How Shannon and Eddie's parents never had his back.
And how Eddie's memories of his family with Christopher and Buck inspire his rebirth.
Have you ever watched something that completely rewired your brain chemistry?
A procedural network drama might not be your usual pick, but it's ours.
This is The Buddie System, a 911 yapathon hosted by three friends who have DM'd each other enough character dissertations to earn a PhD in media literacy.
I'm Han, coming to you straight from the characters' heads.
I'm Syl, bringing you to the observation deck.
And I'm Rachel, connecting the dots with my red string.
With our powers combined,
no stone is left unturned.
And no Buddie is left behind.
Hey Alexa, play Work Song by Hosier. Welcome to Dispatch. What's on call this week?
Today we're discussing Season 3, Episode 15, Eddie Begins. Teleplay by Christopher Monfett. Story by Robert M. Williams Jr. and Christopher Monfett. Directed by Robert Williams Jr. The director of photography is Joaquin Cedillo. It originally aired April 20th, 2020.
All right, we have one giant call of the week. Well, we're finally here. So for this one call, the 118 get dispatched to a call about a missing child who they soon discover has fallen down a narrow well pipe. With a storm brewing to threaten the rescue, Eddie volunteers to retrieve the boy, but it turns into a mission to save himself.
So existential.
Wow. Well, it is.
Well, it is. You are correct.
Well, okay, someone's going to have to count how many times we say well.
Oh, it's not going to be I.
Welcome to the Eddie system.
The Eddie system.
Honestly, truly.
This is his episode.
Yeah. This is the Eddie show today.
This is the Eddie.
More than the rest of the time.
Always the Eddie show. Let's be so fucking for real.
I think we've been waiting for this episode with like as much anticipation as we were waiting for 201.
201.
Like this has been like built
There's
up so big in our heads. Oh, I wonder what that could be. Like this has just been like, well, wait until we get to 201. And then it's like, well, wait until we get to 315. And now we're here. What do we do with ourselves?
Wait until 413?
Pretty much.
Oh,
No,
404.
404.
Well,
Yeah.
403 and 404.
Mhm.
I meant like Eddie Wise.
Eddie Wise, yeah.
413.
We're here. What do you guys
We're
think?
here. I love this episode. It's so good.
It's hard not to love this episode.
It also makes me cry every time, which I think is the marker of a good episode because like it's not easy to make me cry. It's not like
Yeah.
really hard because I am a Cancer, but I don't cry at the drop of a hat or like any emotional swell of a scene. But that like the montage at the end always makes me cry. But yeah, I just think it's great. I think like the narrative way they set this up was so genius.
Mm-hmm.
It just the way that the present like flows into the flashbacks is so seamless and just tells such a very like tight cohesive story.
Yeah.
That's really, I want to say interesting, which sounds lame. What's a better adjective, Bryn?
Engaging.
Engaging and revealing like it's supposed to be because it's a Begins episode, so it does what it's supposed to and really gives you this like this insight to Eddie that you would otherwise not see because it's kind of information you already know, but it's in the detail that you would never hear come out of his mouth. So you'd like have to go into his memories to learn it. So I just think it was just so smartly done. And also I just like have a little bone to pick because we were going to name this episode like, lyric from Work Song because no grave can hold my body down. I'll crawl home to her.
Oh my God.
And then she took that and used it for an actual major character death. So,
Rude.
just a big for that. Thank you for taking our title and improperly using it.
How long did we have that planned out for?
For a long time.
Yeah.
For a long time.
Because we can never, we're not good at thinking about the title for the episode that we're actually trying to write the show notes for. But one day we were just brain blasting and thinking about like, you know, a season and a half ahead. And we were like, yes.
Yeah. It's perfect. Like lyrically,
it's perfect.
It's so good.
Now we're traumatized.
Yep.
Can't wait to see Hosier.
By the time this comes out, Rachel and I will have cried in Buck Buckley's hometown while listening to Hosier perform this song.
Oh, that is like too many. Like, oh, it's gonna be a fun
I will not
time.
be there.
No, you will not.
No,
So we'll be marked safe, but we will not.
but you'll be there in spirit.
Anyway, what do you guys think?
Yeah, this episode is, I think, definitely one of my favorites because of how, you know, we do get a look into what Eddie has gone through and all of the struggles that he's had to, you know, like shoulder. And I don't know, like, I think I pretty much, I think, edged myself from watching this episode for so long. I'm like, oh, Eddie begins? No, we're not watching that until it's time.
Delayed gratification.
It's not even gratification. I cry. And I cried I think the 3 or 4 different times that I've watched it just to prep for this recording specifically, like I've cried for different reasons. So one of them was because of Eddie. The other one was the use of like the imagery that we had. I'm trying to remember what was the third reason why I cried. But like, well, I mean, there's always the montage. That one always gets me. But like Eddie not feeling adequate enough. Like, it's so much because like Han said, like he internalizes so much. And it's more like it has to be shown to us because he's not going to say what he's gone through necessarily. So
always downplays
everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. It's such a good episode. Always will be on some kind of top list that I have somewhere, but I really don't know what else is up there right now. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I think this is just like all of the Begins episodes are always so good. And I think this is kind of like the best of the Begins episodes, quite in general, because I think it's also what we knew the least a little. Well, actually.
So that's a thing. Like I was thinking about like all of the other Begins episodes and then thinking about like why Buck and Eddie's are so different because like Hen, Chimney, and Bobby are more kind of like, well, mostly Hen and Chimney are mostly like why they became firefighters. And then like Bobby is like more like how he got there.
Yes, to the 118.
And then it's similar. So like Eddie's also, how did he get to the 118 in a sense? And then Buck is also kind of the same thing. So like it's like a different like category trajectory of Begins episodes as opposed to like Hen and Chimney's.
Yeah, a little bit. Because no, I think you're right. Because with Hen and Chimney, there was some focus on that, but it wasn't like the entirety of that story. But that's the entirety of this story for Eddie. And so like we did know things, but it's different to like know that Eddie and Shannon had, you know, like a tough time and had some of these arguments before, but it's like a completely different thing to see it. And we really didn't know much about Eddie's military history either, other than that he had a silver star. So it's like a completely different, because again, he would never talk about it otherwise. So it's like a completely different thing to see it play out on screen. And I think it makes it so impactful to learn so much, so deeply about this character that we've come to grow to love so much. And I think it's just done really well. It's so fascinating, like as a character study, incredible. And just, I don't know what else to say other than it's like so good.
Goated.
It is actually, it's a go-to and it's goated.
But yeah,
I mean, it is probably in my top 5 episodes.
Yeah.
I would say 3, but I can't just have my top 3 episodes be 2 Begins episodes.
Who says?
Yeah.
You make the rules with that.
mean, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I would be hard pressed for Eddie Begins to not rank in like a top 5, even like after the show is done, you know?
Yeah.
Which hopefully will be a very long time from now. Like it's always just going to be up there. It's just one of those things that as people who love character analysis, we get to dive so deeply into one particular character and one that we love to dive into.
Gives us nothing verbally. Like the TLDR of how he explained these situations on the show is like 3 sentences.
Which is so classically Eddie as well, where it gives like absolutely no context. Like just he explained it like he explained to the 4th graders. And it's just like there's a lot more.
Yeah.
But amazing episode. It's done so well. Yay.
Are we ready to get deeper?
To dive into the well?
Into the well.
Who's ready to get 40 feet
God.
deep? Yeah.
Oh my God.
We're gonna need the jaws of life over here.
I've waited my entire podcasting life.
Okay.
I was like, not my entire life.
All
No.
of these wells. These well jokes.
It's been a while. So happy. Anyway.
She just had to take a moment to bask in it.
I did. That's like, it's like my podcasting journey has led me to this moment, and all of my well jokes have led me to this very moment. I don't have any like puns on the brain, but with that being said, because this is such a big episode, obviously we had a lot of interviews with Ryan Guzman. I found 4 of them, and I tried kind of like breaking them up into kind of like sections. So that's how I'm organizing the quotes for these. A few of the first quotes are in relation to Eddie and how he sees everything as a mission, and basically like Eddie and warring with himself, warring with his family, warring with the actual war. So just bear with me as I read a few of these, and they're all from, again, Ryan Guzman. I think they add a little bit of insight. So he said in one interview that it was interesting to understand now through the Afghanistan stuff that this wasn't his hardest battle. The hardest battle that Eddie had was when he came back home to his wife and his mother and his father trying to tell him what's best for his child. So everything in Eddie Begins is more so a battle of him trying to overcome everything that is telling him to go one way while he knows he needs to be going another. I thought that was just like the perfect frame up for Eddie Begins. One interviewer mentioned that they loved watching Eddie go from being so unsure around Christopher to fighting for them to stay together. And what was part of Eddie's struggle, the fact that he felt so comfortable at war because he knew what to expect, which we've kind of talked about this as well, that Eddie feels comfortable in the chaos. So Ryan Guzman said, yes, Afghanistan was more of a home than home was to him. It's a lot easier to actually fight off a combatant that's endangering your life than to fight off emotions that are either building up in you or being thrown at you by others.
Mm-hmm.
I love that quote. That's going to come up.
That is so Eddie.
It's like Eddie said it himself.
Yeah. It's like that actor understands Eddie.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He does. And we'll see here, he really does understand Eddie like very, very deeply. In another quote, he said, I think when Eddie came back from the first time going on tour and finding out that his son was born, he did something very non-Eddie-esque, which is run away. I think there was a lot of pressure of him being a father and not knowing how to deal with the situation. And now when he's come home the second time, he has to face life. And that life is something he could have never prepared for. It's something that was more drastic than he's ever been in. I'm not sure how much I agree with the running away thing being non-Eddie-esque.
Oh, no, he runs.
But,
I mean, normally with like, I guess 3 exceptions, he's not like physically running away. He's emotionally running away.
Because he feels so much responsibility.
So maybe that's what he meant. But no, like,
that makes sense.
His MO is emotionally running away.
He sticks it out physically, but he is emotionally running away. So yeah, we can make that work. In regards to how Eddie takes kind of like his military background and his experiences from the army and puts it into firefighting and rescuing, he says one thing that's consistent between Eddie and any kind of emergency is the fact that he sees emergencies as missions. And a mission isn't done until the person is saved. He has a military mindset that's transitioned from being in the service to being a firefighter. It's just get the job done for him. I don't know if that'll ever change for Eddie. That's just who he is. And specifically for this call with the kid in the well, he said Eddie's got his mind made up, and when the time runs out, it's all about, nope, I haven't finished my job yet. People aren't out there saving me. I'm a firefighter. I'm putting myself in this predicament. What we need to do is save this young boy. So until I get this young boy, I'm cutting this line, and good luck trying to get me again, because there's no way I'm leaving this hole without him. Which is so similar to what we saw Eddie do with the crash in the helicopter. It's like he had a job to do. He was not gonna let it go.
No.
So the next kind of group of quotes I have are specifically about Eddie and his relationship with Christopher. How amid like all of Eddie dealing with the issues between him and Shannon and trying to understand that Helena and Ramon think that they know what's best for Eddie. Through it, the only thing he had to rely on was Christopher. Ryan continued, and he had to find his own way with Christopher from being disconnected in the beginning while holding him and trying to figure out what he actually needs, to later on having a conversation with him on the porch, really just shedding true light on how he feels about his son. And you see the evolution of the kind of love he has for his child. It kind of emotes that same arc through the existence of the character Eddie. Whether he's gone through the earthquake or the tsunami or whatever, it's always the thought of, where's Christopher? I need to find Christopher. Is Christopher safe? I have to have Christopher in my life. And what have we been saying from the beginning? His entire world revolves around his kid.
Yeah.
Another interviewer brought something up that I thought was interesting, and I hope we can talk about it a little more. But they said the backstory with Christopher especially brings some new resonance to what Christopher went through in the tsunami. And then with Eddie almost drowning as well, there was a clear parallel there. Was there any intention to bring Eddie through this close call at the same time we're looking back on Christopher, who almost drowned as well? And I thought that was a great tie-in, because we kind of talked at the beginning of the season about the tsunami and the well paralleling and being these like big water emergencies. And I think what Ryan Guzman says is kind of interesting, because I'm not sure I totally agree with it. He says, I think you can pull a lot from him almost drowning, him being over his head in a lot of areas of his life, and literally being swallowed up by everything that he's going through. You could derive some parallels from the tsunami to this, but I don't think that was the intention. And I agree with everything except that he doesn't think it was the intention. I absolutely think it was part of the intention. We talked about it from the beginning. We talked about in season 2 how they like basically foreshadowed Shannon's death since they started talking about her. So I do think it was the intention there, but the rest of the metaphor about Eddie like being over his head and being swallowed up by everything he's going through, I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
He's also said the real hero in this story is Christopher. Christopher is the one that's saving Eddie rather than Eddie saving anybody else. So I think that when he denotes the fact that he doesn't wear a medal, he does wear the St. Christopher necklace, and that's more of an homage, the only thing that really matters in his life, which is Christopher. And that was in reference to the interviewer asking if Eddie was ready to embrace himself as a hero, which absolutely not.
No.
So like he got that right. He's like, no, Christopher was the hero in this. And Eddie believes Christopher is Eddie's hero, basically. He's not his own hero, and he doesn't see himself as a hero. And then in a question about what was coming up soon or next for Eddie and Christopher, Ryan Guzman said, the new problem in Eddie's life is he has this family that he's created with the 118 that's asking him to open up as much as they're opening up to him. How does he do that? Because the family he had before with his mother and father, they're always asking him, they're always just telling him what to do and saying, if you don't take our advice, you're messing up your kid's life. So there's a lot of trauma in his life, and the 118 is something that's trying to support him and love him through all these situations. That's the new issue for Eddie. And the new family carries a lot more weight than Eddie wanted to give it. And with the events that happen throughout Eddie Begins, he starts to really understand that now. So I thought that was really lovely. Is also another kind of parallel to Bobby, very much so. About like, everybody wanting him to open up and him just being like, no, I can't. Yep. And then I have just a couple little quotes about Eddie and Buck's relationship. So in one of the interviewers, Ryan had apparently just watched the final Eddie Begins cut. And he said he saw the episode last night, and that was the first time he had seen what Oliver chose to do for the scene where the well has collapsed.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I think it's just a testament to how close they've gotten and how much they really rely on each other. So Buck has been through a lot of things with Christopher, aside from Eddie. So he's really entangled with the family and with Eddie being so close. It's almost natural. He says, if you lost a brother right in front of your eyes, what would you do?
There it is.
There it is.
I was like, do I share that one? But it's part of the quote. There it is.
Always at the scene of the crime.
I know. But he's like, how would you think? Would you?
Is it even a Ryan Guzman interview?
If he doesn't say brother?
3 of the 4 he did not. So
was he talking about Buck and the other ones? Exactly.
That's why. But what he's getting to is like, how would you think? Would you be coherent? And then we see that Buck really wasn't thinking that through, because clearly you're not going to dig your way through you just using your hands. But the level of emotion that he portrayed was just like he had lost him, like he had just lost Eddie. Very like real and authentic. And then someone asked about Eddie's love life. Actually, two of the interviewers asked about that, and one of them brought up Lena Bosco, and I was like, absolutely not. So I was like, no, we're not going to touch on that. And I think we've already mentioned that it was not anywhere near the intention. So this one, the interviewer asked, just to be clear, when Eddie told the first responders that he had a big date on Friday, he was referring to Christopher's show and tell, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Ryan responded, yeah, that's what he was talking about. As far as he knows, Eddie has no dates in the future. So then the interviewer followed up and said, that has to change at some point, right? I feel like he and Buck are the only people in the 118 not currently in relationships right now.
Who is this?
They're in some kind of relationship.
Who was that?
This was Andy Swift from TV Line.
Interesting. Thank you, Andy Swift. I think
he's done a lot. I've noticed he kind of addresses like the Buck and Eddie stuff very directly in previous interviews as well. So like, I think he was one of the ones that had an interview with Tim Minear from 210. And that's when Tim was talking about the fountain stuff.
Right.
So like,
I think he has some season 8 stuff too.
Yeah.
I think so too. Yeah.
So to that comment from the interviewer, Ryan responded romantically, Eddie is kind of stunted. I still don't know.
Wow.
Astute observation, my guy.
From the mouth of babes.
He said, I still don't know how one moves on after watching their wife die. Plus, he has a child who reminds him of her all the time. He gets a lot of help from Carla and a lot of help from Buck in trying to move forward, but it's up to Eddie at the end of the day to decide if he wants to go for another person or not. And I think in one of the other the other interview where they brought up romantic interests, Ryan said that he had no idea what was coming down the pike for Eddie. So obviously the Anna stuff was not quite in conversation yet, or at least none that he could say. So I thought those would be a good quotes to end on.
Emotionally stunted is well, that's That's a word combo.
Romantically stunted.
Romantically stunted.
Yes.
Almost like he is repressed.
Huh. This is why I read the quotes.
So interesting.
This is why I read the quotes, and I try not to paraphrase them as much as possible. So that's why it's like so long, drawn out, blah, 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 blah. But I'm trying not to like put words in their mouths.
I'm not putting words in his mouth. I'm just
trying to read what they
from the
said.
wording.
Anyways, so we can talk a little bit about production stuff. I know in the past couple of episodes, we've mentioned a little bit, especially with COVID starting to really take over at the point of the episodes airing. We were like, what was the like filming schedule stuff going on? And I haven't really looked too far into it, but I did come across an article from, I think it was at the Critics' Choice Awards, the TCAs, when all of the rumors were flying about Connie Britton coming back for Abby. And I think Tim just mentioned like very briefly in one of them that around that time they were starting to shoot Eddie Begins. And that article was published on January 7th. So in January, they were filming this. And I don't think they moved like the production like numbers around. So I think they were still like block filming, but still like in the order that it would be airing sort of thing. So if we think about it, episode 15 was being aired being filmed at the very beginning of January. It aired, what was this, April 20th? So there's a good maybe.
Blaze it. They should have had a fire.
Oh boy.
Sorry, continue.
No, it's fine. I just don't know how to respond to that. So there was like a good chunk of time in between the production of this episode and the airing. So I don't know if they like, again, put all of the production together, if they split it up, did the block filming, all that stuff. But I just thought that was a nice like touchstone of date. And then to speak a little bit about our writers and director, this episode was directed and co-written by Robert M. Williams Jr. He also directed what was one of the episodes we were looking forward to again? 414. He directed Survivors, which is very interesting. These are the only two episodes that he's directed for 911. He has also, however,
just like every time we almost kill Eddie, he has to be here.
I mean, this is why I point these things out, because I do think, and I'll talk about it too when I talk about our next writer. I do think there are certain characters or certain concepts, themes that fit really well with certain creative people's wheelhouses.
Yeah.
So it's just interesting to see it all like kind of lined up together and be like, oh, we can extrapolate this and this and this. So he's only directed those two episodes, but he has been a co-executive producer or an executive producer for every season, 1 through 8. And for seasons 1 through 7, he was a unit production manager. And from what I understand, a unit production manager is responsible for day-to-day logistics of a shoot, managing the budget, schedule, and crew. And they kind of act as a liaison between the creative and logistical departments. So he's been very much like in the 911 world, like from the jump, it seems like. And then our other writer from this episode is Christopher Monfett. So he's written... This is actually the last episode that he writes for 911, and I think it's 5. So he wrote, and I'm sure you'll see a theme here. He wrote 210, Merry Xmas, 216, Bobby Begins Again, 304, Triggers, 306, Monsters, and this one. So, what do those all have in common? They're very Eddie heavy.
Yeah.
And even him handling one of the Begins episodes, but specifically Bobby Begins Again. And we mentioned this earlier, like Bobby Begins Again and Eddie Begins are actually kind of more similar than the other Begins episodes. And it's just like so much Eddie. He's very good with Eddie.
Bring him back.
I know. Well, he's busy because
Why is he busy?
He's actually currently co-executive producing Vision Quest from Marvel.
My God.
And
you know what? Whatever.
A television show that I never wanted. Who asked for that show? I'm sorry.
I'm kind of interested in it.
Did you ask for it?
I didn't
There's a
know
lot
to
of
ask
shit that
for
I didn't
it.
ask for from Marvel, but I'm not complaining. So
Yeah, there's a lot that I didn't ask for from Marvel, but I'm also like, oh yes, give me more actually.
like Agatha Begins for one. Did
Yeah,
not ask for
nobody
that. I
asked
loved
for
it.
Actually, people did ask for Agatha.
I'm actually
after.
always asking psychically for gay witches. That's like
That's okay. So thank
Well,
you
I didn't know it
for
was gonna
making
be
that
gay
happen for us.
witches.
I don't know. I'm intrigued by it. I like Vision. Ever since that ship of Theseus conversation in WandaVision, I'm like, oh, but that's the kind of like existential, thought-provoking thing that makes my brain go burr. So I will be tuning in.
Eternals. Sorry, I'm still stuck. I'm like, what else did I not ask from Marvel? I'm like, Eternals. I didn't ask.
Eternals.
Yeah, Eternals is definitely one of those that I did not.
I'm asking for more Eternals. You don't put Harry Styles into the MCU and then just
It's
let
dead.
it go.
I think they literally are like, well, we have to address the thing that's in the ocean, but other than that, we're forgetting about this.
They fumbled Angelina Jolie. That's the only complaint I have about that.
They fumbled. I mean, it was a good cast. It just wasn't a good script. Anyway,
What
we're
was
not
the
here to talk
script?
about
I know.
Marvel.
Oh, you're right.
I have opinions about this. I was like on the phone with Nikki, last
We
week.
can talk about this on our Marvel podcast.
Coming soon-ish.
Eventually.
Coming at a time in a world where we can do two podcasts.
The day that we catch up with the rewatch, I think that's when you guys.
We're actually doing really good.
We are.
I know we're close to being done with season 3. It's crazy. Christopher Monfett, yes, that's where you were.
That's all I have about him. But if anyone was a little confused, like I think we all kind of were, with the more specific teleplay and story by in the credits, because usually it's just written by, I have some information for you because I was really like, what dictates,
What's
all
the
of these
difference?
specific crediting sort of
what
things.
teleplay means.
Well, yes, but like
Actually, I
when
know
it
what they
gets-
mean individually, but normally there's like that and then a written by, not like these two things.
I have a better understanding of it now. So a story by, like specifically the creditations and everything like that. So the story by was both Robert M. Williams Jr. and Christopher Monfett. So a story by credit is for anyone who worked on a treatment or other story outline. And a treatment or story outline is basically a roadmap detailing the beats of the story that you're telling. So anyone who's worked on a treatment or story outline is entitled to credit for the story. You may get this credit if you're hired to do a page 1 rewrite that gets you sole screenplay or teleplay by credit, despite the initial writer having written a complete script. So a rewrite is when you reopen a finished screenplay, and by screenplay, that's like movie, teleplay is for TV. So bear with me, just use them interchangeably in your mind. So a rewrite is when you reopen a finished screenplay or pilot file and go back inside to alter or punch up parts of the dialogue, scenes, or the entire thing. But a page 1 rewrite is one that you're basically throwing out everything except the concept. So like bare bones, starting from scratch, kind of. So the first writer of an original screen or teleplay is entitled to a shared story by credit. That bylaw in the Writers Guild of America rulebook is called the irreducible story minimum. So as long as they like created the concept, they get part of the story by. So a teleplay, and the teleplay in this case is by Christopher Monfett. This credit goes to writers who physically wrote drafts or scenes that are included in the final version of the movie or show. Screenplay by or teleplay by can only be shared by 3 people or 3 teams of people. So from what I'm gathering from this is Robert M. Williams Jr., probably worked on the treatment or the outline. Maybe he worked with Christopher Monfett as well, but Christopher Monfett was basically the one that wrote the parts that we see on screen, if that makes sense. So like Robert M. Williams Jr. either did the concept of it and they rewrote stuff together, and then Christopher Monfett wrote like the final drafts or some iteration of that. And then written by, which we usually see is kind of a more general creditation when writers are entitled to both screenplay by and story by credit. So as a rule, written by will not be shared by any more than 2 writers ever.
Okay. So the reason I knew about any of this at all was because when Sob Stories came out, I was like, what the fuck does teleplay by Tim Minear and Rashad Raisani and story by Tim Minear and Rashad Raisani and Matt Solik mean? Because this is the same situation where there is no like written by.
Yeah. I was trying to remember what was the other incident that we ran into with this.
Yeah. Stories.
So it's all just like depending, like giving credit to whoever did specific parts of that. So I hope that makes it a little more clear.
Right. So that answers because my question was like, then why can't the people who should have the written by credit have the written by credit? So for Sob Stories, it makes sense because there was 3 people. So, and you can only have 2.
2 for the written by.
Written by.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
right.
I thought that was interesting.
I wonder
yeah.
if there's like, I wonder if there's like another episode that we have this situation, or is it only the Eddie episode?
I think there was one earlier on, and I'd have to just double check Wikipedia, but it was, it might have been in season 2.
Yeah. I was going to say season 1, but
Season 1, episode 9, Trapped, story by Adam Glass, teleplay by Aristotle Kasakis. Aristotle. I'm scrubbing through all of the episodes, and I think those are our only 3.
Yeah, because I know it came up once before, and I think I had like a little blurb about that, but I still didn't really fully understand it. But the website that I landed on for this, I was like, oh, I think I get it now.
That's it. Just those 3.
Yeah.
Okay. The more you know.
The more you know. No, that's the part that I sing for Buckapedia.
That is the part you sing for Buckapedia.
Yeah. Anyways, so now everybody has gone to like film school in 2 minutes.
Let's talk about some music.
Yeah.
I wish there was more music, actually. I guess I understand why there wasn't.
There's a lot of flashbacky stuff.
And there's just a lot of like soundtracky music, but like I wish there were more, songs with the lyrics for me to dig into, because they picked 2 really good ones.
They did.
Okay, so the first song we're going to talk about is R.I.P. the number 2, My Youth. By The Neighborhood. You know, The Neighborhood. This song plays. It's kind of funny, haha, because they're playing it while they're... and the helicopter soldiers are dying.
It's like a sick sense of humor, actually.
And they're going through...
the horrors?
No, what did she call it? Is it the Valley of Death?
Yeah,
the Valley
of Death.
The Valley of Death.
It's like the horse.
And she's like, I didn't name it, all the dead guys did. Hilarious.
I love Mills.
She's got jokes.
She does have jokes. Anyway, so this is very just funny because R.I.P. to my youth. You could call this a funeral. And like, because of, what's happening right then. But then the rest of it is it's just so Eddie. So I'm just going to read it, and I don't really need to expand.
Great.
R.I.P. to my youth, and you could call this the funeral. I'm just telling the truth, and you can play this at my funeral. Wrap me up in Chanel inside my coffin. Might go to hell, and there ain't no stopping. Might be a sinner, and I might be a saint. I'd like to be proud, but somehow I'm ashamed.
Oh, that's just all of Eddie.
Sweet little baby in a world full of pain. I gotta be honest, I don't know if I could take it. Everybody's talking, but what's anybody saying? Mama said if I really want it, then I can change it. Yeah.
Yeah, there is no need to expand on that. That is just like points at Eddie as a character and be like, same. You same.
Yep. Then R.I.P. to my youth. If you really listen, then this is to you. Mama, there is only so much I can do. Tough for you to witness, but it was for me too. It repeats the R.I.P. to my youth beginning. And then tell my sister don't cry and don't be sad. I'm in paradise with dad. Close my eyes and then cross my arms. Put me in the dirt. Let me dream with the stars. Throw me in a box with the oxygen off.
No!
My God.
You gave me the key, then you locked every lock. When I can't breathe, I won't ask you to stop. When I can't breathe, don't call for a cop. I was naive and hopeful and lost. Now I'm aware and driving my thoughts.
And I just thought this was a silly haha.
No, it's not.
It's not.
It seems like a silly haha, but the lyrics are like, wow, they really thought about this.
We need to figure out who the music director people
I don't know,
are,
but I want to be friends with them. They're funny.
They're very funny.
And good at their job. I don't believe it if I don't keep proof. I don't believe it if I don't know you. I don't believe it if it's on the news or on the internet. And then it said this earlier and I skipped it, but it says, I'm using white lighters to see what's in front of me. I take from that what you will. I feel like there's like 18 extrapolations you could make.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right in front of you?
And then it repeats the RIP to my youth, and you could call this the funeral. I'm just telling the truth. You could play this at my funeral.
Wow.
Close my eyes and then cross my arms, put me in the dirt, let me be with the stars. So like,
wow.
That's heavy, actually.
It's heavy. It's
But
a really,
like
really
a
good
bop.
song. It is it's a depressing bop. The
love a
neighborhood, the neighborhood's good at those, actually.
Can't wait for Life of a Showgirl for more depressing bops.
I know. So yeah,
Wow.
that one is just great. That's such just great character analysis in a little, 3-minute song.
That's kind of crazy.
And then we have Carry You by Fleury and Ruel. You might recognize this song also from another episode that's Eddie-centric. This also plays like in the montage when they're rescuing Bobby in
Mayday.
Mayday. And like when the song stops playing, that's when the goddess spoken line happens. So like this is just Eddie's song.
The Eddie who's going to be okay
Eddie
moment.
is going to be okay song.
It really is.
We can do a little expanding on these, but I think it's also pretty self-explanatory. So I know it hurts. It's hard to breathe sometimes, figuratively and literally. These nights are long. You've lost the will to fight, but he hasn't.
Not yet.
Is anybody out there? Can you lead me to the light? Again, like literally, figuratively. Is anybody out there? Tell me it'll be all right. You are not alone. I've been here the whole time singing you a song. I will carry you.
Oh, Christopher.
Mm-hmm.
And Buck.
Yeah.
I know you can't remember how to shine. Your heart's a bird without the wings to fly. Is anybody out there? Can you take this weight of mine? Is anybody out there? Can you lead me to the light? Then it repeats the chorus.
Ooh, can you take this weight of mine? Is interesting. Because he doesn't want to put any of that weight on Christopher.
No.
But who's helping to like
It's his
The
partner.
whole orchestration of the song is so like beautiful and dramatic, and how it swells with the strings, and just how they mix the vocals. And it's very like ethereal.
Very, very like hopeful, optimistic.
It's very hopeful, but it ends on, I know it hurts. It's hard to breathe sometimes. I'm just like, feel like we could have ended on the more hopeful note of like, you're not alone, but okay.
Like it brings it back down to like ground level almost. Like this is where you could be. This is where you are right now, and you have to like work towards it.
Which is very apt for Eddie. So it works. But yeah, good song. And this is what's playing in the background. I think I forgot to say for this episode of the montage of his own memories of like what's making him,
Fight for your life.
Fight for his life and not let himself drown.
It's such a good moment. And I know they've reused songs multiple times, but like in different scenarios. So it is interesting that this gets used twice, so specifically to Eddie.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like his little fight song.
Now I'm gonna have fight songs stuck in my head.
Sorry. No, that's so interesting. Thank you for reading those. I've connected the dots.
You didn't connect shit.
All right. Who's ready for some red strings? Whether or not you want to, I have a little Buckapedia corner for you. Sorry, I did my comedy elbows. I didn't even mean to. All right. So, in case you were wondering, which I don't think anybody was, but I did, a little history and information about the Silver Star Medal just for funsies.
Yay.
So, I was like, how have I not looked this up until now? It was weird. I was like, well, we're about to get some learning today. So the Silver Star is the third highest military combat decoration that can be awarded to a member of the United States Armed Forces. It is the third because I think the one above it is the Service Cross or Navy Cross or Air Force Cross, depending on, like, that one is dependent on which branch of the military. So that's the second one. And then the highest one is the Medal of Honor.
Mm-hmm.
So the Silver Star was established in 1918 by President Woodrow Wilson, and it was originally called the Citation Star. So that was during World War I. And it was, I think it was 1932, it got basically rebranded into the Silver Star, what it is today. Interestingly enough, the Department of Defense does not keep extensive records for the Silver Star Medal, but independent groups have estimated that between 100,000 to 150,000 Silver Star medals have been awarded since it was established in 1918, which is a lot.
Yeah.
But still pretty cool. Like, that's the third highest honor. That's pretty something. The criteria for it to be awarded to somebody, basically it's for singular acts of valor or heroism over a brief period, such as 1 or 2 days of battle. So I think any of the Service Crosses or Medal of Honors would be for longer extended periods of time, stuff like that. So it's more like brief periods is what I understood from that. And did you know it's not actually silver? What?
Shocking.
So technically, the Silver Star is not made of actual silver. The gold hue is gilt bronze. So it's like a bronze base and it has gold over top of it. That's called ormolu, apparently. So anytime you see like lots of old architecture clocks, that's sometimes bronze, but with like gold, probably like gold leaf on top. So the name Silver Star originated in World War I because of the 3/16 of an inch or 4.8 millimeter silver star that is displayed in the center of the medal. So it's shaped like a star. It's gold. The silver star part is teeny tiny, 3/16 of an inch, but that's actual silver. So that's the silver of the Silver
Oh my
Star.
God.
The more you know.
No, honestly, the more you know, because I was wondering where the Purple Heart landed.
Oh,
Me
I didn't
too.
look at that one.
No, I mean, that
Sorry.
is not in the top 3, obviously. We just found out. But like the Purple Heart, you get it if you are wounded or killed in action. So I guess you don't get the highest honor. Like, okay, here's a Purple Heart. Thank
Yeah,
you
For dying.
for dying.
I didn't see
anyway.
anything about Purple Hearts.
I know about the Purple
Actually.
Heart from my some high school things that I've done.
Okay.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
we never talked about all these other honors now that I think about it. It would have been nice to know instead of being like, oh my God. No, it was like it was a whole thing. They were like, oh my God, I got a Purple Heart, because we would get like these mock-up like medals. I think they're actually real, like actual real medals. I have like a whole casing. I have like 3 of them.
Mm.
I was awarded like 3, maybe 4 of them.
Ooh.
I don't remember, but like 3 or 4 of them. But like no Purple Heart for me.
Oh,
Just fine.
I'm just looking it up. Over 2 million recipients have been awarded a Purple Heart,
That's probably why.
but that's also probably posthumously as well.
Yep.
Yeah, someone who has been wounded or killed.
Mm-hmm.
Which, like, Eddie was wounded,
So he probably
I guess
has
that-
that too.
maybe, but it's just not as.
Not as high.
Just no, because anyone can get shot.
Yeah. So, just a couple parallels. I'm sure we're going to point out more parallels and foreshadowing stuff as we talk about everything. but just little things that I guess are kind of like hard pressed to fit in some other places. So Hayden is the little boy that gets stuck in the well. His mom, and I only found this from reading the closed captions, her name is Joy. I just thought that was real interesting, especially given the fact that we were just talking about Joy and stuff with Maddie and Chimney and Pinned, and the holdover the idea of Joy has on us and Eddie in season 8 specifically.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably just a really weird coinky dink, but it's still there.
There's a line that Shannon says, you keep saying that you didn't have a choice, but you're the one who keeps making these choices for the rest of us, which directly parallels to several things. I mean, there's the episode where she shows up in season 2 and says pretty much this exact thing.
Oh, yeah, 207.
207. And then there's the parallels with Christopher here, where Eddie keeps making these decisions, mostly in his dating life, that he's doing it for Christopher. But Christopher never asked him to.
No.
Christopher doesn't want another mother. Christopher even has a conversation with Buck that I'd be hard-pressed to think that Buck didn't discuss with Christopher next season, where he's like, basically like, I don't want to get close to more people just for them to leave, because people leave. So yeah, he keeps bringing these women in, and it's obviously very much not going to work out because he doesn't actually, not even bringing the gay stuff into it. He's not dating them because he is romantically attracting them. He's dating them because he thinks that they'd be good for Christopher. So like, you're kind of failing from the get-go with that kind of approach. Right. And again, he's just making these decisions.
These unilateral decisions.
Because he's doing it for Christopher. So it's,
kind of like to add on to that, like, how he's not dating them romantically. It's also, he's not dating them in equal partnership either. So like, that's also interesting.
It's never going to work out.
Yeah. That's why.
I was just going to say, and then that is why everything with Shannon, fake Shannon, happens in season 7. In his head, he's just like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck was, because he had a mental break, what he actually thought was going to come out of that. But in his head, it was going to work out somehow. Not to replace her as like Chris's mom, but like use her for some kind of closure. I have no idea.
It was not thought out. But
it was not thought out. But in his head, he was doing it for Christopher.
Yeah. And
did he No, he never said that. No, because they never talk about it, Syl. They never bring it up again.
That's his MO for everything. So
but
like
that's his
we
MO.
Can like
yes.
figure that out.
I feel like that was his mental breakdown for himself, not really for Christopher. But we can.
He deludes himself into thinking it was for Christopher, but it was not actually. Additionally, these making unilateral decisions for your family is something that we discussed that Michael has been doing.
Oh yeah.
So
gay men are killing me.
Yep. I think that was that in Pinned? Yes.
I think so. Yeah.
So we're kind of seeing parallels between Eddie and Michael again in that way as well, in the way that they make decisions.
And then Eddie, this is what I actually meant. Eddie just moves to Texas without talking to Christopher and seeing if that's actually what Chris wants.
Yeah. No asking.
But he's doing it for Christopher. But like, what does Christopher actually want? I think it was to come home, since that's where he ended up at the end of season 8.
Maybe hopefully we'll explore that a little bit more. I doubt it, actually.
I highly doubt it.
I doubt it because
I don't
we
think
should
we're ever revisiting it.
Listen to us.
I just doubt it because of logistics.
Yeah. Here's another fun parallel that was probably absolutely coincidence. However, in my heart, it is not. So the whole well collapse gets triggered by lightning hitting the rig. Oh, where do we see that again? With Buck's NDE and the lightning on the lightning hitting the ladder and just the crazy work. That's
you could say
work.
that Buddie has caught lightning in a bottle twice.
Oh, absolutely. And thank you for saying that.
You're welcome.
But will they change the prophecy? To be determined.
I don't know. We're tuning into season 9.
And then the kind of superstition / not superstition revolving around the St. Christopher's medallion also comes back into play a little bit in Jinx, and relatedly, like Eddie's non-belief in the universe and all of that. But really? And then I thought it was kind of interesting that, you know, in the military, they, as we see in Eddie's flashbacks, they always call each other by their last names. That's just something that happens.
Yeah.
And then in 201,
Yep.
when Buck is trying to find Eddie's nickname, right? And they're in the engine, and Buck says, anyone ever call you Diaz? And Eddie says, not if they want me to respond. And I'm like, I wonder if that was maybe...
Oh, it's PTSD. I was going to talk about this.
Oh, okay. Great. Yeah, because probably him trying to shake off that, well, the trauma and the just like divorce himself from his military persona.
Yeah,
I guess a little bit. So I just thought that was kind of an interesting maybe tie-in as well.
So a metaphor. Walk with me here, because this is actually kind of like, it's not a perfect metaphor, but I came close to it. Okay.
No, I'm so excited for this.
All right. So once upon a time, I watched this episode with Rachel, I think summer of last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember like one thing that like really hit me was the whole like cutting of the umbilical cord being how and Eddie cutting the line.
I forgot about this.
Yeah, I know you have notes of that actually somewhere in your notes. So like having this episode opening with Christopher's birth, but like the whole episode is actually like an imagery of like birth itself.
Mm-hmm.
And in Eddie's case, more like a rebirth.
Yes.
So, oh my God, I don't even know, like, just to like get it concise, it's really hard because I'm going to be jumping around. So like, you know, the cutting of the umbilical cord, because like they really played on to like the significance of this and what it meant for like the Diazes also. But the cutting of the umbilical cord really is like a transition. It's also kind of like a societal rite of passage, especially for the dad to be more involved with the pregnancy instead of just being moral support for the mom who's going actually through it.
Who's in the labor.
Who's in the labor. But it's almost like, I mean, that's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
But the cutting of the umbilical cord is like also the start of the child's independent life or independent existence from what it's, you know, what it knows, or well, not really knows, but you know what I mean, like
safety.
From safety.
Mm-hmm. The womb.
The womb. It's the safety of the womb.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah.
Then you're out in the dangerous world.
And being brought up into that family or its new family. Okay, so like Eddie being in the well, cutting the cord, like he's stuck in there, right? So I don't know. Like the imagery to me is kind of like,
no, it's perfect because he does come out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he does come out, and also like sometimes like I think like
not the way we want.
Not. I don't know. Is the well like? Wait. Okay, no. Is the well? Wait. Okay. Aside from that, we're not talking about that right now. But that could be his next rebirth. This is why I keep saying, please give me Eddie Begins again. But this is just Eddie Begins. But anyway, no. So like, I was just about to ask, is like this the well rescue like a C-section when you really thinking about it? He's had to cut through the cut through all the way to where Hayden is, but that didn't work. So like
removing Hayden is like a C-section for sure.
Yeah, which is also funny because Helena mentioned that with Adriana it was an emergency C-section as well, so it wasn't like as natural.
So like a lot, so much imagery, so much metaphor, but then you also have like the 118 being topside could be kind of like the obstetricians and the doctors, like with like the ultrasound, because they do have the camera,
the thermal imagery.
Well, you could
kind
of view it as like when the baby gets the umbilical cord around its neck, and it takes a long time for them to like come out, or they have to do an emergency C-section, or like when the baby is born and they have to like, get amniotic fluid out of its lungs, or it's like not breathing properly. Like that, like all of that imagery. I don't know why I didn't think about that literally at all.
Yeah.
You said rebirth, and I was like, yeah, metaphorically. No,
that makes sense.
Literally. And I was like, but no, like actually, literally, he is birthing himself out of the womb.
well. Yeah, because the well is
the
well
womb.
The line is the umbilical cord, and
the well womb.
Okay, but like also the purpose of the umbilical cord is to bring in oxygen.
Life. Yes, because that's the safety. That's the safety net.
And when Eddie is in the collapsed well and he removes his oxygen, so he's removing like literally his lifeline again. And he has to get himself out of there. He has to birth himself.
Yeah.
That's crazy work.
And the birthing himself out of there is basically him fighting back to get to his family.
Yeah.
Which is so like, that's why I kind of wrote rebirth as well.
And then he gets himself out, he births himself, he finds his family, and they wrap him in blankets.
Yeah.
Like a baby.
Yeah.
He's
like
all wet.
He also did for Hayden. Yes.
It's all wet and cold. They have to like make him warm. He's covered in stuff.
Like he does for Hayden too.
Yeah.
This little baby. I have an addition to this since we're talking about this, but we can come back to it in slow burn. Because who is operating the winch and the metaphorical umbilical cord?
Well, it's Buck.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's Buck. So he is
Buck
the father.
He's the safety. He's the safety net.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the life.
But also the partner
Mm-hmm.
in birth. Yes. Which also makes it really weird too if you relate that to Full Moon Crazy AF.
Oh my
when
God.
Buck was there with all of those
babies,
ladies having birth at one time. Huh.
Interesting. Anyway.
I'm going to have to look into that more.
Yeah, so anyway, this episode was imagery for like birth and the significance and rebirth for Eddie.
Yeah, I guess when I read Birth Rebirth, my brain was just like a phoenix, not
me too.
Literal
because technically
birth.
he is doing that also, like rise from the ashes of the
yeah. But no, like literal birth.
Mm-hmm.
Just went right over my fucking head.
Eddie Begins.
Yeah,
we could use another Eddie Begins again for the coming out of the.
Then he could actually come out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I love this. We talked about this. I think I remember this.
It was 4 a.m. I was in the middle of
for us to be
falling asleep, but I'm like, hey, cutting the cord, he just cut off his life support.
And then I think I was probably like, oh, brain blast.
And you were like, Sil.
Did I have notes for these?
Yes.
Dang.
It's in your phone.
Oh, it's in my phone.
Yeah.
I'll have to check it later. Darn. Oh my God.
All right, so it's time for themes.
All right, so here we have the magnum opus of season 3 themes. So basically, there's so many themes. This episode has like literally, I think, all of the themes that we've been talking about in all of season 3. Like, I can find something for every single thing that we've talked about. So if you would like some maybe more conversation or extrapolation about specific themes that we've talked about in previous episodes, just listen to all of our Flashover segments from the last 14 episodes, because they're all here. Every single one, actually. It's crazy. So yeah, I think we're just going to basically just list them out. Since we've gone over most of these so often, we might have just like a little blurb about it. But
if you missed my whole little metaphor section, one of the themes is birth and rebirth. Please rewind back to that if you missed it.
It was really good metaphor.
Yeah,
it's very good.
other than that, I mean, I think the biggest one and the biggest one of season 3 are the parent-child relationships. And that has to deal with parents making promises, parents being present, parental responsibilities, feeling responsible for providing, overbearing or overprotective parents, aka the Diazes.
Oh boy.
Themes of losing a parent or losing a child or just loss. Like in Pinned, when we're talking about Michael losing a child, we've seen so much, especially with Christopher, with the tsunami. Then we also see, like, specifically a parent who has cancer. Again,
Another parent.
we're done with that. Because, like, Shannon's mom, and then with losing a parent or losing a child, there's grief and hope. And we've seen that pop up a lot as well. Then we also have, quite literally in this one, just like in the first couple of episodes of the season, Just Keep Swimming, where it's, you know, fighting for your life, fighting to come home to your family, saving yourself. It's all about resiliency.
The next theme that I think is heavily present in this episode is I guess Rachel has this as time is ticking, but
you can say however you want.
I know, I'm like trying to figure out another way of saying it, but what it really means, like there's literally like 17 references of time.
Are there really?
Yes. In the script. I counted.
Thorough.
But it's very hitting the themes or the sub themes of needing more time, running out of time, making up for lost time. You hear it in like the argument between Eddie, Ramon, and Helena. You hear it when they are trying to save Hayden from the well, or when Eddie is, you know, already down there and like they're about to go like start pulling him up. The needing more time, I guess, like to process, especially Eddie coming back and having all that PTSD. So that's heavily present. Oh, and then my favorite one is that it feels like this episode was like piggybacking off of Shannon's last words, which is like, I'm leaving again. I just want more time from 217. So it really, like, I feel like it really stems from that.
Mm-hmm. And we saw this kind of like crop up in the last couple of episodes as well. So they really like drove it home here. Just all the Hamilton references.
Right, dear, right, like you're running out
of time. Fight day and night like you're running out of time.
The next theme we have is communication. I think this ties in with the one theme that I wrote down, which is burying your feelings.
Ooh, yes. You can talk about that now too if you want.
Yeah, so obviously there's a lack of closure with like Shannon leaving, but I think the memories that he's having of Shannon are more tied to like his own psyche being like, you can't also leave. But it is very much like showing us that like they didn't communicate well, and he has buried all of his feelings surrounding that. He's buried all of his feelings about everything that happened with his parents, because he never talks about that, and we've only seen it like very briefly before this with that moment at Shannon's wake. That's the only thing we see.
I think that's the only other time we've seen his parents, really. They were at his badge ceremony, but like,
there's just a lack of communication with him and the team. He's just really not good at communicating.
No,
especially his feelings.
Never the feelings.
No.
Well, for me, this one was really like, Eddie doesn't ever feel like he's enough or adequate at what he does. That's one of the things that we see consistently with Eddie, or he downplays what he's done. I think the one that really comes to mind is when he's in the medical tent after they get saved, and he's, wounded and everything. And, he's just like, it feels like it's not enough, or around those lines. But, we do see like what he was able to do, which is like he got everyone out, including someone who was dead. But it just doesn't feel like it's enough for him. And he downplays it also, like when Ramon is like, well, honestly, the way Ramon does it, no wonder.
We'll talk about that.
But like he also downplays that as well. I'm just doing my job. Like it's not as important as it seems.
Mm-hmm. but also like not just with his military, as a soldier, not feeling like enough, but not feeling enough as a husband and a father and as a firefighter.
It's mostly the Christopher. It's like not feeling enough for Christopher, like from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
That's like all of the flashbacks are mostly about that.
Trying to be enough for him. Then we also have the fear of being alone, which I know we've seen a lot as well.
I don't even know if it's a fear of being alone so much as he just feels
or feels alone. Yeah.
Even when he's surrounded by people.
He feels abandoned.
Well, yeah. I mean, he literally was abandoned. But I think he says it to Shannon, like you're not the only one that feels alone. Like, I think he has just always felt alone until the 118.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The family he chose.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I mean, also with Eddie, he feels responsible for literally everything. So taking on these responsibilities that he doesn't necessarily have to. So he has to like live with himself and the things that he's done because he feels like the guilt and the responsibility. And that kind of ties into his tight grip on control and how he kind of like loses control of certain situations. Sometimes we saw that a lot with his rage arc with the Fight Club stuff and how all of that was stemming from his need to like control himself because he felt like everything around him was so chaotic. So the only thing he could control was himself in those kind of situations.
Another theme is finding your path and purpose. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. So I don't really need to expand. Like that's literally what he's doing in this episode and all of the flashbacks.
Mm-hmm. But also kind of like, is he running away from something or is he running toward something? We talked a lot about that with Albert as well in, what was it, 12?
I think it was.
Or 11. I forget. My brain is mush. But, like, and we see that kind of paralleled with Maddie as well. So there's like Maddie, Eddie stuff there.
And the next major theme is found family, which is also self-explanatory.
So then there were some other themes that were still present, but I think play like a little less like heavy part in this episode specifically, and more just kind of like connecting to other things in the season as well. I think we've talked about a little bit like with the tsunami and some other instances that there are things where they don't belong, like the water coming in like on land and all that stuff. So we kind of see that again in this episode with Hayden. He's not supposed to be in the well. Eddie is not where he belongs or where he feels like he belongs. And also the really random but plot device storm that occurs because there was a specific moment when the newscaster was talking about, this storm system was supposed to go vanish out to sea, but instead it completely shifted course and is now here. So it's like, that's not where you were supposed to be going.
Not super plot devicey. It's just wind.
Yeah. It's a force majeure, right? Which again, actually may be a theme.
Tony Stark making the sacrifice play.
Perfect tee up.
Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of the MO of everyone on the team all the time.
It's with the territory.
It does come with the territory, but like I think specifically the way that Eddie does not play when it is children.
Mm-hmm.
He is willing to do more Buck-esque things than he normally would if it's a kid.
Yeah.
Henna is too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Chim is kind of the most like level-headed across the board, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird.
This is why he's captain.
Yeah.
Allegedly. No, I mean like we saw the captain badge.
Yeah.
I'm still like, maybe it'll be Eddie eventually.
That's something that we can talk about later, actually, because there was some interesting tie-ins with that in Eddie.
Oh, yeah. Keep that for later.
But yeah, then we have like the people who are normally saving people searching for someone to save, but they also need to be saved. So you make the sacrifice play, but then you in turn become someone who needs to be saved.
Kind of like Bobby.
Yeah.
In this season, but also in the next one.
And our man Tony Stark, like I said.
Yeah.
All right. We also have technology malfunctions. Really funny that you test the radio to see if it works, and then when you actually need it, it doesn't work.
Oh, technology.
Did any of us look up what the range of a walkie? Hold on.
Well, they did. They tried to anyway. They were testing that.
I think the range was about 30 feet.
The proper range. Although, it did.
In open, unobstructed areas, 1 to 3 miles. Urban environments. Oh, now it's in kilometers. 1 to 2 kilometers.
I don't know what that is.
I don't either.
Ugh, metric system.
3.2. Stop it. We're looking so American right now.
We are American. I'm sorry.
Such a shame that we're... While she's looking that up, and then we have the video, well, I guess the FaceTiming video on the iPad, failures.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, and then we have the video failures of in the well. Not for the news anchors though.
Yeah, so I just thought that was really funny because it ties back to malfunction, and I didn't think we were going to be seeing as much technological malfunction kind of outside of that episode, but we've found some more. And I just think that's a weird, just a little through thread.
When we get to the Hildy episode, do we have tech malfunctions in there too? Yes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
They're always trying to make me fear tech.
So it's walkie-talkies work for a long range unless it's underground.
Of course.
So that's the factor here.
I guess that's why they were testing that out first.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then we have signs from the universe. I guess this also kind of works for force majeure, the storms.
Yeah, an act of God.
Yeah, acts of God, a sign, just all that stuff.
I'm just quoting my contract right now. my other life. My other life. We have that language on there.
Mm-hmm. So being triggered by the past, obviously, half of this episode are flashbacks. We saw this theme also in Athena Begins in 307. And even in that episode, when we talked about it, there was so much similarity with Haunted 207, which was the episode that we saw Shannon in. So living with trauma and the consequences of trauma and your past being unearthed. This was in the 207, the ghost call 911, but also Athena's past that she never talked about. And then again in Haunted 207 and in this one with the rain and the dirt, we have unstable ground. And in 207 we had the sinkhole which was collapse. I think I talked about it a little bit in that episode too. So Haunted mirroring Athena Begins, mirroring Eddie Begins, unearthing stuff as well.
So just bouncing off of that, I guess.
Yeah.
PTSD.
Uh-huh.
We don't see a ton of the actual effects of PTSD in this episode, so much as how he has it, how he got it. But I think that is an important theme just to keep in mind for Eddie in general. And this is just a summary of what untreated PTSD can do to you, how it can manifest. So obviously it's different for everyone, and it can manifest in a lot of different ways, but it can significantly impact your mental and physical health, relationships, overall quality of life, lead to worsening symptoms over time, including severe depression, anxiety, and an increased risk of suicidal thoughts. Other potential consequences include substance abuse, difficulty concentrating, and problem managing anger.
Oh, got him.
Without treatment, PTSD symptoms like flashbacks, nightmares, and intrusive thoughts can intensify.
We'll see that. Yeah.
Sleep disturbances, heart problems. We don't see all of these, but we see a lot of these things manifest in him, even if they aren't directly addressed in an episode. But a lot of them actually are. Even the suicidal ideation, he has passive suicidal ideation, where it's just kind of like, if I died, it wouldn't really matter.
Yeah.
We see that in
Fight Club era.
Well, yeah, but I'm thinking more like fearophobia.
Oh yeah.
When he's having the talk with Bobby,
right?
Because he's like, they're all dead. I'm still here, and I don't know what to do with that. Like, why?
Yeah. Also, that existential crisis. Fun stuff. And then I just had one more little thing about continuation of the pinned themes, which relates to Stuck. Sorry. This was from the notes that you told me to look at from the umbilical cord stuff.
I was waiting for you to say Stuck.
You're welcome.
Was Stuck that big yet? No, it wasn't. We weren't even in season 2 yet at that time.
Was big to her.
No, I had continuation of pinned, and because pinned related to Stuck, so I'm just like, so we have Hayden pinned in the well. The hen says, look at how he's pinned. You have the chopper being pinned down and taking fire. We have, Eddie, we don't see it, but like he would be pinned with that silver star medal. So like he like wears it emotionally in like a bad way. Eddie and Shannon's relationship. I don't have anything else on there, but it was a bullet point. So this is from like I don't know. Take that how you will.
That was a summer ago.
It existed.
Yep. I'm going to have to look through those and be like, what was I thinking? I was so smart back then. Like I needed explainers. I need an explainer for myself. So something about Eddie and Shannon's relationship, like they were pinning themselves to each other. That's
probably what it was.
Yeah. Just like, attaching themselves to the other and not like letting go. Oh, there's the other one. Okay, I think I'm done.
All right. Well, here's the moment we have all been waiting for.
How long has it been since we started?
2 hours.
Listen, we planned for this, okay?
I didn't think we were going to spend that long on the other sections, though.
Listen, this is a very special episode.
Who's cooking?
Eddie begins.
It's 2011.
Eddie births himself. Oh, sorry.
Himself.
Well, I the thing is, I didn't want to say that because I thought it was weird, but you guys said it and I was like, all right, cool. I'm glad that we're in the same.
He did, though.
He did.
He delivered himself.
Yeah.
Now it sounds Jesus-y.
Yeah, it does.
Well, anyway, I guess disclaimer. This is going to be long and detailed. There's a lot of character analysis to get into. If you don't like Eddie, I assume you're not listening to our podcast. But if for some reason you normally are, just tune in next week. You don't want this.
Literally the Eddie show.
This is the Eddie show.
Even more than normal.
And we have a lot to say.
And just for reference, I think our longest episode, I was double checking, our longest episode edited is 4 hours and 18 minutes. And that was the season 8 episodes 4 through 6. So that included masks and confessions. So that's what we gotta beat today.
We open on the episode. It's 2011. Eddie is 19 allegedly.
I know. I put the years in here, and I was just like, as a touchstone, we cannot get into the timeline right now. But
oh, you're gonna bring up the discourse.
It's not even the discourse. I was just talking about how Ryan Guzman looks good for his age, but he does not look 19.
No, none of them look younger than they are right now. Like. But, I wouldn't have gone and casted new Shannons and new Eddies.
No.
Just for that. No.
It'd be so weird, actually. I can't imagine it.
Yeah. If you want more conversation about the ages and what we definitively say they are, it's in
listen to our astrology episode.
It's our Buddy astrology episode.
I forgot we already did that.
We did, yeah, and we got it out of the way so we can just refer people to that.
That's the law on our show.
Yes.
Headcanon, Confirmed.
I thought you were
As
going
far
to
as
say,
we're away.
like, if you want an episode where we discuss the ages,
No.
I was like, no.
We already did that. We don't have to do it ever again.
Sorry, we're opening with the birth.
We did the work that no one else did, and if for some reason canon
Hates us.
doesn't line up with it, that's their own fault for contradicting
That's their
themselves.
own obstacle.
Not ours. It's their own obstacle.
Obstacles and textures.
So Shannon's giving birth and going through the horrors. And Eddie's there, scared to cut an umbilical cord.
It is definitely not our confident, competent Eddie.
Who is a combat medic.
He is a wreck.
He is, so like you can look at his face and like see that he's like amazed and like in love with his kid already, in awe. But no, he's terrified of hurting this kid like already.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The fear is in his eyes. And he even says like to his dad, like, why didn't you tell? Like, it wasn't as easy as it seems. I'm like, it's actually, no, it's not. That you saved a bunch of people from a helicopter, but this was...
Well, this was before.
I know, but I'm saying comparatively to like tending to wounded soldiers in the sand in the desert in a fucking combat zone and cutting an umbilical cord, what is he more scared of? It's hurting his kid.
Yeah.
Using a pair of scissors or like doing a risky medical procedure in a moving vehicle.
Vehicle or a helicopter. No.
You would think it's no contest, but no, this is not where he thrives.
Yeah. But the doctor or the midwife or the nurse, whoever was delivering the baby, says, come on, Dad, you won't hurt him. Trust me. And he's like, oh, man, I like the sound of that. And that's just now that's Eddie's like life and personality is just now he's dad.
I was like, that is literally, we're seeing the birth of Christopher, but we're seeing the birth of Eddie's identity as a father.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, oh, I like
which
the sound
is
of
his
that.
identity.
Which is his whole identity.
Yeah.
So it's just like everything that was Eddie before no longer exists. It's only Dad Eddie and also combat medic Eddie when he needs to.
Also kind of interesting when you think about like how I know we're talking about like him dad, his role of dad, identity dad, but he also
dad.
like, remember, he also liked being husband. That's another role that he liked.
He says he likes it, but any of the footage we have of him being a husband
contradicts it a little bit.
He likes it in theory.
In theory?
He likes the idea. He likes the idea of being a husband.
In theory.
Yeah.
Not in practice so far.
To Shannon.
Yeah. Well, that is his only practice. So, theory husband, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I guess this is the happiest we literally ever see them.
Yeah.
Is just during the kind of bad that is the happiest we ever see them. Because childbirth is it's like
traumatic.
It's traumatic, like for the woman. Like she is in so much pain, even if she's on pain medicine, and like her body is literally going through a horror movie. So the fact that she looks the happiest we ever see her with Eddie while that's happening.
That is the happiest the two of them ever are because
together. Yeah.
It goes downhill from here.
I mean, besides the one time when they're after the throes of passion or whatever in season 2.
But I don't count that because they're not happy. Because they're like fighting.
Yeah, they're not talking either.
Yeah. Sex doesn't count.
Well, that's how they got Christopher.
It complicates things.
It complicates things. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the only time we see them like actually legitimately happy. But it also like kind of deflates really quickly when Shannon's mom asks, how long do we have you here, Eddie? And then Shannon just like shuts down. Yeah. It's like he's going back in like 2 weeks. I'm not happy about it.
He's going back next week. So like he just got back there. He just got back there just in time. Because I think at some point in the show he does say like
I think he was granted leave.
Yeah.
Like his tour.
But I don't think it was for long. I think
it
was just to go home for the birth and come back.
Yeah. Because he's still in the middle of like his first
tour
enlistment.
Mm-hmm.
But they were like, okay, you can go see the birth of your son.
This is where we get the beginning of the Diaz family lore drops.
Oh my
so
God.
we learned that in here I have my in my notes written, where in the state of Texas was Ramon for all his children's births? Not where they were being born.
It's like, where's Waldo?
Yes.
No.
Or where in the world is Carmen San Diego? It's like, where in Texas? And I looked up the two cities and they were both like hours and hours away. Like he was nowhere near. You would think when you know like the due date is soon-ish that you would be like, yeah, I'm not going to take jobs far away. No, he did not give a shit.
No.
Because like Helena says, Ramon dodged the bullet all 3 times, which I think I'm going to bring up that.
Oh, I'm going to bring that up later.
Yeah,
I'm going to bring that up.
But also the fact that she brought up for Adriana that it was an emergency C-section, and we find out later, and I forget when.
Is it Hero Complex? Season 5?
Yeah, I think so. When Eddie visits Ramon for his retirement thing, and we find out that Eddie crashed his dad's truck trying to get Helena to the hospital because she was in labor and his dad wasn't there. So she's like, thinking about it so silly, so fondly, like Ramon wasn't there, but it was like, how silly, you were there for the good parts. And it's just like,
I don't think it was fun or silly. I'm going to talk.
This was a point of trauma for Eddie, his sense of responsibility.
Yeah. We also get the birth order of Eddie and his faceless sisters. Well, because Eddie is the oldest, and then Sophia, and then Adriana.
So canon, Adriana's the youngest. But kind of back to what you mentioned just a minute ago, when Eddie asks his dad, like, why didn't you tell me that it was more difficult than it seems to be? So that to me indicated like there's always been such a lack of communication between the two of them. Like
he wasn't there to communicate.
He wasn't there. But even as adults, like Ramon didn't talk to Eddie about like fatherhood. You would think like you're about to enter like what's supposed to be like the happiest time of your life. And Ramon doesn't even talk to Eddie about the joys of fatherhood.
Well, what would Ramon know? And also, as far as Ramon's concerned, Eddie's been doing it.
Yeah. So there's just like always been a wall up between them. And it's just makes me mad. But I would love to take a brief moment to look at to compare contrast Helena and Ramon
versus Janet.
And Janet, Shannon's mom, because it's so drastically different and it's fascinating to me. And I wish we saw more of her, because Janet just like waltzes in so boisterous and is just like kind of oversharing stuff about, she just had the reconstructive surgery. So she's like, I have new boobs, and it makes Helena so uncomfortable. It's hilarious.
Right. It is hilarious because like you can clearly see like how like the Diazes are like more conservative, traditional, and then you have what I'm assuming Shannon's dad is not in the picture. I don't think we've ever heard of like a reference to him at all.
No.
So I'm assuming at this point, I'm just gonna make a headcanon at this point. Either it's single mama who knows where the dad is. So that's already like against what a traditional family would look like. So I thought that was funny. I mean, and then kind of to your point, like she does come in kind of like
boom.
I don't know. I don't know how else to
like
explain
Cusco
it.
from The Emperor's New Groove. Boom, baby. Like
there's also a difference. I don't know if you guys have ever experienced this with any family members who have had kids, but I think there's a difference between people who are there to see the people who had the baby and you're just there to see the baby. The Diazes are absolutely just there to see the baby.
Okay.
They're not there to support Eddie or Shannon or see them. They actually do not give a shit at all.
Trying to hold Chris and like, look at this boy, look at the.
Okay, yeah. And I wrote this actually somewhere where I was like, so like it's to the point of what Ramon says, being back in time for the best part. The best part being post-birth. Post that struggle,
not being there for your partner. Come on.
And then it just feels like like other people are putting in the work to deliver this baby. He's not there. And it just feels like, and then he like just the way that he grabs Christopher out of Shannon's arms, it just makes her look like a surrogate.
Oh,
so like I'm like,
Oh my God,
Girl.
actually.
Y'all are crazy. Anyway, that's
Also, the etiquette of this, of like, you don't reach for a baby, especially a newborn, like literally fresh out of the oven baby. Honestly, I don't even think it's polite to ask. Like, you wait until the mother is like,
even
would you like
ask.
to hold them? No.
No, they just said gimme.
he just grabs him,
Mm-hmm.
and then no,
You wait until they say, would you like to hold the baby?
no, but that's what Helena does to Janet. Oh, would you like to hold him? Like,
Yeah, like it's her
Like
baby.
it's her
Like it's
baby.
hers.
Yes.
Like it's hers to give. Please.
No.
It just. But also the way that Eddie like ran to hug Janet when she entered, like
Mhm.
the warmth there.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I know Janet
Contrast.
said like, oh, my baby's having a baby. Like, again, like you said, Han, she's focused on the two people that created this life and checking on them. And it's obvious because the way she and Eddie embrace each other, it's so warm. And it's like he feels so much more comfortable with her than he ever has with his parents. I don't think we ever really see them.
Not a high bar, but
No, I don't think we ever really see them, especially this episode, like interact physically, like a comforting touch, affectionate at all. And it's just like, it makes me wonder why Eddie and Shannon didn't go to live with Janet in the first place.
Probably should have.
Yeah, that would have helped probably a lot.
But you know, she was probably like,
but she was sick. It was because she was sick.
Yeah,
I forgot that part. But yeah,
she was sick, and like that's where having the support network of all of Eddie's family, like minus Abuela and Peppa, obviously, was probably why they stayed there.
Yeah,
I don't know. I would have just moved.
Right.
I would have just moved while he was gone. I would have been like, I'm gonna go live with my mom, and like Peppa and Abuela are here. Bye.
Yeah.
Like, you'll see me if you want to see me and your kid when you come home. This is where we'll be.
Yeah. Because then also, like, they could have had that extra support because Shannon, I would assume, would also be there to help her mom.
Yeah.
But she would be pulling like double caregiver duty for both her mom and Christopher. But like then they would have Peppa and Abuela to lean on.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming some of Peppa's like more extended family. And it's just like, that seems like it, even though Janet was sick, that seems like it would have been such a better solution than sticking everybody with the Diazes, who are not helpful, and Helena, who we know gives Shannon hell. Like, but I think it's because Eddie hadn't been able to cut the cord from his parents.
No, because he's still a baby. I mean, he's not.
They're
but
both
he's still
babies.
A baby. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's that sense of responsibility.
And we don't see him grow a backbone or cut the cord with them until later in the episode, after he's done both of his doors. So
And I think it's also like his sense of responsibility to like take care of them too. Just like, what do you owe them, really? Nothing.
I don't think he thinks he owes them anything. It's more of just
that
like
was a me question.
I think it's more of a just like he was raised of like family is your blood, and this is like it's probably a cultural thing too.
Cultural thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's just how he was raised. And
Like,
it's families fight with each other. Families can't stand each other. It's like, well, not all families.
Like, I feel like when you're analyzing Eddie, you always have to put that cultural nuance into it instead of being like, well, why didn't he do this? Or why didn't he do that? Like, you got to consider, like, this is how he's been raised.
Yeah. And it has like such a strong hold over him as well. That is also like the only thing he's known.
Yeah.
To kind of pivot from the parents a little bit, like this is the instance where we see Shannon gift Eddie the St. Christopher's medal, and as a reminder that he has a family to come home to.
I still find it funny how she just like pulls out the velvet box. I was like,
where was hiding that?
I'm pretty sure he was also like, what?
Yeah. What am I getting? Earrings? Like what's happening?
Am I getting
like,
a
I
ring?
didn't give you a push gift. Like
Not a push gift.
But yeah, and this is our first of many beautiful, seamless transitions in this episode where she's like, and to remind you that you have a family to come home to. And he says, I love you both. Because he could never just say, I love you.
No.
Just turn directly. And then he says, no matter what happens, I'm always going to fight to come home to my family. And then it's immediately cut to the present day of him buried alive.
I'm still alive down here.
Saying this is Diaz, which is crazy because like he rarely says that. I think on the radio is kind of like the only time he ever refers to himself as Diaz, because I think that is like the official firefighter thing is you're supposed to say like your last name.
Because everybody's on the channel. So
yeah,
there can be so many Eddies.
He's like, this
probably.
is, but I just think it's interesting like for this episode specifically because he's referred to Diaz so much. But he's like, this is Diaz. Can anybody hear me? It's Eddie. I'm alive. I'm still alive down here. So goes to him like, I'm always going to fight, to him literally fighting.
I have a question. Have we used Staying Alive as a song?
No.
Yeah.
We have?
We have? I'm staying alive.
I need to make a playlist of all of our songs.
You do. I think you started one.
Putting it in the suggestion box.
Oh, I'm thinking of I Feel the Earth Move Under My Feet.
I feel the earth move
Yeah.
over my head. I feel the sky crumbling down.
Dear God.
I think we need to use a Taylor Swift song because if we're doing it on...
Oh, yeah.
And then just for the kismet of Buck having a Taylor Swift song for his Begins episode. Anyway.
You're on your own, kid. We set that one aside also early. I think this was in the
so
same
don't
conversation.
That one for us, Kristen Rydell.
Or any 911 writers. They're not going to pay for Taylor Swift. They're too poor for Taylor Swift.
They have Disney money.
They got Disney money, but not
They're not poor, but they're not going to do a Taylor.
No.
I think, she approves. Like, she's very involved in what she approves it to be used in, so.
Yeah. And she'll be like, what the hell is this? 911? No.
In my heart, she's a 911 fan.
I mean, the 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon are like...
She loves Grey's Anatomy. There's no way she wouldn't love this show.
She loves Grey's Anatomy. Travis was on the other Ryan Murphy show, Grotesquerie or whatever. So, like, Travis exists within the Ryan Murphy cinematic universe.
Just get Travis Kelce to be a firefighter for shits and giggles. That's how we get it.
I wouldn't hate it.
I don't know what that would look like. I think it's funny.
I don't care. I would watch it.
So we have our preview of what the fuck is happening. I think the first time I watched this episode with Sil, I was like, are we getting like oh my God, what's the movie title? It's like something, an amount of hours.
127 hours?
That.
The one where the guy cuts off his own arm.
Yeah. I was like, are we getting a 127 hours moment? Like, what is happening? Because it's like this brief flash of him being like, I'm still alive. And he's like, I was like, is he in a cave? What the fuck is happening? And then they're just like, we're in the station and playing with walkie-talkie.
Yeah, it's actually kind of like an interesting sequence of shots or scenes because we start with the flashback and then it's like a flash forward and then like a mid flashback to like catch you up to speed. And it's like,
they use the and again, it's a good transition because it's like, I'm still alive down here. Anyone? And then it's Firefighter Diaz. Do you copy? Back in flashback, but still in present.
In the slightly earlier present day. Earlier in the day. Yeah. And I also just thought, and here's another little Buckapedia little nugget for you. When Eddie says, he's 5x5, a lot of people know the 5x5 from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. The character Faith says that, but it originated, like the phrase 5x5 came from military radio communication to indicate a signal strong and clear. So that would also make sense for Eddie to say that. And it's also just like very obvious foreshadow. I mean, the foreshadowing hits you on the head with that, but like purposefully.
Being a Buffy fan would make sense, actually, for the age he is and having little sisters.
Yeah, I think it could be like a dual thing there.
Yeah.
So as they're doing the walkie checks, Christopher comes to the station with Carla and he has a big question / favor for Eddie because Carla couldn't say no to him because like, look at that face. And it's Christopher asking his dad to help him with his show and tell, which is on Friday, however many days away. What was it like? I thought it was going to be your hamster, and the hamster's old news, which is hilarious because we never see them have a hamster. So I don't think the hamster lived very long. But Christopher, according to Carla, was snooping, which is interesting, snooping and found Eddie's Silver Star medal that inspired Christopher, who I guess has like heard the story in like a very general, like kid friendly way. He wants to use that and his dad as his show and tell because that's super freaking cool. And nobody else is going to have that for their show and tell, you know? And immediately when Carla hands Eddie the Silver Star, it's just like this. The audio transposes, like we're basically in Eddie's head because it's the audio of like the shootout a little bit, and that's even overlaid with like a heartbeat racing. So it's like Eddie, who doesn't panicking a little bit while just holding his little medal.
Mm-hmm.
And amidst Christopher saying like, my dad's a hero and he's so proud of him. And Eddie's just like, no, I'm not.
Yeah, I really liked the audio that they put in this moment. I thought it was such a nice touch because it's like all the memories that are contained in that Silver Star are like beautifully alluded to with the auditory cues because there's like flashback sounds of like combat and then the sound of his heart racing. It's so good.
Would you say the memories are flooding back to him?
They're definitely resurfacing, so they're already like coming up to the surface. Yes, of his
from being buried.
Yes, of his memory. So it's like I think this is kind of why everything is so like up there at the top of his memory during this whole episode.
Yeah, because we'll also see later like that heartbeat audio gets repeated later on. I think just in general, whoever did the audio editing in this episode specifically did an absolutely incredible job because it helps.
That kind of stuff's probably in the script.
Yeah. Okay.
That kind of stuff, because like normally that kind of like big of a beat would be like, it would help the actor with their line if
like
they're
in
like
the sides of the script.
Yeah, so it'll be like Eddie looks something while combat sounds play in the background, or his heartbeat sound gets louder, hears his own heartbeat in his ear, something like that.
Well, whoever's idea it was, maybe, and probably collaboration of people's ideas. Like, I think the audio, and we'll talk about this as well when we get to the montage, how specifically it's used. I think just like the way that they developed the landscape of the audio in this episode is incredible and helps the story become even fuller. Like all the senses kind of, you know, Chris really is pleading with Eddie to like, you know, please, will you be my show? Will you be my show and tell?
Please.
Because again, who can say no to that face? And like Eddie was going to fold immediately because he's got such a soft
spot.
Thank you for his kid.
Girl is not Mercury retrograde anymore.
I got
what
4
are we
hours
doing?
of sleep. I'm sorry. And, you know, Eddie's just kind of like, how am I going to tell like a war battle story to like a bunch of 4th graders? But then he kind of relents. He's like, I'll figure it out. And Chris asks him like up front, like, do you promise?
Do you promise?
Do you promise?
Oh, he says it's so cute too.
Do you promise? And Eddie's like, yeah, I'll figure something out.
You, me, Friday morning, 4th grade appropriate war stories.
Got it. And then he says, I love you, like as they're leaving because the alarm blares. And so just like another instance of Eddie making sure that Christopher knows. We didn't mention it in themes, but I think I love yous are also a theme in this as well, because Eddie always says it to Christopher. And that like one time that he said it to Shannon kind of, but Christopher was included. But Eddie always makes sure that Christopher knows how much he's loved.
I have a thing to say about that.
Now or later?
No, I'll say it right now. I'll just
Okay.
riff off of that because that reminded me of my own father, who has always told me and my brothers that he loves us like all the time, constantly, you know, even more when we were little kids.
Mhm.
Multiple times a day when we say goodbye to go do something, says it all the time.
Yeah.
He makes such a point of it because
Mm.
his parents literally never told him. Well, not his parents, his dad. His mom definitely said, but his dad literally never told him he loved him. So I think this is a similar situation
Mm.
where I can't actually think of a time where his parents are like, I love you
No.
to him. And even if they did, like, I'm not remembering, he definitely doesn't feel loved by them. So that's very much one of the generational things that he is trying to course correct on to make sure that Chris knows that his father loves him every day.
Especially because Eddie is so like reserved in expressing his emotions, but he never,
not with Chris,
never halts himself in being effusive about how much he loves Chris, how much he's proud of him, like everything, like all of that. All of the emotions that Eddie expresses are towards Chris all the time.
Yeah, because he has a roadmap of what not to do.
Yeah.
To make your kid feel loved and cared for and supported. Yeesh.
So they arrive at the well house, the search commences sort of thing. And I find it interesting when everybody is spreading out to look for Hayden, the little boy. Everyone is yelling like, Hayden, Hayden. Everyone is yelling except for Eddie. He is silent, but he's very observational. Yes. And he is the one that ends up finding Hayden because he's like following his little breadcrumbs. And of course he comes upon like this little tank toy, which is just
the toy tank bad omen is what I wrote in my notes. Not the toy tank bad omen.
Yeah. It really is. So that kind of like clues him in. But I just thought it was kind of fascinating that everybody who was so like loudly looking, and then here's Eddie, who is like quietly observational and is the one to find the kid and follow the clues. I thought that was interesting.
I think that's very much how he works.
Yeah.
He is very much I'm going to quietly observe things and then decide the course of action based on my observations.
And you said that, and I immediately thought of 201 when he and Buck
how he handles
like in the
Buck.
gym. Yeah. Like, because he was observing for so long and then finally was like, okay, I know how to handle this now. What's your problem with me? You know, like, like waiting to kind of like find the opportunity to make a move, sort of like very logistical, very tactician-y.
Analytical, because he thinks
that works. So we can kind of hop a little forward to when they're establishing communication between Hayden and his mom. Joy is her name again. And how Eddie hops in when Joy is so overwhelmed, and understandably, she's an absolute wreck, but she's trying to be strong for her kid and is trying to talk to him over the radio. And then at one point she's just like, I can't do this. I can't do this. So that's when Eddie comes in and uses his calm dad voice because he knows exactly what to do in this kind of like situation, and is just very calming, comforting. He says, I know it's scary out there by yourself, but they're coming to get you. Stuff about, you know, like Hayden being alone and scared. And Eddie makes his, is this the third promise of the episode so far? Because we got the promise for Shannon to fight to come back to your family, promise to Christopher to be there for show and tell, promises Joy that they will get her son back. So he's just stacking up those promises, and he's going to come through on all of them. This is also where we see some of like the time constraints, the running out of time elements, because like with it raining and everything, the ground is unstable, and Eddie's saying like, because they're trying to shore up like stabilize the borehole that they have, that it's wasting them time that they don't have, but the ground is unstable, and it's on Buck's insistence that they can't give up because he always fights for the kids too. So Eddie then volunteers to go in and rescue Hayden because he heard his voice. He would recognize him from that is Hayden's point of contact.
Yeah, he established connection with Hayden.
Yes. So he's like, that's why I gotta go. And I love the transition from this to the flashback, because it's like Eddie volunteers to go, and then we just hear Shannon.
Are you insane?
Yes. It's kind of like,
all of the transitions are so good.
I know the transitions are great, but I kind of think in some ways like Shannon in some of these instances are like his Jiminy Cricket. Like his little subconscious.
Well, he's hearing what she would have said about
him
volunteering to do that.
Yeah. And again, just like to point out, all of this is kind of being brought up, being unearthed, if you will, with Shannon after we've seen in Seize the Day, and was it Seize the episode that they have the parent teacher night at school. Sorry, all of this Shannon stuff is getting unearthed right after we saw Eddie at the parent teacher night, and kind of alluding to that he may be quote unquote ready to move on from Shannon. He's not, but that's what like the narrative was kind of implying a little bit. And then the ghost of Christmas Past quite literally comes in.
So
stuff.
Rachel labeled this segment Re-Enlistment Argument with Shannon. And I wrote, otherwise known as, do the thing that makes you the most miserable in the name of responsibility and duty, because that's what a man is about. That's what being a man is about. Or, I'm terrified of hurting my kid who is already hurting and scared of acknowledging my failed marriage and why it's always been doomed.
That's not any less words.
No, but it is more specific.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
that's actually what's happening here.
Yeah. All of this is like Shannon's so mad about like Eddie saying that he's doing it for them. And she's like, no, you're not.
She's rightfully mad.
Yes.
But like she wants him to just like open up and say real things. And I think like if, for example, if he was having this argument with Buck could prod him into saying real things that he was scared of, like what the actual root of the problem was, not just I'm doing this for us, because that's bullshit. Like it's not true, but it isn't. It's the whole truth.
It's like an effect of the cause, but like it's a cause and effect. Like
he feels like it is what he has to do, but it's not the main reason why he's doing it.
No.
Because there are other things he could do.
He's doing it because he's scared.
He's scared.
And, his personal experience is the father has to provide. So that's what he's doing.
And him being away is okay because, like,
it's societally acceptable. Just like so much else is just like.
It's also just deemed honorable on the outside. It's also what he knows based on what he's observed from his own father.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because, like, he was never going to open up to Shannon. I think we all know this. But, like, it's just interesting because, like, he's also not hearing her because she was like, I could also go and, like, get a job. It could be part-time at first, but, like, I can also, because, like, she's trying to, like...
She just wants him home.
She wants him home, but like I also feel like she's trying to find like an equal partnership, and like that's not happening.
She literally says that.
Exactly.
She's literally like, I don't want a provider. I want a partner.
Eddie just completely shuts down her offer to like share the burden. That's really what she's trying to get across, is she wants, like you said, that equal partnership. She wants to share the burden of providing for their family. She wants to be on equal footing with him, and he completely shuts it down because he's like, no, I have to be the one to provide because it's my responsibility. Even though they're both they are both prioritizing Christopher, but in completely drastically different ways.
Yep.
And the way that they argue, they both get so defensive that they would never be able. I don't think either of them would be able to really open up to the other and say what they're actually trying to say. So then it gets shrouded in all of this, like, dredging up the same kind of arguments and, making digs at each other and like having to be defensive of their own like mental health and everything. And it's the way they argue is so different, and their communication styles are so different because neither of them can really
get the other person to, well, I mean, here's the thing, is she is flat out saying what she needs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I don't know how much else she could do to communicate. Yeah, I mean, she's doing it aggressively, but like, can't really blame her.
No, I think she's completely justified.
Yeah.
And Eddie is the one that is shut down in this, like in this instance. But, it's quintessential Eddie because he's making the choices without discussing it with anyone else. And he's making the choices because he thinks this is what is expected of him, and that he needs to take all of the emotional burden so he can free up of other people's. But it's like, that's not what's happening here, because Shannon still has a lot of emotional burden because she has to take care of their very young son who has a lot of medical needs.
She doesn't have anyone to lean on because she can't really talk to him because he's like unreachable. And she's not leaning on the Diazes.
Absolutely not.
I think she's trying to, but also like,
how can she open up emotionally to them?
No.
Be real.
No, and they're just gonna bite her head off.
No, and there's no way that she feels like safe to be vulnerable about like how stressed she is, or all of the feelings she was having about like the guilt about, Christopher having CP. Like there's no way she could have felt safe to communicate any of that, to like have a support system, because she would have just received judgment.
And I don't think she ever said that to Eddie too, because they had that conversation in season 2 about her guilt. So it's kind of similar to 817, where, okay, I know I just said they have different communication things, but actually I think I'm going to walk that back. I think they're too similar, actually, because in both instances, for Eddie in 817 and Shannon in this episode, they're both like acting out kind of like of guilt and kind of pushing it onto someone else, or like they're trying to reach out, but in a way that because at the base it's like all guilt and anger at themselves. Does that make sense? Am I just saying words?
But no, she's actually angry at him.
I mean, yes, that too, but there's another layer where she is like angry at herself that she is not expressing. So all of that anger at Eddie plus the anger at herself gets directed towards Eddie. I think that's what I was trying to say.
The difference here is that they were never going to move forward, as opposed to like Buck and Eddie, and how they find ways to move forward, how to break that cycle of not. In other words, I feel like I'm getting into. Well, no, it doesn't have to be slow burn territory, because like this is what happened. Like, because like they're breaking that cycle of Eddie specifically is breaking that cycle of like owning up to what had transpired in those very specific arguments,
But yeah, I don't know. I think that the crux of this argument is just like Shannon is being very like, I can't do this without you. I need you to be here. Christopher needs you to be here. I don't need a provider. I need a partner. You don't know what it's like going through this alone. And the only thing Eddie hears is just like, you're not the only one who feels alone. Like he doesn't address any of the other things because he just doesn't know how to be her partner. I don't think he wants to be her partner.
And they never were partners to begin with.
No.
Really, because they were
high schoolers.
Like they were immediately thrust into oh, you guys got pregnant, now you have to be partners for life. And they were never ready for that.
A little bit on that. So, like, you know how I was talking about, like, Janet being, like, less conservative?
Yeah.
What if she, like, Shannon's mom wasn't the one that was pushing for that marriage?
No, it was
It was definitely the
Diazes.
Diazes. Okay.
Oh, 1,000. I never expected it otherwise. Janet would probably have been like, that's okay, free love. But I don't know. I just feel like that's her vibe.
Yeah. Well, and I think they're also the reason that Eddie is so focused. I mean, like, part of it is running away and the being scared and the fear and all of that stuff. But I think it's also just very much he has these classical views of like what a man and a husband should be doing. And it's like providing for his family so that the mom doesn't have to work because that is how he grew up.
Yeah.
Those very traditional gender roles.
Yeah.
So when she's like, well, I could, like, we can sell the house. And he's like, no, because you have to have a house and you need to not work. So you saying we should sell the house and you go to work? Like, no, my parents will fucking, like, burn me at the stake.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's also, like, with Shannon not having a job in that instance, too, like, of course, her priorities are Christopher, but she has no other life other than revolving around Christopher, which Eddie is fine with. His life revolves around Christopher, but not everybody is built that way. Like someone like being a mom does not seem, as much as we know about Shannon, which is not a lot, but it never seems like that she was comfortable with that being her entire identity the way Eddie is.
No.
With his. And
which is healthy.
Right. Right. Like, and that kind of goes back to their last conversation at the dinner in like 2:17 when she's like, I need to figure out how to be someone's mom before I can be someone's wife. Like, she was seeking identity because she hadn't had one. But also bringing it back to season 2 with Eddie and Shannon, this argument where they have with, you're not the only one going through this alone, I don't need a provider, I need a partner, is almost beat for beat. It's different in the verbiage, but is pretty much the same exact argument that they have in Haunted 207 about like Shannon saying like, you never had my back.
And he's like, I did.
He also says, what did you need that I didn't give you?
Yeah.
Yeah. She says, Eddie always knows what's best for everyone. God forbid if you stop for a second and actually ask what they need. And then he asks, what did you need that I didn't give you? So like still in that provider mindset. And she said, I needed a husband.
Told you.
Yeah. She said, I needed a husband and a co-parent, but what I got was a life alone with a baby and you on another continent. I needed someone to have my back. I always had your back. No, you were in Afghanistan. So it's that same argument that just like, that never got fully resolved. And that was our introduction to Shannon. Like, this is tread and retread ground over and over again. They were just not happy at all. They were so miserable, but they were like, but the priority is Christopher and traditional conservative family values, probably like divorce is not on the table.
No, because really, like, what does that say about you? Or, well, in this case, Eddie. Yeah.
Failure.
Yeah. Failure, where he would specifically feel like he failed, but also it's especially that like at this age when they're having that argument, just like even thinking about like I said earlier, of like her going back to work and them not owning the house and him coming home and working a bunch of jobs and having her help him provide, like he, like that alone, he would have been fearing the like reaction from his parents, the judgment. Think about how, oh my God, like that was probably the first thought he had when she was like, I want a divorce. He was like, oh my God, what are they going to say when I tell them I have to get a divorce? It's like, I've had to hear all this shit about her and our marriage, but like at least we were still married.
At least you can say we didn't quit.
Yeah.
And it's
I
like,
don't know.
Maybe you should have. It might have been healthier.
Your little brain.
And
the
like,
fact that neither one of them like thought to reach out in how many years was it? 4?
What?
3? When she left and then when she showed back up. It
she
was when
left in
Christopher
2015.
Yeah.
Christopher was 4. So it was 3 years.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So in no time in 3 years of the no contact and your wife leaving, did you ever think, maybe I should file for a divorce?
No, because then he would still be a failure. Even more than just having your wife out in the world.
Fucking crazy.
Estranged. And it's just like the cognitive dissonance. And it's just like for two people whose priority is their son and wanting to do right by him, they were so blinded by what they should be doing and what they needed the other person to be doing that they didn't think, oh, maybe it would be healthier for Christopher if he wasn't in an environment as volatile as this.
No, because even when she's like, I think we should get a divorce, it wasn't about them. It was about her being like, I have to learn how to be someone's mother before I can learn how to be a wife. Because I think I'll have to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I will just end up leaving both of you again.
Yeah.
Then, Christopher starts crying and she's like, go be a dad, basically. And do your job. He hasn't been there. So he's still very awkward and he's struggling and you can tell that he's still very scared.
Mm-hmm.
And Eddie does not do well in situations where he doesn't feel like confident, competent, good enough.
Mm-hmm.
There's too many variables.
Good at what he's doing. Yeah. And so he's like, well, he doesn't want me. He wants you. And she's like, well, you're a stranger to him, but like, you don't have to be.
But he's going to be anyways, because you're going back to war, I guess. Yeah. So Shannon leaves at that point, after the like, you're not the only one who feels alone. And she's just done with that conversation because, fair. And Eddie is just like so desperate and he does not know how to provide the comfort that he wants to provide for Christopher, which is part of the problem. He's providing, and I think I wrote this multiple times in my notes, but he is, because he learns from Ramon, to be a provider in like the material, financial aspects, but it's never emotional providing. He doesn't know how to do that yet. He has to learn that from scratch. And he learns that when Shannon is gone, essentially.
He's trying to comfort Chris. And I think they don't have it in the transcript, but I think the last thing he says is like, come on, buddy, like give your daddy a break.
Yeah. That's it.
And then we cut to Bobby saying, all right, extra oxygen in case you need it. Give him a break. Because he will need it.
Yep.
And Bobby very meticulously tells him this important information that I just don't think he listened to. Because he says, after 30 minutes, you're going to feel 2 strong tugs on your line. Then we're pulling you out. Same goes for you. You find that boy first. You tug on that line twice. Because they knew that they were going to lose comms. But apparently both Buck and Eddie forgot about this because what the fuck? Because like Eddie found the kid and then instead he tried to radio, even though he knew that it wasn't working. And then he didn't tug on the line. He was just reaching for Hayden.
I think he was just so like singularly focused.
I guess.
That's what
and
I
then
think.
like Buck's trying to give him a little more time. He's like, what if he's right there? What if he's trying to get him? What if he just needs a couple more minutes? It's like, well, then tug on the line and maybe he'll tug back. I don't know.
I think they forgot about that a little bit, or they couldn't feel it because it was so far to, plot hole.
I don't know, but like Hayden wasn't safe yet. He was still in the thing.
No, but he wasn't supposed to be safe. It was just, if you find the kid, tug on the line twice so we know you found him.
But that, for me, that meant like once he tugs, they're pulling him back up. That's what it means to me.
Like ready to surface.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I'm like,
that's not what he said.
But that's what context clues.
Well, I don't know.
The directions
I'm
weren't
autistic
clear.
and so is Eddie. So I feel like literally he took the directions. It should have just been like, you find him, you tug.
To me, that just means like you find him, but like once he's safe, like you have him tug and then we'll pull you out. That's how
I read it too.
I feel like that would work because like imagine he just pulls, he finds him, he tugs, and then they just start pulling him out. No wonder he cuts the line at that point. Like,
then they should have had a better system where it's like one long tug, I found the kid, 2 tugs, time to go.
Yeah, they should have had different counts for tugging.
Buck should have tugged on it too.
Yeah,
he now we gotta stop saying tugging.
Oh my god. This is not the bachelor party episode, okay?
Jesus.
I wasn't even thinking about that.
Wow.
I'm already seeing the social clip. Eddie begins.
Tug of war.
Buck should have tugged on it too.
Buddy, tug of war.
Dear.
Wink. Oh,
Buck and
God.
Eddie both should have tugged on it. Okay, let's move on.
Yeah. So basically this is the moment, because they are out of time, like weather-wise, they are out of time. Like it was already dangerous. And so they try to inanely without the, communication. So they lost communication from the walkie, but also because they didn't do the thing that they established that they would do to communicate.
Well, it was badly established.
Yeah. So Eddie makes the split decision because like we mentioned in the quotes from the article, Eddie is so like singularly focused. He sees this as his mission. And because he made the promise to the mom, he's like, we're not getting out of there without your kid. I made a promise. I keep my promises. So he does the probably stupidest thing he could ever do. And he cuts the line. He cuts the umbilical cord, And it's so stupid because how are they going to get the kid out that time? But I mean, I guess he kind of figured someone else would have to go down too. But that's also one that's endangering someone else to go down there.
There were no thoughts.
Two, just like very briefly, for Eddie, who was so
But
about
at least that way. But I mean, at least that way, they like having someone else go down there is to like see what's actually the situation, because at that point, no one knows what's the fuck is happening.
Mm-hmm. And it's because it's a clean break that they know like he did it on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
But I was just going to say really quickly, like for his decision making, for someone who is so all about Christopher all the time, he hasn't done anything with his will yet, as far as we know of.
Mm-hmm.
He's making this decision to endanger himself and therefore put Christopher kind of like at risk of losing another parent. But I think it's because there's another boy and another parent that would be in that kind of situation as well. And so like he's compartmentalizing. He can't think about Christopher at the moment. So he's just like.
Well, it's the same thing Hen says, where it's like, I think in 203, when like Bobby's like, or 202.
It's 202.
202. And he's like, I'm not going to ask any of you to do this. And I think Chim is like, well, you have a kid. You should go home. And she's like, if Denny was in this situation, I would hope that other people would do whatever they could to help him. So it's, it's
he is putting himself in that
that situation. Same kind of thought process.
He's been in that situation.
Yes, he has. Also with drowning. Yeah.
And this is one of the reasons why I think it is intentional.
But I'm also like, I don't know. Maybe this is just my brain, and maybe I wouldn't work this way in an emergency, but I would have just started yelling, like, put me back down. I almost had him until they could hear me.
That would be a thing.
And like, I don't think that it takes that long to pull him up and send him back down. And it's just like, if the water was going to start flooding and you're both down there, how do you think you're going to save him? Like, what, just hold him up until you pass out and then he also I know there was no logic flowing in his body.
No logic except I have to keep this promise.
Yes. And the fact that like where he and when he cut the cord was so like, and he like it was dangerous to him physically. Like, I mean, he did put his arms and legs out to like slow down, but like he's still passed the fuck out. Like, I think he wasted more time than if he had just gone up and like send me back down.
Yeah. To that extent, I understand him not wanting to take any more time because they were on such a time crunch with the water rising and everything like that. But I think just very briefly, I think I did read in one of the other articles that, that fall where he kind of like landed, it did actually hurt Ryan.
I would think.
I would think so too. That looked, and also that borehole, so small.
Mm-hmm.
I would have been so claustrophobic.
Oh, same.
Filming this episode. Like, I know it has to, like, they have the cameras in there, so it's probably actually like much bigger than it seems. It's probably like, I'm thinking of like, you know, those ant farms where you can see from the outside.
Yeah.
But like, if you're in it, it feels like just no.
I forgot to say earlier, I do love the shot when he first finds the well.
Yeah.
And it goes viewpoint up from the well and it's all black except the circle that's like perfectly framing his face.
Yes.
I was like, nice.
Yeah. The cinematography in this is just like, it is really cool.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure they had to get like super creative. Like, how are we going to do this to make it look like he's actually 40 feet in the ground? You know?
You're like, we're going to magically make it nighttime. It's easier if it's dark. Everything's dark.
Just like they magically made it nighttime with the helicopter crash as well.
too.
Oh my God.
No, they did. I was like, the sun was up.
I was like, this is also a theme, I guess, in this episode.
Darkness. Well, darkness, loneliness, you know. Yeah. So yeah, he cuts the line for whatever logic-based reason or lack thereof. And I think that transitions to the video call with Shannon and Chris when he's in the army. I forget exactly what the audio transition of that was. Because he's fallen down in his little tunnel and lands pretty hard.
He falls down. Shim says the camera's underwater. Hopefully it's just the camera because the camera comes back. And then you hear Eddie.
Oh, that's it.
Eddie, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Like they're trying to reach him, but it's Shannon.
Yeah.
Just like how that goes back and forth, which is really cool.
Yeah.
And they're on a very staticky phone call or video call. The signal is not 5x5.
No.
It is
There's no 5G
1 by
at the
1.
time. Actually, I don't know. Is there 5G? I don't think so.
It was probably like 3G back then.
Well, it's probably 3G in the area that there are, or hell, 2G.
Or 2G.
I would know, like going to Peru.
1G.
Going to Peru on the data plan that I have, I get 2G like in the middle of the desert. So
there you go.
Oh.
2G. 2G FaceTime.
Practical knowledge comes in handy.
Yes. 2G, 3G, something like that.
The spotty video call is kind of wild because it kind of starts with like Eddie saying, "You're breaking up." And it's like, well, yeah, because they do actually break up for the reason that she's calling about, which is that her mom is sick again.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, oh God, that kind of foreshadowing is a little like, oof, you know, but Shannon's just like an absolute wreck because her mom, who is a cancer survivor, has gotten cancer again, but it's different cancer. And you see Eddie's like medic brain, you know, like the likelihood of that, you know, trying to spout medical facts. And she's like, no, it's different. And Chris is upset, and because he probably doesn't even know what's going on, just knows that his mom is upset.
He's like comforting her as she starts like crying,
which is so Christopher too.
Mm-hmm.
He's always been so intuitive, especially growing up with like his parents that are so miserable. Unfortunately, not because of him, but just because of the rest of their life and their choices. Youch.
Well, Shannon, is it Shannon or Eddie who says it in 217? But like one of them says that kid was born happy. Oh, I think it was Shannon.
Yeah.
And then Eddie's like, yeah, well, he gets that from me.
Eddie says that kid was born happy, and she says, no idea where he gets it from.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's how
And he's like,
gets it from me.
And she's like,
who are you?
Is the me in the room with us?
I would like to picture as a kid before.
I bet he was a really happy kid.
Yeah, before 10 years old. He was probably a very happy kid. Oh my God, somebody please read 3 by Buddie or Aya.
Oh my God, a masterpiece. Also
and
the
6.
sequel.
Yes.
6, impeccable.
Such a good fic. Anyway.
I got really sad watching this for the 4th time today because I started thinking about Dancer Eddie.
Yeah.
Dancer Eddie versus like combat medic Eddie.
Also makes an appearance in the fic.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good. So yeah, Shannon is feeling responsible. the responsibilities of having to care for her mom, also because it doesn't look good. Apparently it's
stage
like
3.
Yeah.
pretty far along. In this instance, I have to kind of put myself into Shannon's like POV and just like Shannon, who is the primary caregiver for her special needs son. Her mom is dying of cancer again. She's stuck with in-laws who are overbearing and have never liked her anyways. And her partner, supposed partner, is thousands of miles away overseas trying to provide for her in ways that don't actually help emotionally. And just like, that sucks. What a hand to be dealt.
Yeah.
And it's like, no wonder she feels the responsibility for Christopher, but also like to care for her mom.
Couldn't have been one of the Diazes, huh?
Oh my God.
I'm just saying, if anyone's parents deserve to have a fatal cancer diagnosis.
Listen, one of them is close. He's gonna get a stroke one day. Okay.
I'm so glad these are fictional characters.
Well, yes.
I know. It's just like,
you're telling me you'd be sad about Helena or Ramon dying?
I'd be sad for Eddie.
Yeah.
Because he'd be sad and have to deal with all of that.
Yeah. It would be Eddie based. Not
But
them
I wouldn't
specifically.
be that sad. Yeah, it's just like what a pickle they all find themselves in. And Eddie, like he is getting on the chopper, the fated chopper. And he oh, sweet summer child. She's like, have you tried calling my parents? Maybe they can help. It's like, I don't think she wants to.
No, but like, I think he just meant in the physical sense of them watching Chris while she goes to see her mom.
Which
they would love to do.
Forever and ever. And then he does like, as they're entering the helicopter and about to take off, he's like, we'll figure it out. And they never do. Famous last words. But also actually famous last words. I don't think he says, I love you, ending the call. And even with like Christopher on it. So like ostensibly, if the
only time he says I love you to her in that episode is when he's like, I love you both.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, if things had gone a different way and like Eddie didn't survive the crash or the attack, those would have been the last things he would have said to Shannon and or Christopher, which was like, maybe that is also another reason why he is so like effusive with Christopher, is like, I love you. I'm just leaving to go to a call, but I love you, because he doesn't want that to happen again, potentially.
Oh, that's like a tie-in to the last episode that we watched.
Yeah. Yes. With Taking of Dispatch.
Well, I guess that one and the one before that.
Pinned and Taking of Dispatch. Yes. They're all kind of like,
I was like, well, because it was like the dad who like didn't say it back to his daughter.
The nail gun.
And yes. And then that inspired Chimney to profess his love.
Yeah.
And then Maddie can't say it back, but then she says it back because she's in a hostage situation.
If you're listening to our podcast, it means, like us, you also love a good procedural TV show that features incredibly interesting and brave first responders, especially firefighters.
That's why we want to tell you about a podcast you should check out.
It's called the One Chicago Podcast, and it's the official exclusive behind-the-scenes look at some of the most iconic TV series on right now: Chicago Fire, Chicago PD, and Chicago Med. From USG Audio and Wolf Entertainment themselves, the people behind Law & Order.
Each episode joins host and former Chicago cop turned Chicago PD producer, Brian Lucci, as he's joined by the actors, producers, and writers behind the epic One Chicago universe, including
a chat with actor David Eigenberg. You might also know him as Steve Brady from Sex and the City. He shares his fascinating and unexpected path to playing Christopher Herman on Chicago Fire.
Stop, drop, and roll your way over to the One Chicago Podcast by searching for One Chicago Podcast in your favorite podcast app. That's One Chicago Podcast.
So then we have the whole kind of like sequence of them in the helicopter and then the crash and battle. And basically like the heroism that earned Eddie his silver star. I don't know like how much we want to get into that.
I wrote much competency, much compassion, much tenacity, much stubbornness.
That sums it up pretty well.
Yeah, because like this is just kind of like what we see him do as a firefighter, but just like to a whole new degree because he's under active gunfire from enemy combatants, and he has to like switch gears constantly between making sure he isn't getting shot too much, because he does get shot several times, making sure that he's saving people and dragging them to safety, but also he has to cover fire for his fellow unit members. So that's a lot of things.
It's like multitasking on steroids.
Yeah.
I did write down, like, it is cool to see Eddie in his element, like, of the reputation that preceded him, because we know that he was in the army and he got a Silver Star, like, from even before we see him on screen. So, like, we've seen Eddie in that kind of environment as a firefighter, but not as a combat medic. So it's kind of cool to see, like, how competent and confident he is in that setting as well. And like, he's good with people and he's charming and he's talking to his patient Greg's. And it's so different from him being at home, like, because home, El Paso is like the actual war zone, and Afghanistan is where he finds comfort. I know we've talked about this before, but just how Eddie thrives in these, like,
and support.
That, but also I was going to say when he's in a chaotic circumstance, we see this also because, like, that's one of the reasons why he blows up his life when things are looking too easy at the moment. It's because that upheaval, that multitasking is where he feels comfortable. Like, that's the kind of...
That's a trauma response.
Yes, it is. But that's where he feels... but that's what he falls back on so much, because it's like, I feel more comfortable in a combat zone than I do, just chilling. So, like, if my life is too chill, I have to make it into a combat zone. And I have to make it blow up, which we also, I guess, is kind of like just an Eddie theme as well. Jesus. So it's why he blows up his life constantly for the drums. Not on purpose, but like subconsciously.
I think it's also a little like sad for me to watch this scene where it's like he's doing the thing that like is his calling, which is to help people. And like in the midst of doing that, he has to kill people. Like, I feel like the PTSD and the cognitive distortion that has to exist in your brain from like simultaneously doing those things in a single breath.
Yeah.
Like, is insane.
And I can't believe we didn't discuss this theme earlier. It's that theme again of healers doing harm that we discussed with Eddie, like in kind of more abstract, but with Maddie and Hen as well. Like, he is doing what he's supposed to be doing. His life's purpose is helping people. But to do it in a combat zone also requires him to harm others as well. And just like that internal war within himself. But at that moment, it leans a little more into fight or flight. And we know he's a fight.
But it also makes me think of like 107? 108? 108?
What? Which one?
I don't know. Whenever Buck is having the conversation with... Actually, I have no idea what episode it was. It was in season 1. When Buck is having the conversation with Bobby about how he was in the SEALs, or was like in SEALs training, right? But they wanted him to become like a robot. They wanted him to turn off all of his emotions. And he didn't want to do that. But Eddie had to do that.
I think that's 102.
Is it 102?
I think it's Let Go, because...
Is it that early? Oh.
Because of Devin and the roller coaster.
I think I was relaying it to something with Abby, so I was thinking later. They have too many bench conversations in the locker room that season.
They never go into Bobby's office for their little heart-to-hearts, and I feel like...
They're like, let's have this in the glass locker room where everyone can watch us. Anyway, but,
Yeah, I think
Buck
that was 102.
Didn't want to do that because also I just don't think he...
I don't think
he's capable.
No. But Eddie is a compartmentalizer.
But Eddie can compartmentalize, and he's already kind of had to do that a little bit.
Well, he has experience.
But like, I think that it really is an example of like how, like, yes, they do make you do that in the military, and Eddie had to do that to be able to like simultaneously save people's lives, which he's dedicating his life to, but also
Survive.
take them and survive at the same time.
Mhm.
And then that just, sorry, last thing on my little tangent, that just reminds me of that saying that a lot of people were saying after 8/13, where it was like, you have no idea the amount of, was it like violence? The amount of violence it took for me to be this gentle.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Eddie is, not reaming into his parents
Yeah.
the way that like we had kind of wanted, but ended up
Yeah.
being kind of perfect for him.
Yeah. Because I think he's already experienced, I mean, like from his parents, but also an actual war zone, experienced so much violence, like physically and emotionally, that
Mhm.
like,
He's exhausted. He's tired of all that.
and he
Yeah.
just, I think he really does just purposefully try to be as gentle as possible when he is able to, but especially with Christopher,
Mhm.
obviously, at all times. But I think he just does try to, like, as a rule of thumb, I guess, maybe after getting out of the army
Mhm.
and getting away from his parents, maybe that's like a mantra that he picked up.
Yeah, I think because like he knows how to be gentle with Christopher. I think in that moment in 8/13 with his mom, he knew that it was a better use of his energy to be gentle with
Mhm.
her. I think he has to learn how to be gentle with himself.
Oh,
I don't think
yeah.
he's fully learned
he's
that.
not.
He's
No.
still in full combat with his own psyche. Like he needs to learn how to not be at war with
Mhm.
himself. And that's
Yeah.
kind of all of Eddie's character from as far as season 2, season 3, and
Yeah.
to present, before season 9 comes out. But I think the last little bit I have about the helicopter stuff is how, like, we keep talking about how, he's trying to provide for Shannon, but they don't have an equal partnership, and they've never had an equal partnership. He never had her back in the way that she needed.
Yeah.
I do think it is kind of interesting to look at Mills in the helicopter,
Mm-hmm.
the woman who
Oh, yeah.
who made the Death Valley joke, and just like seems like kind of cool and chill and like really funny, but how she and Eddie have each other's back in this combat situation,
Yeah.
especially because it is a woman, but they're two people who are equals. I don't know her rank, but
Mhm.
ostensibly in this
They're in this same
conversation.
They are still in the same situation under fire. Like
Yeah.
they're in the same playing field. So yeah, I see what you're saying.
Mhm. Like essentially they are equal, and they literally have to have each other's backs with like she has to shoot the bad guys while Eddie is trying to pull everybody else out from the chopper, and then he has her back when she runs out of ammo, and it's just like this so equal exchange between the two of them that it's kind of like it almost comes so naturally to Eddie that it's so interesting that with Shannon, he could never get there.
Mm-hmm.
I think the most Eddie had her back was when she was not in the room. Just
Yeah.
like
Yes.
defending her to his parents.
Where she wasn't present
Nope.
to witness that.
Nope.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, I have more to talk about. Like,
Yeah, I have a bit of that for the juice box. Are we almost done with the helicopter thing? Or because I did have,
yeah, go for it.
unless we already talked about it and I zoned out. Did we talk about the picture?
No.
No.
Okay. So just to add one more thing during the helicopter situation.
The situation. The event.
The event. So like I think Eddie's at this point shot out, bleeding out. I think at this point he thinks that he's dying. Takes out the picture of
Does.
Christopher and Shannon. He stares at the picture of Christopher.
Wait, is it a picture of Shannon too? I thought it was just Christopher.
It's a picture of Shannon and Christopher because so like
Oh.
he stares at the side with Christopher the longest, and then I think
it's folded.
Is it folded? I don't know because he just flips it.
Oh, okay.
So maybe he folds it, but like wherever it was.
That's also interesting.
Yeah, because when he's looking at Christopher, we're looking at Shannon.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so
I didn't notice.
He does look at it the longest because like that is, his will to fight, to come back to his family. It's just interesting that when he flips it to Shannon, because he does. I at first thought he never did. And I thought that was going to be a thing, but he does flip it to Shannon. But as the dialogue that's being overlaid on this, I think she's saying, God, where the fuck is it?
I don't think that's what she's saying.
No. So the audio that's being overlaid on this part where he flips it is, you're still a stranger to him, but you don't have to be. So I think it's just interesting, instead of like, again, like what his will is to keep on living, or what his last moments, or like who's he thinking about? It's really just like Christopher and the lost time that he has had.
And it's never Shannon.
It's not Shannon.
And
exactly.
like, that's thank you for pointing this out, because I did not realize that it was like a double-sided or folded over picture with both Christopher and Shannon. But it is like,
and he flips it back to Christopher, by the way. Just yeah,
for his like the last thing he sees.
And I had a little mini brain blast that I put all the way down the slow burn. So
okay, we can come back to it. Yeah, that's fine.
We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, it's just so wild, and I feel so bad almost in saying that like Shannon doesn't really like come into his thoughts in that same way.
Well, I feel like after that first kitchen argument, I feel like that's when it seriously went downhill to the point that they're just kind of like together just for the sake of
the kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I don't think they've ever been on the same page of anything other than, look at our kid, isn't he great?
Almost wonder if like, yes, Eddie's pressured into marrying her, but like, how much did she want to get married to?
Yeah, and I doubt it was a lot, because it was probably, a commandment from on high.
Yeah.
Quite literally, but then from like Ramon and Helena. And then Eddie proposed to Shannon because he thought that that's what he had to do and was kind of being forced to. So like, what was she going to do? Say no?
Yeah. Well, we have to talk about when he wakes up.
Oh yeah, the recovery and discharge, right?
Which really is, he just got an honorable discharge.
He did.
They don't tell him then.
No.
They were like, everyone gets to go home for a bit, but
it's like, no, you get to go home forever. And he's probably like,
you get to go home forever, but you're also alive. So like
this is during the recovery discharge, his superior officer saying like, you did good, Diaz, and him responding, it doesn't feel like enough. And then there's like all of this assurance, like you got everybody out and they are alive because of you. So he should feel like that.
Yeah.
Like,
other than Greg, so he couldn't save because he died on impact.
Right. Like that's not his fault. But of course he's going to like internalize that anyways. Like he could have done more probably. And it's just like, bro, no, you knew it was on impact. This is kind of where I wanted to bring up the Helena said that Ramon dodged the bullets of birth, because we see Eddie sustain bullet injuries. It was his left shoulder, his left wrist, and they also said broken bones, dislocated shoulder. But Ramon may have dodged the bullets of birth, but Eddie did not dodge the bullets, very literally. But also I was like, does that mean that pulling the personnel to safety, like his squad mates, what do you call those?
It's his unit.
Thank you. His unit. Thank you. I was like, does that mean that pulling his unit or the personnel to safety from the helicopter is like he was in labor? I'm just trying to integrate more of the birth rebirth metaphors again, right? Because he was kind of like, well, he was kind of giving them a new life or a new lease on life.
Yeah, okay.
Right? And if you look at the helicopter as the safety of like the womb, and then he's
the next thing you're gonna tell me is Buck gave birth to Christopher on top of the fire truck life raft.
Listen, it worked the way I did it.
I mean, not quite. I don't think that analogy is like as clean, but Sure.
Because this one is.
This one's.
It just came to me.
No, but unless you're.
No, help me.
The only thing that I look, I didn't want to go too far into honestly, I barely watched the military stuff because I know there's more stuff to focus on.
Yeah.
But like I did try to fit that in because I was like thinking about like, well, this is kind of like his other begins by like another type of like birth by like leaving that life behind and like trying to assume his responsibilities of being a dad or something like that. But I didn't have enough time to really think about it because I'm like, no, the metaphor that I was working with made more sense.
Yeah. Thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Those did make more sense.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It was just like a silly thought that I had, and I was like, I'll just throw it out there.
Anyway, I was thinking about why the fuck would Eddie Diaz get in a helicopter again?
What do you mean? Oh, in
season 7.
Yeah.
And be like, we're going to Vegas. Bro, your PTSD.
Did get into a helicopter in season 2.
Very briefly. He didn't fly to Vegas.
But he still had to like shut it down and figure that out.
Yeah, for his job.
He got into a helicopter earlier in season 7 when they were going on to save
for
Bobby
his
and
job
Athena.
To save his family, not to go to Vegas to watch half naked men pummel each other.
This sounds like this is going into slow burn territory. Let's move.
It's not. I'm literally just like, why would he like willingly get in a helicopter again? Not for like life-saving purposes.
Maybe he doesn't have like the helicopter
PTSD.
crash trauma. It's other stuff.
I find that hard to
Could be
believe.
other stuff. Well, it's kind of like, how is he gonna get on planes and stuff, you know?
It's different.
You're still in a metal contraption. I have I don't know. To me, it's like...
I have an irrational fear of helicopters. I've never been in one. I think they're way less safe than planes.
I'm starting to get like an irrational fear of anything that flies.
Like, if people were supposed to fly, they would have made them with wings.
Hating Winchester.
I forgot he said that. I'm not often very Dean Winchester coded, but anyways,
they just didn't build him with the fear of helicopter, unfortunately. They didn't do that.
I don't think he's afraid of it. I just feel like he could do it for his job. I just feel like, why would he be like, yes, let me get in this helicopter with this person I'm not even close with to go do something for fun?
He was probably like, well, I've seen him fly it through a hurricane, so I think I should be fine.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know.
Also, front row seats to whatever fucking fight that they wanted to go to. So I don't know. But that's sports stuff.
Worth it.
Yeah. Boys in their sports.
I think he got more of the emotional PTSD than like the situational PTSD.
Probably.
That's PTSD is all emotional. It's all in your brain.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Well, I guess it depends what triggers him. And clearly it's like knowing that what he did was for nothing.
Being alive is triggering to him.
Mean.
Anyway, moving on.
So now we're back stateside in El Paso with Helena and Ramon.
Tomatoes. Boo.
So it's obviously Eddie's like welcome home party. Yeah. It's 3 months later. So he was obviously like doing recuperation somewhere that I don't think was
Stateside.
home.
Mm-mm.
I keep reading in Fix it was like in Germany, but I didn't get anything from.
I'm sure it would be in like a close alliance country. With,
yeah, like wherever
US
wherever one of the
base.
closest military bases
Hospital.
were. Yeah. So like he was still recuperating probably overseas.
He had to recuperate enough to like take the long flight home.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
To be stable enough.
yeah. Oh, true.
But I just want to say the transition
Oh, thank you.
from that scene to this scene is, but they'll probably give you a medal for it anyway. And then fuck ass Ramon
Oh boy.
reading the for acts of gallantry and why can't I say this word?
Intrepid.
Intrepidity.
Ooh.
That's why. Intrepidity in connection with military operations against the enemies of the United States. And Peppa's like, we can all read the certificate, Ramon.
Queen
Have to
Peppa.
recite it.
God, calling Ramon out on his shit since 2015. I know that's right.
Oh my God.
I feel like she's been calling out his shit for a
longer.
Long time.
I know,
I
know, but
I was just trying to think about like the dynamics of like Peppa and Ramon, and I'm like, is there like something where Ramon just likes to brag and she's just like, cut your shit out, like stop it. We could all read it. And like there's a couple of other little things. There's something about stealing. Oh, that's for later. I'll tell you. I'll talk about that later. But yeah, no, like just stop bragging, because like he's probably in that moment like, look, my son did this, but like that does become short-lived, because like he's not going to be proud of him later on for like anything else. It's like it never comes up again. It's like they don't consider that he does have this high honor and like like all the things that he's done. And you know, because like there's so much of the other issues that Ramon has with Eddie, like he just like brings that back up to his face instead of like being proud of his son like throughout.
It is interesting the two different ways that Ramon and Helena are kind of like treating Eddie with this, because first of all, Ramon is reciting the award certificate or whatever. Eddie's not even there to hear it. He's still inside. He doesn't come out until it's coverage on Peppa saying like we can all read it. Like,
so really
chill,
it is bragging rights.
It is. So it's Ramon being more performatively proud than expressing it directly to Eddie.
It's not like he's ever proud of like about his service to Eddie literally ever again. This is the only moment we see. And then the only other times he brings it up is to throw it in his face.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's like, but he's not, he's proud that his son accomplished something of note. And I think we talked about this with Helena. Was it during the juice and sweet treats theory, where we talk about Helena being like, it's accommodations that they can like brag about and stuff? It's that we're seeing that with Ramon. I think that was in relation to like the ballroom, like why she would
let him do ballroom dancing.
Yeah, because it like gave them a step up. So like Ramon is doing that, but like, you know, you would think he would do that where like Eddie, like with Eddie right there and being like, this is so impressive, but Eddie's not even there. So it's not like he never expresses pride in his son to his son.
No.
Ever. So it's all like performative. It's all about the medal rather than Eddie. There's no checking up on Eddie, like in how he's doing after, you know, his very traumatic experience. So you have Ramon just like putting the medal up on a pedestal. It's not even Eddie. And then you have Helena out here just being like, so condescending and criticizing and nitpicking every move that Eddie makes because it's not right.
Which also, look, I'm sorry, Chris is a toddler. He's 4, 5. How old is he? 5?
Yeah.
He's 5. He can drink out of a cup without a straw. Will it be more difficult and messy? Yes.
There can be ice in there. He's not going to choke
on the ice.
Have
ice.
I know. So, like, there's another example of Helena infantilizing Christopher a little bit, right? But also Eddie would just like, no, like harping on every single thing he does. And she's like not even paying attention to Ramon talking about or reciting.
Oh, she does not give a shit.
She doesn't care. And it's just like, wow. They do not care about Eddie at all.
They don't. She must have tuned in for like that last bit because, you know, her little comment about like maybe Daddy can be a hero in the kitchen. So basically slapping him in the face with that. Good bitch. I cannot with her.
It's crazy. And like,
a point that I had earlier that I was waiting to say is for this scene.
Yes.
So remember how we were talking about the hospital scene, and I think, Rachel, you were the one mentioning that she was like being joking and like jovial about like how like he missed the birth of like all the kids. I was like, oh no, there's deep-seated resentment against Ramon for not being there. But she doesn't say it, and she takes it out on Eddie.
Which makes
she takes
no
it out on
sense.
Eddie. well, it's just because she is being the performative, like, perfect wife and my husband's perfect.
Yeah,
and,
she's not going to say
you know,
anything against her own husband.
No, but because Eddie followed in Ramon's footsteps as far as, you know, providing by not being there physically. She's projecting her frustrations of being that, like, alone parent and being in the same position that Shannon was in, actually. And you'd think she'd have some fucking compassion for her.
Right?
No.
Nothing.
No, because she just maintained her perfect little appearance and has just, like, stuffed down this resentment for Ramon all these years and is now taking it out on Eddie for the rest of his life.
Yeah. Oh, would you say repression is hereditary in this family?
Well, it makes me think about, like, how she treated Eddie whenever Ramon was not there. Like, maybe she did take her frustrations out even when he was a kid, because, like, think about, like, when you think about, like, the crashing the truck, Ramon's truck, when she was, like, in the middle of labor. Like, it feels like something that she would yell at him for.
No, and she was joking about that the same way that I think that she was joking about Ramon not being there for the births. It was like the same kind of tone of voice.
Yeah.
Where it was like, haha, hee, isn't it funny that, like, you just missed out on this big moment, or, like, you crashed the car? And
meanwhile, for, like, Eddie, it's like, you know,
a traumatic
event or experience.
Yeah. And then he gets, like, shuffled off into another war zone.
Ah, yes.
Which is Shannon. He can't run for cover anywhere. Like, he's basically, if we're comparing this set of scenes to, like, a war zone, that he's out in the open. He has no tactical advantage. He's just, like, so vulnerable in the middle of, like, an open field, because he's getting it from his parents. He's getting it from Shannon. And
this is when I start to lean in Eddie's favor in these arguments, because he's literally, he just got home from war where he was shot several times.
Yeah. Like, a literal...
He has PTSD.
Absolutely traumatic
He literally
event.
just physically recovered, and he has not mentally recovered at all.
No.
And, like, you're just like, anyway, so I know your entire family is here to see you, but can we leave tomorrow morning?
I was like, you know, maybe this argument could have been avoided if they were like, maybe we can just leave with Peppa and to California because they're going to go over there anyway. But, you know,
would have been easier. If it was easy, it wouldn't be Eddie.
But I think it is because, like, the way they're talking about it is like he literally did just get home.
Yeah.
So I think it is asking a lot of him to literally pick up right when he got home.
I do too.
And I don't think it was out of line for him to say, can I please get a little time to, like, just get my bearings before, like, I make, because it's a big decision to move to California. It's a big decision. So, like, and he doesn't know what he's doing. He just got home.
I wonder when they had that conversation, because it sounds like it's something that they had a conversation on previously, though.
Well, they were talking about it before he even got shot down. That's when the conversation started. I'm sure they were talking about it while he was in recovery.
Which was probably not helping his recovery, you know, because it's 3 months. So it's like, for Eddie, I think it is absolutely warranted to want a little bit of time, because he's just gone through a literal traumatic event. He had 3 months of rehabilitation. It's his welcome home party that friends and family have flown in for just to see them specifically. And he's trying to just, on a base level, like, reintegrate himself into society on the back foot of rehab. And it's not that much to ask for. I will play devil's advocate for a second, because, like, I think, not that I agree with Shannon, but I can kind of maybe understand a little of where she's coming from, because maybe in her mind, it has been so much time and her having to wait and her patience is running out. Obviously, I think we see that, especially in an environment with, like, Helena over there. It's just like she's at the end of her rope.
But she had other options. Literally just leaving. And she could have gone to California before he got home from recovery.
I know.
I feel like there's a question of, like, what are we gonna... Is she gonna take Christopher? Like, Christopher, I feel like is is a point to consider. Like, is she gonna take him or is she gonna leave him? So that's where I'm like,
I don't think that them splitting up and one person taking, like, going somewhere and taking Christopher, I don't think that was ever like in their
brains.
Like it was all or nothing. Kind of. I think
but it was
in their
like,
mind,
why couldn't one person go ahead and then you join them later? Or like, I'm going to be in California until you're actually home.
Well, I don't think they really were able to have that conversation if he's been in recovery like that.
But she doesn't need to have the conversation then if she can't reach him. I'm going to California. Like, I don't know. She's an adult with her own autonomy.
She was trying so hard to get them to be equal partnerships.
I feel like maybe she was trying to just wait. Yes, that. Because, like, imagine she just takes Christopher and bounces, to California.
Then I would come home for when he came home, or I would tell him, this is where we are now. I'm taking care of my mom. And then deal with it then. I'm just thinking myself. If
I know.
I was in that situation and my parent had stage 3 fucking cancer, I wouldn't be waiting 3 months for your ass to recover.
I'm just saying that
from the re-enlistment you did without talking to me. I'd be in California with my mother.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just thinking about like how the Diazes are going to blow that out of proportion, like saying, "Oh, she stole Christopher." Like
she has custody.
I know she's got custody. I just, who knows? Like,
no,
what
but
she's
they
thinking.
could put a fight about it. I mean, realistically, I think that she probably in those 3 months would have made a couple trips over to her mom, but not on a permanent basis. And I think what she was really looking for from Eddie was to like relocate on a more permanent basis. And I do think that she had expectations for him that he would be home and like unchanged because he's so generally stoic, but like that's not fair of her to put that on him either, because like how can you expect anybody to be the same or like after experiencing something like that? So I don't know. I think her expectations of him were unrealistic as well.
I just don't think they were good for each other as partners.
Well, no.
I think we all agree there. We know he wasn't, but I don't think she ever was either. Cause I don't think it wasn't that I think she didn't get him. I just think that she just thought that he would like do better or change. And just like that was
again, those expectations that she had on him that aren't fair.
Yeah. The expectations that for him to just be completely different than he ever had been before, or to just keep doing the same things in this relationship and expecting different results, like literally is a definition of insanity. So I don't know. I feel
like if she wasn't pregnant, they wouldn't have worked out.
No.
Well, no, of course not.
Oh, absolutely not.
But I just have a hard time understanding why she stuck around for 4 years in that situation. And then when he was like, I just want a little bit of time because I literally just got back, she was like, okay, bye.
I know. And again, I think it was because she was at the end of her rope. And like, that's not Eddie's fault, but she didn't communicate that well. And I do think on a level, like she was probably in a way too subtle way for it to even like show up on his radar. Think that she thought that getting Eddie and Christopher away from his parents would be the best thing for him. Well, and she was right about that.
Yeah.
So like, I think that's what she was kind of trying to do, but like, she wasn't saying that in that many words. I'm not sure that she could really verbalize it in that way either, because how are you going to say to your husband, like, I think you need to get away from your parents? Like,
if you compare this conversation to the one they had when he re-enlisted, when she was very plainly going, this is what I need from you. She wasn't doing that.
No.
Well, that's why I always feel like that first argument was the downfall of literally everything, because he was not listening to how blunt she was being at that point.
No, for sure. That was the downfall. But like, here is where maybe a conversation could have been productive if she had been like, I need to go to California, and whether that's you coming with me now or you meeting me later, me going with Chris now or you coming with Chris later, we need to work it out because I need to be
compromise
there. Because all she said was, have you given any more thoughts to California? We could leave in the morning, just you, me, and Christopher, the open road. And then all she says is, come on, you're finally home. And then he's like, and you immediately want me to get in a car and drive 800 miles with a 6-year-old. And he wasn't like saying, she was like, and your son. And he's like, yeah, I know. I wasn't like saying with a random 6-year-old, it's just like 800 miles in a car with any 6-year-old when you just got home from recovering from this traumatic event is a lot.
And making
he's
a
just
big
like,
move.
And he's like, can I just have a little time? And instead of her being very blunt, like she was before in the last discussion, where it's like, I need you to be my partner. I need you to make a commitment to helping me with my mom, to moving, to whatever she needed. She didn't say that. She was just like, yeah, take all the time you need. And like Eddie just does not respond to passive aggressive, like subtle things. You have to be like literally so blunt, blatant, straightforward about it. And even then, as we saw in the Re-Enlistment fight, varying results, but like you're getting nothing if you aren't doing that.
She was being like pretty blunt and like as you know, down to the brass tacks as she could be in this argument. And she's not in this argument at all, because I think she's checked out. You know, I think she's already made up her mind, and there was not going to be any compromise to be found there.
No.
But this is also like the kind of one time that Eddie asks for something that he needs. So they kind of like switch roles in this argument a little bit. Like he is actually asking for some time, for a little, you know, not compassion, but like empathy in this situation. It's like he can't just abandon the people that came to see him specifically, because it's part of his responsibility to be here and to like, you know, show face and everything like that. But like the one time he asks for something is when, and it's not even that much. He's just like a little bit of time. Like I'm imagining he's probably been back for like a week or something like that. They might have said that in there. And it's like, there's probably a little bit of time that they could have had to just kind of like find a sense of normalcy with each other as well. And they never give each other an opportunity to. And sorry, he asks for some time, and that's when she leaves.
So time, right? So he's asking for more time. She probably is running out of time though, when you think about it, because like, we don't know in those 3 months how much the cancer has.
True.
Yeah. Unfortunately, so they don't say that for her case anyway.
So she's also probably like feeling like her back's up against the wall here. Like she has no choices, but there was something I was just about to say, and it was about like, you know, the only time he asked for something, and it's time that Shannon and her mom may not have. I think we see a little bit of a conditioned response later with Eddie, because like the one time that he asks for something, it goes so wrong. So then he just like stops asking for things, because like the one time he's like, can I just do it? And like, granted, it wasn't the best time for that either, but he doesn't really ask for things.
I don't even think he was talking about an indefinite amount of time. It was just like, can you give me a minute? All my family's here, and most of them flew in.
It could have been like a couple days, in which case, again, they could have had a compromise where like Shannon could go.
Communication here was just.
If I were Shannon, I'd be going to Abuela and Peppa and like getting them on my side to like talk to him about it. Like,
it's also so strange that like Peppa was like, even when we met Peppa. Well,
what?
No, I was about to say, because like Peppa was kind of, you know, looking down her nose at Shannon
because she left her kid.
But that was after the leaving. So I kind of wonder if there was any kind of like positive relationship between Shannon and Peppa or Abuela before then, but it would have been harder because they were living in California, so they wouldn't have even been around that much either. So, like, I get it. I feel like they would have been on her side, though.
At least Peppa, I think.
Well, even to just be like, I need to be there for my mom, and like, you guys want Eddie close to you, right? Like, of course they would. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just feel like there were a lot of other options. She's 23, not 19 anymore. So, like.
Yeah, but I think they're also emotionally stunted.
Yeah.
I get it. And I'm not saying that Eddie's blameless in this situation.
No, I know.
I'm just saying I just don't have any grace for her in leaving her kid. Leaving Eddie, whatever. He was a shitty husband and partner. Leaving your kid and no contact for 3 years.
No, that's unforgivable there.
Yeah. And it's like they were both too proud to
admit that they were wrong. Yeah.
Yes. I think it's pride and not Pride and Prejudice. Like they both didn't want to fail each other or Christopher so hard, but they were just too proud and too in their own heads to see the other's perspective when they needed it most. And that's one of the main reasons why their relationship was so unhealthy, and that neither of them were willing to admit it either.
Yeah.
They were just like, no, we're going to make this work. Like to their own deficit almost.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to make it work or die trying, kind of was like the thought process. Anyways, are we done with that?
Yeah. So this transition is a quick one. So it goes, I think, from Chris yelling mom to Hayden yelling mom while Eddie is passed out. Then he passes back out again. Or is just remembering this memory first. Or maybe he's like coming to, but still not quite with it.
Yeah.
So you hear Hayden yelling mom, mom, mom. And then you hear and see Chris. It's flashed back to Chris in bed with Eddie. And he's like, Dad. And Eddie's like, hey, buddy, what's the matter? Where's mommy? And Chris is just like, she's gone.
And just like, how did that
transpire? What did she say to him?
Yeah. Because obviously, like, Chris is like 5 years old. He doesn't really understand.
Mm-mm.
He just thinks she's probably,
like going on a trip or something.
Going out for some milk and never came back.
Oh my God.
She went out for cigarettes.
She went out for scratch-offs.
Scratchers.
A la Iron Man 3.
Mom went on a hunting trip and she has been
5 years ago.
Years.
So I guess he must have won because that was 5 years ago.
Yeah. Oh.
But yeah, so Eddie sits up alarmed and then there's a note there, which is so funny now because
oh my God.
He stole that.
Move.
He literally reheated her nachos.
He's so dumb because he knows how much that hurt him.
I know. So he's still being petty while he's doing his grand gesture to make up for their fight in 8/17.
He's like, I can't let him.
You're still mad at me. You're still mad at me, so I can get this extra dig in before I apologize.
Maybe he was like, it'll make it even better if he's even madder at me because he think I left. And then not only am I still here, but Chris is here. Like, it was just for the maximum dramatic effect. That man loves a telenovela.
It's so dumb. Oh my God.
Well,
and then in Eddie's mind, it's probably like, it's not as bad though, because I'm coming back.
Because I'm not actually gone.
What a showgirl. The drama.
The airport isn't Texas. It isn't even the same amount of letters.
What does that even mean? Sorry,
Did
this
you
should have been
count
in
them
slow
so
burn.
you could say that?
It's not really. This is just what happened.
Yeah, that's true. It's
I'm just reporting the news.
But like that's a wild move to pull after we see like he wakes up and it's like cold bucket of water is like poured all over him.
Yeah.
He's like gone. What? Because I think he knows. Like even before he reads the letter, he just like he knows in his gut. It's just like, oh, she up and left.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my God, like talk about petty. Like I need some time
too.
That's just throwing it back in his face. Again, something that he asked for, something that was not out of the question. Like so obscene of a request, just like thrown back in his face. So passively.
Crazy word.
Oh my God. Like I feel so bad. It's wild.
It's bad. I feel bad.
And like,
I guess. It's because it's funny because now with the context,
funny with 8/17,
it's so funny
really
now.
Funny, actually,
if they didn't do that, if they hadn't done that, I think I wouldn't, And
I was so, and it was done so well because I was so mad at Eddie.
Yes, we all
for
were.
the like however long amount of time it is in that episode before you read
like
the
how
note and then
dare
see that
you
he's
do
back.
that?
I was like, I thought we were finally over this shit.
And like, even before 8/17, though, like we know how much the letter affected Eddie because he brings that up with Kim in 709.
Why didn't I get a letter?
Why didn't I get a letter? Because we know in season 2 that Shannon wrote the letter to Christopher about why she left.
Yeah.
But she never gave Eddie a letter explaining other than the I need some time to bounces. Like,
yeah, she didn't give him closure, period.
No. And he expresses like how much that just like destroyed him. And the only time we hear about that is when he's projecting onto Kim for, good old exposure therapy.
They're just LARPing.
Oh my God.
They were.
some harmless LARPing.
So like, especially now, we just see how the effects of this letter have just like lived inside of Eddie's brain for so long, just like in the back of his head.
The note, you mean?
Yeah.
The lack of a real letter or that note?
I think she means
both.
The note. Oh, well.
Okay.
Kind of both. Like that was the only thing that he got.
The passive aggressive dig in response to him asking for something for once in his life.
Yeah.
It's just that and bees in his head.
Pretty much. And Christopher.
Yeah. Christopher, don't ask for things because of this is why we don't ask for things.
Mm-hmm.
And bees.
Sounds about right.
B for buck.
Oh, that was good.
A bakery AU where the bakery is like B for buck and then it's like a B for the logo.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah. That would be cute. Someone write it.
Thank you.
All right. So back to like the present day, I guess, where Eddie like is recovering Hayden. And so he finally like reaches Hayden. He pulls him out. He wraps him in a little blanket, like a little potato. Well, I know it's a thermal blanket, but it looks like foil.
It is. It's thermal to reflect the body heat back. Yeah.
Yes. And like, I know.
Like a little potato.
But it just reminds me of like a human baked potato. So, and Hayden finds Eddie's St. Christopher's medal on the
He
the
needs
floor.
a new chain on that fucking necklace.
He does.
I have thoughts about that actually. But it mirrors Greg's in the helicopter, like doing the same thing. So it's this weird, probably like flashback, flash forward, like sort of thing for Eddie. Like, what is it called? The French term for I'm having a bad day today.
Deja vu.
Thank you. That one.
Yep.
Eddie's broken clasp on this medal, which he needs to get fixed. Like, come on, my guy. And then I was like, wait, is it a metaphor that Christopher is holding him together? So like his Christopher is the St. Christopher, like the actual pendant, the medal, and it's holding him together. But Eddie is the chain and he is broken and doesn't think that he deserves to get himself, like to fix himself.
I'm broken.
Maybe.
If they ever bring that back, like hopefully Buck gets it,
When do we stop seeing it? And why do I have
it's after
Samuel
the shooting.
2.0?
It's after the shooting.
No, it's absolutely, it's after the shooting. I think the last time we see him with it on is 4/14.
During the will scene.
Yeah.
Kristen Rydell just forget it existed,
or maybe the costume department just lost it.
That's
it's not that hard to get another fucking.
I know that they can easily replace it, but like, so I was like, it's a metaphor. Eddie is the broken chain because he feels broken. So I don't know. That could hold some water, like the well.
Oh my God, Rachel! Lightning strike me.
Okay, and then don't tempt fate.
No. I don't want to be Buck Buckley or Eddie.
No, nobody does.
No.
So we finally see.
No one has good enough insurance for all that therapy.
No. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to move on, but you're making me laugh too hard. You're just too funny.
I was done with my joke. You guys are still laughing. I don't know why. It was a bad joke anyway.
I'm Giggles McGee.
Okay,
Nice
Giggles
to meet
McGee
you.
and Giggles McGoo. Let's keep going.
So we finally see Chimney go down the well and make contact with Eddie and
Chimney in the well.
What?
oh no, we've reached the punchy hour.
Why does the well have a chimney?
Smoke signals.
Maybe that's why it had to be Chimney. Because what is a buck doing down the well? Anyway.
That's true.
Chimney shimmied down the well.
I hate it here so much.
Anyway, so the potato is secured. Chimney comes down and gets the potato, but like he obviously cannot carry the potato and a grown man.
They're playing hot potato.
They are playing hot potato.
If only he was Mr. Fantastic, he probably could have done it.
This wouldn't have even been a call if it was Mr. Fantastic. It would have just been like, yoink.
Oh my god.
Anyway, so
You're welcome. Anyway.
so Chimney's like, oh, thank God. I was worried I was going to have to save your life, which is so funny because then he would have been in need of life saving in another couple minutes.
Har
Yeah.
har.
See? Funny.
Foreshadowing.
Then the shit hits. Well, the lightning hits it's not a fan. What does it hit?
Is it the rig?
The truck?
The lightning hits the rig.
Okay.
Yeah. Big boom.
And it all collapses and
Including
It all
Buck.
falls down.
in agony.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
I have thoughts. I've been waiting so long to talk about it.
my
Is that
God.
going in the buck section or slow burn? I'm actually curious. I'm so confused. Everything I have for Buck is
Is gay.
Yeah.
We can just make Buck the slow burn section.
okay, great. Because that's how I have it.
Welcome to the slow Buck.
Slow Buck. That
The
sounds
buck
like an
burn.
insult, actually. The buck burn.
That sounds like heartburn.
I don't want to make venison.
No. We'll think about it later. We'll workshop that.
Yeah. So
Okay, rig
the
falls.
well collapses.
Well collapses.
Everything falls.
Dirt.
And then dirt, 40 feet of wet earth on top of Eddie, buried, like his feelings. And so we finally, huh?
said womb well.
He said the well. The
Well,
well
it's the well womb.
Yes, the well womb.
Well womb. It's a well
Womb.
womb.
Mhm.
Walloon.
But it's not safe. And
Well,
we finally
cut the line anyway. He's doing it all in reverse.
You can't cut the umbilical line and then crawl back up in the womb. You will drown.
well
This is so bad. Cut it all
timestamp
out.
on this is just gonna be like unhinged.
We're on the hour.
loses their
And what hour are we on? I feel like the people need context.
No, wait. Okay. For context, we pressed record 6 hours ago almost, but we didn't start actually talking about the episode for an hour, and we took a over 40-minute break.
Yeah, so it's really only been like
been
4
hours.
Yeah. We're still within our window of prediction.
Sure.
Like I was trying to say, we finally catch back up to what we saw at the top of the episode, which was the I'm still alive down here. You know, it starts again with him saying like, this is Diaz. And it's like, I wonder if he thought for a second, like a momentary, like mental displacement sort of thing, like thinking he's back in Afghanistan, because it is kind of like big boom, you know, and then he's like, this is Diaz. And then it corrects to Eddie.
Yes.
So I kind of wonder if he's like I know there's a term for this as well, where it's like he's taking up 2 periods of time in his brain and they're kind of like flipping back and forth. Pretend I knew the word for that.
Sure.
There may not be a word for that.
Hey! Where's the fire?
This whole episode is a multi-scene dissection, but this is like this is like the official scene dissection of the episode.
He's like, this is Eddie. I'm alive. I'm still alive down here. Anyone alive out there? And then we flash back in time again to one of the best / worst scenes.
Oh my God.
Of the show. It's very well done, but also makes me want to commit crimes against fictional characters, which is very inconvenient because they aren't real.
And that's how you know it's well done, when it makes it makes anyone so just like, I think infuriated is an adequate word. Because and you know me, I like always find the different perspectives for like anybody as the resident Gemini and devil's advocate. And I hate.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
And Ramon.
That was like Gollum level.
I hate it. Eddie is my precious.
Cut the check. That's a promo clip.
Oh God. That wasn't even a good God.
My precious.
My
Eddie. I don't even know how to do Gollum. I feel like that would just turn into Yoda. Like, my precious he is. Like, anyways, so like, if a character can make me that infuriated with them that I like disregard any of their point of view because it's just moot and wrong and terrible, you know you did a good job. So bravo.
Yeah. And just another great transition for him to like literally have the 40 feet of wet earth on top of him, and then his dad saying, "You're in over your head, Eddie."
So funny.
And I wrote, very rich of Ramon to say that Christopher needs consistency and talk Shannon for leaving when Ramon was never around consistently and was never there for the big moments or when he was needed.
No.
That's my TLDR, but we can get into this a little bit deeper.
This is the last time we have to talk about the Helena and Ramon for this, right?
Probably.
Okay, great.
Thank fuck. We hate them so much.
I can't stand them.
So he sat down for a serious conversation. He is on Eddie is sitting on a lazy boy, it looks like.
Here we go.
It's a recliner.
It's a recliner. So like a couch-ish shaped thing, if you will. And his parents are sitting on the coffee table across from him.
On the coffee table, I think. Yeah. So like, first of all, thank you for pointing that out, because I was so angry and seeing red throughout this whole scene that I didn't pick up on that. But like, that's probably where Eddie got that from. Like serious conversations. I'm sitting you down on like the couch and I'm sitting on the coffee table. But so we see that with Eddie and Christopher so much, but it also shows again how Helena and Ramon don't regard Eddie as his own person, as an adult with autonomy.
They're treating him like a kid and an adult, but also like the worst parts of each one in this conversation. They're just basically like, you're not someone who deserves to be a parent or my love or empathy as my child. You are just a fuck up and you should give me your kid. Like, it's insane, like cuckoo bananas shit. They're like, you're in over your head, Edmundo. And Eddie's like, I'm doing the best I can, because he is trying his best.
He is trying his best.
He's in the process of doing better, which he tells them, because they're like, well, that's what we're saying. You're killing yourself, working around the clock, 3 different jobs, and you don't have time for what matters most, Christopher. And that's why we think you should live with us permanently.
It's like, dude, where's like everything that he's doing is for Christopher, they don't even see that, and
they don't care.
Because they don't care. So it's like, where is the care and consideration for Eddie? He's a veteran. He was injured. He's dealing with PTSD. He is dealing with his wife leaving him and his child. He's a single parent with a kid that has...
Well, they're weaponizing all of that against him.
Are.
Yeah.
They are.
So he's like, these jobs are temporary. It won't be like this forever. You know, I've applied to different fire departments. I got accepted to LA and Chicago. And Helena's like, yeah, where you'll be working 24-hour shift, leaving Christopher with God knows who. How's that any better for him? Well, it won't be your fucking
Your husband is still working, first of all.
First of all, yeah, he's still working. And obviously you didn't do a bang up job with Eddie, if this is how you think of it.
But it really makes me wonder then, like, why? I mean, I know the answer is because they don't actually care about him.
It's a redo. It's a redo for them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. And Eddie says as much, but this whole thing about them pretending to care about Eddie, you know, like killing himself, working these 3 jobs. It's like, why then wouldn't they, Helena and Ramon, try to do something to help Eddie get more resources or better jobs so he wouldn't have to work 3 different jobs that are probably minimum wage. And like, they don't give Eddie anything to help him out. Everything is about Christopher and helping Christopher. But if they really truly wanted what was best for Christopher, they would know that it's being with his actual parent. And then they would, by virtue of like it being what's best for Christopher, help Eddie out.
Right. Logically, they should be supportive of him, but
they don't offer Eddie anything. So of course Eddie is killing himself because he doesn't actually have any of the support that they're saying that he does.
And they could have helped him research because like he's a veteran. They could have helped, and his kid's disabled, and like they obviously have a low income. So there's lots of programs that he could have been trying. Like Carla helps him figure out what to use that they could have helped. Like it's not like they're unconnected people.
For real.
Right.
But they couldn't have helped him if that's what they wanted, but they don't want to help him.
There's no offer.
They want to pretend that they're helping him and Chris by taking
Chris away.
Chris from them, which is what they want.
And I think all of that is because subconsciously they kind of want Eddie to fail so that they can have an excuse to legitimately keep Christopher under their wing, under their house.
This is all I needed to prove that in this conversation is Ramon of all fucking people saying Christopher needs consistency. He already got cheated out of that when his own mother up and left.
Hot meat kettle, actually.
I know. It's like you guys are part of the reason why she left because you weren't helping her either. Like, and then like you said, so they are weaponizing everything against Eddie, and like Eddie is like defending Shannon even amidst all of his like emotional turmoil about it. He still defends Shannon to them because he says like Shannon didn't leave Christopher. She left me.
She did,
but in Eddie's
mind, she didn't. And she's like, but she did leave to take care of her dying mother. So how about we cut her a little slack?
Which is 100% fair.
And then Helena, the fucking audacity of this woman. No, she gave up on you.
Like you guys did. Yeah.
Oh, you mean like both of you have already on Eddie?
I know. It's pot calling the kettle black.
She gave up on you and then she left her son. I will always blame her for that. Okay, then blame your fucking self.
And your husband.
For giving up on your kid. And blame your husband for leaving you and your kids alone most of the time. And for leaving Eddie to be your fucking co-parent as a 10-year-old. Like,
the way that Helena didn't make it any easier for Shannon. So this is why I say, like, in that last argument between Eddie and Shannon, that Shannon was probably at the end of her rope, her wit's end, because Helena didn't do anything to help and just kind of like let the chips fall where they may.
Probably judged her for like all the things ever, every little thing.
They don't ever take responsibility for being part of driving Shannon away and part of the reason why Shannon just broke. And again, all of that responsibility, all of that fallout, essentially the consequences fall onto Eddie's shoulders. The consequences from Shannon, the consequences from his parents. He has to take the full brunt of the responsibility, which he kind of does. He internalizes it, but he tries to make the most of it as well. And that's why he's working so hard and trying to do his best. But literally everything in his environment is just making it like he's Sisyphus. right? Pushing that rock up the hill, but then it's just gonna fall like right back down. That's Sisyphus, right?
Yeah. And for Helena to be like, she left, I'll always blame her for that. And Eddie's like, but you want me to leave him too? Like, how do you think that's good for him? And then Ramon, again, the fucking audacity of these people. Like, are they both narcissists?
Yes.
I know she is.
Uh-huh.
Ramon, I'm just like, are you just a boomer?
I think he could probably just be a boomer.
He could just be a boomer.
And takes a seat back while.
Yeah.
I don't think he has like a very strong personality. And I think he lets Helena, I think Ramon just like kind of has that personality where he isn't necessarily like a leader. And so he ends up being.
Well, it's not that. It's just all the like stereotypical like machismo. Like I did what a man's supposed to do. So like I have no culpability in not being there for you. And
it's kind of like he has that privilege of I guess, or that male privilege of
right. But Eddie doesn't have it because his wife left him.
Right. Oh, well, what I was also just going to say was like of being hands off of that kind of responsibility of being a hands-on parent as a boomer.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I guess what I was trying to say is just like all of that kind of makes it seem like he doesn't really have a mind of his own in these kind of situations, that he just kind of takes the back seat. But like he doesn't recognize anything that they're doing is harmful, actually. So like it's also just like a complete clouding of like, I don't want to say selfishness necessarily, but it kind of is. I don't know.
They just like collectively have a set of cojones, because like for them to fucking throw all these accusations at Eddie, that's all of the shit that did projecting to him is insanity. And then to be like, you're doing all this shit, it's gonna fuck up your kid, let us take it. And it's like, okay, well, if I'm being such a bad parent, then you shouldn't parent them either, because you parented me.
Yeah.
I am the way I am because of your asses. Like,
yeah, just a bit of an aside. I mean, the quote, well, that Shannon, in the first fight, in their first argument, where she's saying, "You're still a stranger to him, but you don't have to be." I mean, I feel like that resonates throughout the whole up until this argument, because like it's also commentary on Ramon being like a stranger to his own children's lives because he was like gone for work. Like what Eddie does at the end of it, like, and because like this is going back to the helicopter crash when he's like looking at the pictures, like that was kind of like the resounding catalyst. I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but like
get a catalyst.
Yeah, we're done with the army, basically. Like that's done, and trying to be back, trying to break that cycle and
trying to be present
as opposed to what his dad did.
Yeah.
I feel like that's one of those cycles that he has tried to actively break.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And I think we do see Eddie making concerted efforts to break those generational cycles. However, the odds are stacked against him. Yeah. So like it's so hard for him to actually break those things when he has to work 3 jobs and he can't be around Christopher as much as he wants to, even though he is trying to break that cycle. But like he's not, like, societally, he's not able to at this point in time.
Well, because his parents don't help him do that either.
Exactly. Yeah. Like there's no support for Eddie. And you would think to support Christopher would be to support Eddie, but they just don't care. And Helena even says like, oh, I hate this line. She says, "We know that you're going to do what's right for Christopher. But the thing is, Eddie is the only one that really has Christopher's best interests at heart."
Aggression.
Did you get you just hit the table?
Sorry, that was my mic. Sorry. I'm sorry. But like Eddie is the only one that has Chris's best interest at heart. And Helena and Ramon are selfish, but they're confused because they think they're being righteous about it. And again, just like the condescendingness of like, we know you're going to do what's right, which is also like a manipulation tactic, which we see.
Use.
Yes, we see that, especially from Helena all the time.
In the language that Ramon uses, like in these conversations that they have with Eddie, it's just like he's saying lines that she fed him.
Oh, yes.
Exactly.
When we see him having one-on-one conversations with Eddie, this is not how he talks.
This is what I mean by like when
it's all Helena.
When it's Ramon and Helena, it's like he doesn't have a mind of his own because he's just like letting her take the lead and just like supporting her decisions, which like on one hand is good, like being a good partner, but also like you're not being a good person.
Not standing up for your kid is not,
because you're not realizing how harmful this is to your child, adult child, whatever. But what I was about to say with the manipulation kind of stuff that we see with Helena, we see that again in, what is that, 8-12 when they're at the grocery store parking lot and they run into each other, when Helena was talking to Eddie about the bus to the chess
trip
championship.
Like, sure, we'll just tell your dad will just have to give his seat up.
Yeah, it's the same kind of manipulation tactics, just to try to, again, put the brunt of responsibility on Eddie to make him do something that she wants the outcome of. That is classic manipulation. And then.
Can I read we skipped over
we did.
Oh.
Okay, after Eddie says how do you think that's good for him? Like him leaving Chris too. And Ramon's like, Eddie, he barely knows you. You haven't been around most of his life. Eddie's like, I don't remember you being around much when I was his age. And Ramon's like, I was working. Eddie says, so was I. And maybe you regret those life choices now, but you don't get to make up for lost time with your children by stealing mine.
The hypocrisy is outstanding.
Crazy.
In Ramon. Like, because that's one of the only things that he contributes to this conversation.
Yes.
And just the fact that it's dripping in absolute hypocrisy. It's just like, do you not see?
No, because he's just saying shit.
Yeah.
That Helena told him to say.
Yes. And then Helena's like, hey, no one is stealing Christopher.
That's exactly what they're doing.
So, okay, this is a sidebar. Because I thought it was really interesting, the word choice of stealing Christopher and then like paralleling this to 18 where Peppa. So I want to know about like I need to see more of Peppa's disdain for her brother and how he seems to be stealing family members. because she says, first Ramon steals my mother and then now he steals my favorite nephews.
My favorite nephew.
So like,
what's up with that?
What is up with that? And that's why I'm also like, okay, and this is going into season 9 territory, but just like at this point in time, we know that Ana Merced has been filming. Ana Merced she plays Abuela. So like, it's kind of like, okay, so now she's back in LA. I wonder what happened. I'm like, what is the Diaz family drama over the summer?
Steal her back?
Did Peppa steal her back?
Because isn't the canon non-canon, but the canon that we know via a Tim Minear interview is that like Abuela is from LA and like had the kids there and then they moved to Texas?
I think so.
Never heard of that one. Or maybe I haven't, just don't remember.
Yeah, we did. It was a while ago.
And we were like...
It was early season 2.
And we were like, no.
Oh, I remember this now.
Yeah.
I don't know. But like, why'd you go to Texas, man?
I forget like, why Abuela moved to Texas.
The only thing I can do is just assume like maybe he wants his mom's hair, or like Abuela is probably getting older, so which makes no sense because Peppa's right there.
But it's not like she'd be moving there for warmer weather.
I know.
Yeah. It's like, why isn't
the weather more temperate in LA than Texas?
And it's like,
I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
Why'd you move there?
What must
and why
what
are
must
you back?
Peppa's like backstory and life growing up must have been for her to like have this much disdain for Ramon.
I need to know more. I need to know the tea.
The tea. Tea's piping.
And like the only thing that the tea. Because like the only thing we really see from like Abuela in this, just while we're on the subject, in this is during Eddie's welcome home party thing, and Peppa's, telling Ramon, bro, we can read it, like chill. And Abuela is kind of at in so many words.
Yeah.
And Abuela is kind of almost defending Ramon. She's like, he's just proud. Da, da, da. So like, but I think Peppa and Abuela's relationship are a little better than that. So I want to know.
The tea.
I want to know the tea. I want to know Peppa and Ramon's life growing up with Abuela. I want to know why Peppa has so much disdain for Ramon and why it's warranted, first and foremost.
I also need someone to break it down for me because I am white, but I also know that when we had gatherings on my dad's side of the family, that my mother, who is not Jewish, was not allowed to make the Jewish dishes. So I think in season 5, when they're like, your mother insisted on cooking everything, but I made the tamales, I'm like, they really let her cook everything except the tamales? That sounds fake to me.
That does sound fake.
So I'm like, how manipulative is this woman?
I really hope she wasn't cooking the Mexican dishes. Like, what?
I hope not either.
Well,
but
I think she was in like
getting together a whole big family of. But that's what I'm saying. Like, why? I feel like she likes to cosplay like she's Mexican, but she's Swedish.
I know. Helena assimilated too hard, too close to the sun.
She's like, Mijo. I'm like, girl, you're Swedish.
Well, I can.
Or not like from Sweden, but she has heritage from there.
Yes.
Probably. But yeah. I don't know.
That one I can kind of excuse it. I can see it like from being so married into this, having this family for so long and being around Spanish speakers. I can see adopting some of that, some of those terms of endearment. I mean, I've adopted Cuban slang. I'm not Cuban. So I'm just...
But you're around it. Yeah, I see that. But it also, to that point, makes me very curious about...
I know she's not a good Mexican cooker. Mexican food cuisine cook. She can't cook that shit. No.
It makes me kind of curious about Abuela and Helena's relationship as mother-in-law and wife, and to like parallel or contrast that to like Helena and Shannon, because it seems like Abuela and Helena are like on much better terms. So then like, again, why wouldn't Helena take that kind of, warm welcome sort of thing for Shannon as someone else who is not...
stole her co-parent.
Yeah, but I mean, there's so much that you could like parallel with them. And yet it turns out so different because neither of them are of Hispanic heritage. I'm assuming Shannon's not either. Like, you would think that they would find some camaraderie within each other, but it's so the opposite of that. And I think it's because...
No, there's no camaraderie to be had with the narcissist, I fucking guess.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think it's because, like, Shannon was taking away Helena's basically co-parent and Eddie. Yeah,
then she had to basically be a single parent to the daughters. I mean, like, Sophia for at least a couple years, because I think there's like, what, 2-ish years. But like, she had 9 years on her own, or 8 or 9 years with Adriana. So
I'm gonna know all of the DST, bro.
I need to know all of the lore. Anyway, let's finish up Helena's awful diatribe here. She's like, no one is stealing Christopher. Okay, you literally were just talking about stealing my kid, but whatever. Look, the reality is your father and I are the only constant in his life. And like, how fucking whiny she gets during this sends me to. I can't. We have been there almost every single day since the day he was born.
Like, it's acted really well.
Oh, her actress is doing a good job at making me hate her.
You can't just take him away from the only stable thing he's got left. He belongs with us. No, the fuck he doesn't.
You're doing a great impression, Hannah.
Yeah, you are actually.
I can't fucking
You
stand
have
her
the
because she's so
cadence,
whiny.
But you have the cadence of that, like, on point.
I've watched that scene a lot
That's a good scene.
for the edit that I made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can hear her voice in my head. I'm
Yeah.
just like, it's grating.
I saw the visual. I heard it. It was right
It's
in
like
front of
you
me.
just have a screenshot of her mouth open, yelling, and you hear the whole entire dialogue. I can hear this picture.
Can't just take him away from the only stable thing he's got left. He belongs with us. And Eddie's like speechless. He's just like, Mom, like, are you fucking for real?
She's at one point she's just like done with the niceties, and then she digs into them.
And then she's like, Eddie, I know how much you love your son, and that's why I know you were gonna do what's right for him. Don't drag him down with you, Eddie. Don't drag him down.
Oh my God.
It's fucking I'm taking my clip-on earrings off. Let's fucking go.
It truly is.
Let's go, bitch. It's on site.
I wrote down in my notes, never have I been more enraged at a character or parental figure in my entire life.
Not even Dumbledore.
You don't
drag him down.
You don't say that to anyone
that you allegedly love.
Nonetheless, your own son. How are you going to say don't drag him down with you? That is just like in one sentence, everything Helena believes and sees in Eddie, which is
making Margaret Buckley look like mother of the fucking year. Yes.
Which is hard to do.
I can also hear her voice in my head. What were we supposed to do?
But also just like the visual imagery of that, don't drag him down with you, Eddie. Like Helena thinks Eddie is lower than dirt. And where does Eddie end up? Where his parents always thought he lived anyways. In the ground, 40 feet under wet earth.
And the well
and
womb.
Ramon is silent in the well womb because they want him around, but only when it's convenient.
They don't really want him around.
No.
They only are trying to get him to move back to Texas in season 2 because they want Christopher back too.
Yep.
And I think they know in their hearts that he would always go back.
Yeah.
To LA anyways, and they're just trying to shore up their
It's not like they're thrilled in season 8 when Eddie's back home.
No, but don't drag him down with you. Just say you don't care about your child without saying you don't care about your child.
Don't drag him down with you.
Wow.
Like that.
Bitch, how did you think I got here?
Right? You're supposed to build the people that you love up. Well, the problem is they don't love him.
Anyway, but a great conversation because it is what sparks the like light under him to finally fucking
do something about it. Yeah.
To take one of those offers for one of the fire departments and get the fuck out of there.
How did they think that was going to work? They were playing into his responsibility.
They were playing into his responsibility and his self-hatred and his fear of hurting his kid and how much he hates himself.
I wonder where that self-hatred started. Because his own mother, don't drag him down with you. So he's already lower than low. Ridiculous. Yeah, that really does light a fire under Eddie's butt. To do the right thing for Christopher because he is the only one that actually like knows what's right for Christopher because he knows his own son, which is a great like growth of their relationship. From where he saw him holding him like haphazardly from the crib a couple years flashbacks ago.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm maybe done at being angry at I'm never done being angry at the Diazes, but
it's just insane. Like, I mean, great work with the writing.
Oh yeah,
it's
like
acted
impeccable.
So well. But like, oh my God, the
infuriating
fucking audacity of these people to like throw his parenting failures, which are their own parenting failures, in his face as proof for why they should parent his kid.
And then they want to redo.
Why do you think this is going to be any different?
I do think it is really important in that moment, though, that Eddie does say, like, he really does stand up for himself here about, like, you don't get to make up lost time with your children by stealing mine. And this is, like, kind of the only time that he really goes toe to toe with them in, like, in like a more classic way. But it
mirrors that in 813.
Yeah, but he calls them out on their shit.
And you're not his mother.
Yes.
You're not his mother. You're his grandmother, and he needs me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's, he's laying it out. It's a little gentler.
Yeah, it's the delivery, because he is still standing up for himself. It's just the delivery is not,
Okay, so the difference is in this episode, it's coming from a more defensive place because Eddie's still
scared of losing his kid.
Yes, and then in season 8, Eddie is so much more assured of himself.
Yeah.
And
his kid wants to come home with him. Like, and he decided that he was going to take him home anyway, but his kid wants to be home with him. So it's like what his parents think is fucking relevant. Like he does not give a shit.
Which I love. So like I love when he just calls them out on their shit. It's great. And should happen more. But I'll take these 2 scenes because it really does show like
I love the growth. His
personal growth, and also when it comes to Christopher, he is fighting for his family.
Then we have this sweet little scene out on the porch with Christopher where Eddie storms off because he, rightfully so, was like done with that conversation. And he goes out there for some air and is like, oh shit, my kid's here.
Yeah, it was
like, oh, how much of that did you hear? So he's like, what are you doing out here? And Chris is like, you guys sounded mad. And he reassures him like, no one was mad at you. They're mad at me. And then Chris is like, never heard them yell before. He's like, wow, it's like we're talking about completely different people.
Yeah. So I think this is another instance where Chris, it just shows like how sweet and intuitive he is, because he's like obviously hearing the fight argument and just kind of like worried about his dad. Kind of like what you were saying earlier with the video call about how Christopher was basically comforting Shannon when she was super upset. So like Chris just has so much empathy and it's so apparent. And Christopher has like the best pieces of himself, like come from the best pieces of Shannon and Eddie.
Yeah.
He's like the best of them, like quite literally.
Yeah. But he asks Chris, like, did you ever miss me when I was gone? And Chris, like, I missed you all the time. Like, he still currently misses him.
Yeah.
And then Eddie's like, well, I was thinking of going on another trip. I was wondering maybe if you wanted to come with me.
Oh my God, he asked.
Together. He asked him.
Learning, kind of.
Eddie, go back to your roots.
For real. It's, I love the I miss you all the time line.
I know.
Not all the timeline, but the line I miss you all the time, because it shows how Christopher does love Eddie and doesn't judge him, just loves him unconditionally because he's his dad and he knows that his dad loves him, which is more than Eddie can say. It's just like, just whatever. Yeah. He just loves him unconditionally. That's all he wants. And he's so enthusiastic to be able to, like, at the opportunity to spend more time with his dad. All he wants is them together,
which is also a theme for Eddie and Chris.
Mm-hmm. And then Eddie makes another promise to Christopher where he's like, I'm never going to leave you again.
After he tells him that he misses him all the time.
Oh yeah, that too.
It feels kind of like a reverse of the Shannon's last words, which is, I'm leaving again. I want more time, because in regards to Christopher, I think
he remembers I'm never gonna leave you again. And then he kind of comes to in the well womb and he takes a big breath, which is also kind of ironic given the metaphor that we've established. He ditches his oxygen supply, which again, like Sil pointed out, is like cutting the cord. Like cutting the safety. He's like swimming a little bit and trying to kind of find a way out, but then he understandably like starts to lose consciousness. I also kind of thought that it almost looks like he's giving up, but I think that's just because of low oxygen. But
it's low oxygen.
It did kind of remind me a little bit about like Buck Begins, but those like similar but different, And then this is where we see the drowning montage, I guess we're calling it.
It's an edit.
This
It
is
is an
actually a fan edit made by the actual editors of
and it's set to music. Like,
Yeah.
I love when shows have their own fan edits
Is that Teruo?
in the show made by the people that work on the show. But
I would love for like my, you know, how your life flash before your eyes moment before you die. I would love it to be a well put together fan edit.
yeah.
Give me all my highlights.
Be like production.
Budget. Come through.
Oh my God.
Anyways, I do think that it is very important that the audio that we hear transition into this like montage, or the last thing that we hear Eddie say is the "I'm never gonna leave you again," which kind of starts this montage roll. So as he's losing consciousness, we hear audio first. So it's like still on him in present underwater. And it's the commissioner talking with the chat that they all had about like the maps and the pipes.
Yeah, and how it would lead out.
Mhm.
But it's like a whole
system that like drainage tunnels, system predates our maps.
Yeah.
And then, which was also part of this previous conversation, is Buck. And Buck is saying, feels like a lot of distance to cover when you're 40 something feet down. So Buck is the last voice that he like hears before he fully passes out. And that audio transitions into a visual. It's Buck again from 202 with the, whoa, you got a kid? And then we start seeing the visual. So I also think the way they stagger the audio and the visual in this whole sequence montage is very interesting as well.
They're playing it like it's his subconscious. So they're like making it disjointed, I think, in a way. So it's not just like, here are full scenes or clips from scenes. So it's like the audio isn't always over what's being said.
Which I think is something that they do very well in all of the Begins episodes. I'm thinking like Chimney Begins as well.
Chimney Begins, especially,
where we've mentioned before that the flashbacks of the Begins episodes is very much like the subconscious of the character of the episode.
Those are the two Begins episodes we have where they're in an NDE having some sort of memory based trip.
Like even Bobby, all of the flashback happens within that framework of, we see at the beginning of Bobby Begins Again, he's sitting down for the hearing, and then that whole thing plays out, and then we come back to him at the hearing. So it's like all of that was playing out in his memory as well. So
yeah, but he's conscious and retelling it. I meant like Eddie's and Chimney's are the most similar because theirs is a little wonky, a little dreamy, like because they are like actually
not
dying, and this is their
chronological.
This is like their mind on NDE.
This is your brain on NDEs.
Yes,
I get you, but I do think they do this very well. They put the audience very much in the characters.
Oh yeah,
psyche, point of view, subconscious, all that stuff.
Then we have Chris bringing Eddie his helmet from the badge ceremony in 218. And Buck is also in that shot. And Eddie picks him up and gives him a hug with applause. But the audio is Bobby saying, "Welcome to the Los Angeles Fire Department, Firefighter Diaz."
And that's from the same episode. So a lot of
these
these are
but it's not that exact moment.
Exactly. Yeah.
Of the hug.
Next, we have Chris at the 118 from 204. We have shots of Chris laughing with the Core 4 on the couch, in the engine with the Core 4, Chris and Bobby watching Eddie work. The audio that's also on top of the scene is Eddie saying, "What I miss most after leaving the army is the camaraderie, working shoulder to shoulder with a great team," which is from 206 when he's talking to Taylor Kelly.
So like that kind of little bundle of shots is all about like the team that he found. So I found like they kind of bundled these together in kind of thematically a little bit. So the next one we have, or the next couple we have, are hugs. So we have the Buck and Eddie hug during Buck's welcome back party in 301. And then the 118 group hug from 309 when Hen is coming back after, the whole ambulance fiasco. So the audio that's playing over that one is kind of a continuation of that interview with Taylor Kelly, where Eddie says, "And there's none better than the one I found here." So that's also from 206. And then there's the Bobby and Eddie hug after Shannon dies from 217. So from that point, it cuts back to the present with Eddie underwater again. He is like fully unconscious. And this is where we hear the heartbeat audio again. And it's not racing like that first time where he was holding the silver star early in the episode. It's like steady, just kind of like almost slowing down, like boom, 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 sort of. to indicate Eddie losing consciousness and drowning, basically.
Then we have like a segment of clips of, you know, Eddie's chosen family. So we have Buck and Eddie laughing in the engine with their first fist bump, and Bobby watching them proudly, like, yeah, I did that.
He did.
He did. And the audio is Eddie saying, well, that's what the 118 is, the family we chose. From what we now know is 311 when he's talking to Chimney at Eddie's house, and not from 318.
When I was typing that, I typed 211. And I was like, no, it's incorrect. Backspace. And I was like, how can we never get that scene correct? It's so funny. It's like our mental block.
Maybe the scene is the friends we made along the way. It's in every episode. It's in no episode.
It's in every.
And then we have the, do you want to go for the title video game after the do you want to go for the title?
Yeah.
Scene, the video game scene, the wholesome title going for the family going for the video game title on the couch with Chris and Buck and 309.
You got there.
Yeah. And then we have Buck and Chris on the couch from 311 from
the family we chose.
This is the family we chose.
Yeah.
And then we have, oh my God, again, Buck is just always there. Chris giving Buck a card at the welcome back party in 301.
It's almost like Eddie chose Buck to be part of the family.
Yeah. Just, you know, the way that all of that, like, family Eddie chose section is all Buck.
Mm-hmm. And Buck interacting with Christopher.
Real interesting.
Like co-parent.
Because, like, the 118, the team was a little earlier. And that was everybody.
That was a camaraderie.
But the family is Buck.
Family unit.
Yeah. This is why we wrote all of these out, right? just to look.
And then Shannon gets her spotlight.
This is just Eddie remembering she's dead.
Yeah, it's Shannon lying on the cold hard ground. Oh, from 217. The audio that plays over this is Eddie going Shannon when he notices that she's yeah, you know. And then Shannon's audio is I'm leaving again. Then it cuts to Eddie going into ambulance, watching Shannon die. And it's a continuation of Shannon's dialogue, which is I want a little more time, which I've referenced way too many times already.
This is the episode for it. It's fine.
Never enough.
Keep running out of time around here.
Never.
The next scene that we have is in the hospital. Eddie looking on as she's on her deathbed. The audio is the next audio clip is a flat line. And we have Eddie comforting Chris after Shannon's death. We have an audio and visual where Eddie says, we lost your mom, but we still got each other. We're going to be okay.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Okay. Because so many of these, the audio does not match that same scene that we are seeing visually, but this one does. So I think that makes it like extra important. Then we see kind of basically...
This is the Chris montage.
We see Eddie picking Chris up at school after the earthquake in 203. Their Halloween costumes from 207. Eddie and Chris in the engine also from 204. And the audio over this one is Eddie saying, you're not like any other kid.
Then we have Chris meeting Santa. And Buck again with Eddie at the fountain from 210. What the hell?
Oh, that's from
Superman stretches.
Superman. I was like, Superman.
So much of this is from Stuck, okay? I love it.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's from when they're stretching at the at the beginning montage of 204 Stuck. And I guess the bathroom part of that montage as well. And the audio is Eddie saying, "You're my kid," which is just the end of the line that
the line previous.
started.
Yeah.
And then we have the firehouse pole slide where Chris is going down the pole and Buck and Eddie and Stalker,
Guess who's also there?
This Buck is just always also there.
We have dropping Chris off at school from 202. Then we have skateboarding in the park with Buck. Again, Buck is always at the scene of a crime, or I guess the scene of the co-parent. From 312.
The co-parent. Yeah, that's a really recent one.
Then we have reading to Chris.
I forget what episode that was from.
Why does it feel like it's from 30 Rage? Maybe.
Oh.
Could be.
Oh, maybe.
I feel like it is from early season 3.
Yeah.
Because of the hair.
When he was asking him to read the story.
Yeah. Could have been 304, 305.
I think that's the only one that I didn't have an episode for.
Then we have Shannon speaking directly to Eddie,
which is from this episode,
which is visual and audio, which is what she says is, "Eddie, Christopher needs you."
And I think I'd have to go back and double check this, but I think because she says this line in the argument of the scene that we see earlier, but the shot is different when it's shown now. So earlier when we saw it, she was still fiddling around in the kitchen. But in this one, it's an alternate shot where she is looking directly, not at the camera, but directly at Eddie.
At Eddie, because I think it's supposed to be not so much a memory, but her visage being wake the fuck up.
Yeah.
Your kid needs you.
Yeah.
Our kid needs you.
Again, Eddie's Shannon Jiminy Cricket.
Yeah.
Just being
Shannon-y Cricket?
Shannon-y Cricket?
Shannon-y Cricket.
All right.
Yeah, sure. His subconscious and speaking directly to him rather than, I mean, it's pulled from a memory, but I'm gonna hold your hand or your face or all of you while I say this sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then we cut to the present again with Eddie still underwater, but this time his eyes are open. He's alert. And then we do 3 quick shots, so much quicker than the previous ones. 3 shots of Christopher looking at Eddie. So it's Christopher asking for a bedtime story. So I think that is from the same episode of the Eddie reading to Chris. Smiling at the beach, which would have been 217. And after tying his shoes from the 204 montage. And then the audio that we hear is Chris saying, "Daddy." And then we also hear the heart beating again, but it's beating faster, it's up and it's alert and it's living. Hooray. And so then again, it cuts back to the present where Eddie is actively swimming and he's trying to find a way out. And why did my mind just Hamilton?
It did,
again?
mine too.
For a way out.
It did.
Okay. Glad to know we have the same brain rot. And the audio that plays over this is, "I'm always going to fight to come home to my family." And then he resurfaces. And all of this...
Sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. All of this is also set to the Ruel song. So all of the audio is interspersed with the "You Are Not Alone."
And they blared it so well so that none of the lyrics are overpowering the audio clips. Great fan editing.
I would like to know your edit account. I'm JK.
Yes, what is it?
But Cirrus. Yeah, so we see Eddie resurfacing. He made it out. He is experiencing a rebirth of himself, renewal, renewed purpose in life sort of thing. Not that was flagging or anything like that, but
this was way shorter than the Diaz parent conversation.
Yeah, I think we should have known that, but
yeah, I don't know.
It's okay. We'll just boop-a-doop.
I was also falling asleep while we were talking about this. I was like, we should take the notes and do the thing while we're on the phone. Okay, good night.
It's fine. So just a couple little takeaways that, I did
literally just 2 things. We did math.
I did math. Yeah, we did math for you guys. So first of all, we had 3 dead Shannons and 1 alive Shannon of all of these.
All of the memory.
And the alive Shannon isn't even like technically like the legitimate memory. It's the Shannon-y cricket.
Yeah.
But the math we did, so we counted, there were about 27 different like shots or different scenes.
Yeah.
Please guess how many included a Mr. Buck Buckley out of 27 shots. Take your guesses.
Of
take
the
your
montage
bets.
that's supposed to be about Christopher.
Yeah. Which like almost all of them are Christopher, but
yeah, except for Dead Shannon. I think all of them contain Christopher.
And then a couple of the hugs.
Or they're talking about Chris.
Yeah. Okay, so now that you've taken your bets, out of 27 scenes, 13 have Buck.
The Taylor Swiftification.
Like, I'm just going to call that half.
I love how you guys did math for this episode, and so did I.
Look at us go.
There's like 17 references of time.
We're never beating the Taylor Swiftie allegations. No, it's numerology. Just like so like we can bring this up again when we really get into slow burn, because I think we just have a couple things to wrap up about Eddie. But yeah, 13 out of 27 shots with Buck in a montage about Christopher.
What you will for now.
So
we'll tell you what we think.
Think about that
in a few minutes.
Let it simmer.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Let that percolate up in your noggin.
I know what it means.
What does it mean? We all know.
We all know what it means. Anyway, so going back, like now that we've left the drowning montage, so we see Eddie again resurfacing.
Wow, he birthed himself.
Overachiever.
And then he basically, surprise, I'm alive to the rescue teams who are literally just about to go search for him.
Yeah.
Like
Bobby's talking about concentric circles.
Like,
and he's waiting for an opening to be as dramatic as possible.
Exactly. Man loves an entrance.
Why did it take the trials and tribulations of Evan Buckley for us to just say, oh my God, you really are a diva? Because I think that's what really solidified the point.
He's
saying it before then, but like now it's like
undeniable.
Exactly.
Well, now it's clear that he is like a theater kid.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You don't put up like the Yorick hand.
That's some
like
Shakespeare. No, that's some Shakespearean shit.
Yeah. Alas, poor Yorick.
He met Shannon
with the hand in the skull.
Trials and tribulations.
Eddie was actually Troy Bolton.
High School Musical, the musical.
Get your head in the game. No, that's later.
High School Musical, the musical series.
Yes. Anyways, so basically Eddie saved himself by thinking about Christopher, almost like Chris is Eddie's life raft, just like Chris and the fire engine were Buck's life raft in the tsunami. So Eddie collapses in the 118's arms and he's safe. He's there. They wrap him
like a potato too?
They wrap him like a potato too.
He's a big potato, not a baby potato.
No.
Cut to fourth graders.
Yeah, cut to fourth graders who are kind of enraptured by Chris's report.
He's actually very good with kids, even though he really only likes his kid.
Again, he is good with people when he feels comfortable. He is not comfortable right now, but I think because Christopher is there,
it's for Chris.
He feels comforted. But I love Christopher just like finishing his report and then he's like, now tell him how you got it.
Yeah.
Like he saved the best part for last and like is giving the best part to his dad. It's like, do it. I showed, you tell. You know, Eddie is very insistent that he was just doing his job. You know, Mr. Humble over here, just doing his job, even though Chris is obviously very proud about how his dad saved them all.
Yeah.
And then a kid asks a question, very much like Buck, asking, do you ever wear the medal? And Eddie, just kind of like in a perfect, like tie this episode in a perfect little bow, is like, no, I'm not a jewelry kind of guy, except for this, pulls out the still broken St. Christopher's medal. And he says that the medal isn't his good luck charm. but it is Chris.
Because Anna's like,
Is that your good luck charm?
so that's your good luck charm? And he's like, no, he is. Like,
Mhm.
has his hands on Chris.
Yeah. It's so cute.
So sweet.
And he kept all of his promises.
Yep.
He's a man of his word.
Eddie Diaz, everyone.
I know those fourth graders loved it.
Of course. All right. Well, it is time.
Is it? Are we finally here?
It is time. It is time for that gay shit. Welcome to a very pathetic,
Oh, geez.
Damn.
sopping wet
Excuse me?
version of Slow Burn.
Whoa.
Where nothing's on fire, but there's lightning and a lot of mud.
And wet buck.
And apparently tugging. Or the lack of tugging.
Tugging, yes.
Oh, no.
Not the good kind of tugging. Wait, what?
No. Remember we went on like a 10-minute, like,
Yeah. No, I know. I just didn't realize you were going to bring it back.
just a lack of tugging. Well, yeah, we're in the gay section now.
Mhm.
This is the kind of tugging we didn't ask for.
I'll start with the walkie checks.
Everyone does the walkie check correctly except for Buck because he's very excited that Chris is there.
Mm-hmm. And when doesn't do it correctly, and Bobby's like, you got to say it into the radio, Buck. And then Eddie just like walks up behind Bobby, and they're both just kind of like shaking their heads fondly
Oh,
Like,
fond exasperation.
about Buck, and it's
Mhm.
absolutely giving dad and favorite son-in-law.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Like,
I've been on the receiving end of that look of my father and TJ.
Mhm. And that also kind of made me think a little bit to the similarities of the relationship possibly with Eddie and Janet about the in-law and like just like being very fond of, you know, your son-in-law, basically. I thought that was interesting. And then Buck is so excited about seeing Chris and Carla. And
The Silver Star.
oh yeah, sure,
The
do
infamous
that.
Silver Star that we now know.
That Silver Star really just does it for him.
It really
Uh-huh.
does.
Yeah.
He it's like, if I got a Silver Star, I would never take it off. And then he's like, yeah, well, we know.
We all know.
And it's like, this is not where Buck's admiration and respect for Eddie begins, but it is like
Mm-hmm.
unintentional, but it works. But it's like the Silver Star is like the physical embodiment of that for Buck. So that's like, and it's funny because he's like the only one that actually recognizes it for what it is, which is like a really like impressive award. And like, because Eddie's parents don't give a crap about it. Eddie would rather shove it down in his closet along with so many other things that he's repressing. But Buck is the one to be like, yeah, this is so cool. This is amazing. And it's just like, you know, the physical embodiment of how much he admires and respects Eddie.
Mm-hmm.
And this is kind of like where his fixation on it begins.
Oh, yeah.
So like, hello,
Oh, no.
811.
That started in
Mhm.
201.
True.
Oh, yeah.
But
He
he
probably,
sees
he
it.
probably
Star.
went home and he started Googling, what does a Silver Star look like?
What is a
Why
Silver
did
Star?
he get it?
probably did the same googly I did.
Oh, yeah. No, he Buckapedia that shit. He was like, I bet a Silver Star isn't even that impressive. And then he was like,
It's like, oh, the third highest honor you can be awarded. Man, this guy really knows what he's doing.
God damn it.
Okay, yeah. So, but it's just so funny that, like, again, Eddie,
How
Buck
does this
is like,
tie? I'm sorry. I'm like, how does this tie? So he's like, Eddie's got a Silver Star, you know, from 811. And then
Mhm.
he's like, he would never do anything illegal because he's got a Silver Star. So like, how does that correlate? You get what I'm saying?
he probably thinks it's his like get out of jail free card. Like,
That's not how that
No.
works.
it's not how that works, but it's just like, I'm a decorated veteran. And it's just like, good job.
Anyway, sorry, continue.
No, but it's just so funny how that gets brought up in 811 ad nauseum.
My God.
Like, not ad
Right.
nauseum. We make it ad nauseum, but like,
Prayers for
like
Robbie.
it has not been brought up. Pray for Ravi, man. Like, but it's just always in Buck's head. Like, Eddie's so great. Eddie's amazing. Eddie has a Silver Star. He earned that. He's like, wow.
Much impress.
I love and admire and respect him so much. Oh, but kind of in the same scene where, you know, Chris is asking if Eddie will like be there for his show and tell. And I do love that Buck is like, is that even a story you can tell fourth graders? And that makes me wonder, does Buck even know the full story? Or is he just like asking more like how Eddie would PG-ify it? You know, like, I'm not sure that he knows.
I want to say that he probably doesn't know at this point in time.
Because like Eddie is repressed. He's not telling anybody about it. So I think Buck is also curious. And I think if Buck could, he would have been at that show and tell. Like Carla was videotaping it.
Oh yeah, to send to Buck.
Oh, yeah.
No, she was live streaming. Let's be real. She was FaceTiming.
One viewer.
Yeah, she was FaceTiming him for sure.
So Buck kind of watches on as Eddie completely folds for Chris's request. And he's like, yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Like, I would have done the same thing. And it's just like so adoring for both of them. Like looking on at both of them, it's like, that's my son and my husband. And he's going to say yes.
Look at my son. Pride is not the word I'm looking for.
How has it taken us this long to come up with that one? Oh. So I have something about the well operation begins. With Buck operating the winch or the cables, that's just another way that Buck has Eddie's back. And we keep seeing, even from season 2, we see that insistence of Buck and Eddie being equal partners, having each other's back, which is the sticking point between Eddie and Shannon. And I think we mentioned it earlier. It was, you know, like Buck operating the cable and like the umbilical cord, and just refer back to that. It was really funny the first time.
This feels like, you know, I'm sorry. This like feels like when I couldn't live down the I can show you the world. Like it feels reminiscent to that. It's like I made a whole thing.
Because it's so smart, Sil. It's so good and applicable to literally everything in this episode. But Buck does advocate for Eddie when he's down in the well.
So I did have some kind of like parallel to that when it comes to like having. So like Buck basically kind of has Eddie's back here. I think Eddie at that point had found Hayden and he's like trying to say in the radio, oh, I need some more time. But like, there's no way for Buck to know that he found Hayden. But at the same time, he's advocating for Eddie, saying like, can we give him, like he's asking, can we give him more time, that he probably has him and all that. And what's also interesting is, so like the juxtaposition between Shannon and Buck.
Favorite word.
I know, you love that word. So there's like, so there's a juxtaposition between Shannon and Buck of giving Eddie time. So like, you know, Eddie in the second kitchen fight scene with Shannon, you know, he's saying, can I just get a little bit more time? And she's like, yeah, have all the time that you need. And then she just said, you know, leaves. Like she's not giving him time to process anything. Meanwhile, you know, Buck is having his back by still trying to give him more time. I know like it's not exactly a direct parallel, but it's just interesting as like partners.
Yeah.
He's trying to advocate for Eddie while Shannon couldn't really do that for him.
It's because that Buck has ultimate faith in Eddie.
Yes.
And doesn't doubt at all that Eddie will keep his promises because he knows that's important to him. And like he was there to witness the promises that Eddie made to both Christopher about the show and tell and to Joy, Hayden's mom. So like he saw that and he knows what kind of person Eddie is, like to the core.
Yeah.
And that's what having your partner's back is.
Yeah, he has this instinct. And like I think he believes that basically Eddie's got this and that he will be successful in rescuing Hayden.
So we have specifically, you know, a couple times in this episode, Shannon being like, I need a partner. I need you to have my back. And we, not just this episode, but 207.
Yeah.
And then I would like to compare the fighting that they have Eddie and Shannon. To win, we have the fighting with Eddie and Buck and the difference and like how
In
they go about
817?
that and the outcome, not just in 817, in 306. Okay.
Monsters.
In 306. Yes.
Which was also, I think, a Christopher Monfett episode. Please.
I think you're right.
Scene of the crime again.
But also interesting because one of those Shannon fight scenes is in the Halloween episode from the previous season, and then the one with the Halloween episode with Buck in the next season.
And then the Halloween episode in season 8. Yeah.
Right. So
he did write monsters. Yes.
So we see Shannon in this episode, like talking about like she's trying to get Eddie to do what she wants him to do in that second fight. But she's not like communicating like what she needs. And that really makes me think of monsters because it makes me think of like Buck being like, so is this just how it's going to be now? Like you're just going to like you're just going to ghost me because like Halloween's over. And Eddie's like, I don't know what you want me to do. Like forgive you, make you feel better about what you did. And Buck's like, I just want you to talk to me. And so he opens up the floor for Eddie to state his grievances and how he's feeling to make it an actual conversation instead of Buck just making it, even though Eddie does say like you're saying a bunch of things about yourself, you're making it about me, but it's like, yeah, Buck does very effectively most of the time communicate how he's feeling.
He does.
Or what his emotional journey was in that situation. But then he also gives Eddie the space, or you could say the time, to do the same back. And he does it like with a purpose because he wants to hear Eddie's thoughts and his feelings because they're important to Buck.
Yeah. Which I guess then makes it so interesting to compare that to 817 as well, because you get the Buck giving Eddie space to come to him, but without being emotionally present as a tit for tat situation.
No, because that's the most similar fight they have. That, oh my God, when you put that fight in 817 up against the Re-Enlistment fight,
we need to put those together.
And tell me that that's not a romantic fight?
No, like, come on. It's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
It is the same thing. And it's a lot of the same issues about the communication and lack of communication and how Buck isn't communicating. And
it's just roiled in grief, which is adding the extra layer. Because I guess they have like a similar fight in 809, right? But it's not, the stakes aren't as high, or the emotional stakes aren't as high because they aren't also grieving like a father / mentor figure, which is like destabilizing their kind of like emotional capacity, I guess, their emotional capacity to be able to like effectively communicate and like be empathetic.
Yeah.
And not as reactive.
Because we see them effectively communicate in disagreements in other cases
Before
like that. So it's just the extenuating factor of the grief, which is so interesting that factor is what makes the 817 fight so similar to the Re-Enlistment fight. And also just the fact that it happens in the kitchen both times. Well, all of Eddie and Shannon's fights happen in the kitchen. And then we see fucking Eddie fighting in the kitchen. And that has to be like a mental tie for Eddie as well. It's like, I've already had this fight. Like, I think I've seen this film before. Like,
but the huge difference is like, even when they are having like nasty fights, right, where they aren't really hearing the other person out, one of them is making a grand gesture to make it up to the other one.
Between Buck and Eddie.
Between Buck and Eddie, we never see Eddie and Shannon making up.
No.
Well, they never resolve anything either.
No, they never resolve a single fight.
No.
Except, I guess, for her being like, we should get a divorce.
Well, that puts an end to it. Also,
but, you know, we have the resolution of 809 is like, I'm your renter, you know, like I'm fixing this. I know I was being selfish and like mean on purpose, but like I'm fixing the obstacle of you like taking away that obstacle for you to get to Chris. And then we have Eddie being like, I'm sorry I was a dick. Here's our kid and my aunt who's making you food because that's a better apology meal than me making you food. Let's be so for
Or you
real.
making us food.
Yeah.
Or you, like, I'm sorry, can you make us food?
Yeah.
Because he knew Buck would offer and Buck would make the food. So it's just like the thought and the care because of the partnership.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, and if you think about it, it's like that first fight, they had only known each other a year.
Yeah.
A year. And Eddie and Shannon were having these fights after knowing each other. I don't know how long they were together before they were pregnant with Christopher, but like they were together at the like time that we're seeing them have those fights for like what?
Well,
3 to 5 years or like 4 to 6 years?
The Re-Enlistment fight was 2015, which was basically what we saw in 207, which was 2019. So at least 4 years. It's the same argument.
Yeah.
Like, and we can assume the argument that they had about the Re-Enlistment was not the first time they had that argument.
Oh,
and
yeah.
even by that time, Christopher was like 4 or 5. So odds are basically since 2011 when he might have enlisted the first time. So like almost a decade's worth of that same argument, no resolution.
And no progress. Like no progress has been made. They haven't moved anywhere.
And because there was no compromise or willingness to compromise.
No.
And I think that's what we do see with Buck and Eddie.
Yeah.
Is that, one of them ends up bending a little bit to be that first one to offer some emotional vulnerability. We've said this before, I think with Maddie and Chimney as well, when Chimney was trying to get Maddie to talk to him about like the Tara thing. So he was offering something up about himself that she didn't know as like a gesture of goodwill. So we see that again, that communication style that meshes healthier.
It's also the trust
Yes.
that they have in each other, where Shannon doesn't trust Eddie to follow through on what she needs in a partner. And Eddie doesn't trust her to be there. Like, even when she was physically there, like she wasn't.
And that is the difference. Cause like
supporting him like emotionally.
And we just said,
yeah,
Buck trusts Eddie implicitly and Eddie trusts Buck implicitly because, we can say like Buck trusts Eddie, but it has to be equal and reciprocal. So this comes back to 303 with Eddie saying there's no one I trust more with my son than you. So they are just continually keeping themselves on the same page on equal levels. And that's why their partnership is successful.
I love Buddie on equal footing.
Right.
Me too.
That's how it should always be.
Yeah.
Because they provide for each other and are each other's partners.
And in kind of continuation of the partnership between Buck and Eddie, that's one of the reasons why Buck is so insistent when Eddie cuts the line. Well, first of all, Buck learning or seeing that Eddie has cut the line, like talk about Buck bothered and bewildered.
Oh,
like,
even before he saw that it was cut, like he knew because he was like, I lost the weight.
Yeah.
Also, did Bobby just forget to communicate the tug memo to him?
I don't know.
I don't know, but Bobby had a pretty bad system for that. Blame him.
I think we just have to like let that part go.
I'm sorry, I can't let the tugging go. It was like I noticed it on like watch 2. I really like listened to it. I was like, wait, why the fuck was there no one did it? Anyway,
I don't know.
Continue.
But I just thought like he was so like,
yeah.
Why would he do that? Why would he pull a me move?
Yeah.
In Buck's brain?
That's my job.
Like that's Buck's job. And so then Buck taking on some of the responsibility as Eddie's partner. So Buck is like, I should be the one to go down after him. And it's like, because he wants to have Eddie's back.
Yes.
And then we have Hen with the
so we can
biting.
So we can end. So we can end.
Yeah. Like,
which he makes this face like, I resent that, but like, fair.
Oh, absolutely. Because like, has there ever been more of a truth bomb? Like,
no.
Because that does show like I know we harp on how sometimes the 118 doesn't really like see Buck as much as Eddie, but like in cases like this, they absolutely know like.
Oh yeah.
And again, that move that Eddie pulled is a very Buck-esque move to do. So like
the tweet that was making, no, was it a tweet or was it something I read on Discord? I don't remember. Everything blurs together, but like
something somewhere.
I think about 818, how like Eddie's like, you know, when he comes up with the whole like the getting the line across between the buildings, and then he's like, yeah, I wonder what, I forgot the exact wording, but it was kind of like, yeah, I wonder what crazy stunt Buck would pull that Bobby would be yelling at him for, which is really a roundabout way of saying, what would Buck do?
Yes.
That's the motto he lives by.
Yeah.
Instead of a Jesus fish, it's antlers.
WWBD. What would Buck do? And so like it, to me, that whole so we can end up with two cut lines. It shows how truly similar Buck and Eddie are when you come down to like the lowest common denominator sort of thing. But they exhibit their determination and their recklessness differently, because Eddie is more like methodological and more like a little analytical, and he takes things into like consideration. And Buck's is a little more emotion based, but both of them illustrates their like stubborn-headedness when they know that they're capable of doing something that they consider for the right reasons. And I think they really understand that about each other as well, like inherently. I love it. It's one of the reasons why they see each other.
Yeah.
And I mean, Eddie, you know, after in Buck Begins being like, you know, when Buck says, I had to do it. And he's like, I know you did.
I know you did.
It's because he does the same things, just like in a slightly different way. So I have a brief thing about when Eddie is in dire peril, about to die multiple times from the Afghanistan, and in the womb thing, that in Afghanistan, he hears Shannon's voice about Chris, but it's all about Chris and nothing about like Eddie and Shannon's relationship. And then, like we stated with the drowning montage, he hears Buck's voice and Chris's as well, but so much of that montage is focused on not just Eddie's relationship with Chris, but Eddie's relationship with Chris and Buck.
Like as a family unit.
Yeah. So it's just interesting when Eddie is in like, you know, about to die mode, those are the things that come to mind. It's Chris, not really Shannon, but Chris and Buck.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to add on to that because I think my little tidbit, it kind of ties into that. This is where my little brain blast was after talking about like when he's in Afghanistan and like they're really pinned down at that point. He takes out that picture of Chris. So it made me think about like 414 in the engine. So he's also bleeding out. And so in Afghanistan, the last thing that he makes sure that he sees is Christopher. But in 414, the last thing that he sees before he passes out from blood loss is Buck, after asking him, hey, are you hurt? No, you're good. All right, cool. So like, and then he promptly passes out. So like, I thought it was interesting. Like he's just making sure.
He knows Buck's okay and that Chris will be okay because Buck's okay and will take care of Chris.
Why did that make me like, I'm tearing up? Like that gave me goosebumps. Whoa.
I have two through lines. The short one is the hearing each other's voices, because Buck also hears Eddie's voice as a voice of reason in his head in 801 to try and, I think they're kind of like, that's a dumb thing to say. I'll just say for Buck, it's like Eddie's like his Xanax.
Or his Adderall.
You know what I mean? It's just like Eddie's like, most of the time, the level-headed,
a calming force.
Yes, the calming force. So it's like,
or grounding.
He's having a spidey sense, like his fucking overload moment in 801, and he hears the bullshit that Gerard's saying on one shoulder, and then he hears Eddie being like, "Don't let him get to you," in his other ear. So there's that, and then I guess I'll lead into this because what is order anyway? This section I titled, Where There's a Will, There's a Way.
Will.
Will way.
I said the events of this call are what prompt Eddie to put Buck in his will as Christopher's guardian without telling Buck. Just knowing it was there was enough because he knows that Buck has his back and trusts him to keep being there for him and giving him the love and the life that he deserves. Like, literally, I think we already know from 303 that there's no one in this world that he trusts more with his son, right? But I also unlocked a new headcanon.
Ooh.
In this episode. I think just having the near-death experience made him think like, oh, I have to make sure that Christopher's taken care of.
Yeah.
But I have a new headcanon that I would like to share.
Okay.
Which is that we know that this was on national news footage. So Buck losing his fucking shit trying to get to Eddie, like literally insane man trying to dig to Eddie. So like Buck will never give up.
Oh.
Which is what he says to him. Like I know you'll never stop fighting for him, and that's what I want for him. I feel like Eddie saw that footage.
Ooh.
And was like, that's it. Like, I know that man will fight for my son just as much as he fights for me.
Let me add on to that. Okay.
Yeah.
This being on national TV, what if Helena and Ramon saw it, probably called up Eddie, not to make sure that he's okay, just kind of like, you almost died. What would have happened to Christopher? Blah, 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 blah. And he's also like, I'm putting Buck in my will.
Because anytime they do that kind of super defensive manipulation tactic, he gets defensive and then he's like, I'm going to go the other way with it to spite you a little. But also because it's the right thing for Christopher. And I know what's right. Yeah. Oh, I could totally see that. Like they call him while he's recovering.
How come nobody's written this?
I don't know.
I feel like we should. We just did.
Or somebody write it. Tag us.
Please, actually, like free reign.
Because I was like, oh, repressed Eddie would absolutely see that and not realize anything about it. The same way that he put Buck in his will and then conveniently didn't tell him and think that nothing was weird about that either.
Yeah. Well,
like it just made sense to me.
Well, also in that same vein, I don't know that this necessarily goes with the headcanon, but just the seeing how Buck has fought for Chris in the tsunami.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And knowing that Buck is fighting bare hand, digging through the dirt for Eddie kind of reminds me of 809, where Eddie is like, you know, the Freddie Fakeman thing. And Eddie's like, you did that for me. And just like the absolute astonishment that Buck who he knows would fight tooth and nail for his child, would do the same for
I still live
Eddie.
There. Yeah,
I know. With like the little eyebrow scrunch and like, really, you would? I love doing that.
His tangled moment.
Yeah, his tangled moment. His Kate Sharma from Bridgerton season 2 moment. Like, that just does something for me. But so like, even if, you know, Eddie hadn't seen that footage, I still don't, whether he had or hadn't, I still don't think.
He would have done it whether he saw it or not. I just was like, oh.
It's a no-brainer for him.
Yeah.
It is a no-brainer, but I feel like.
Well, just like Eddie's acknowledgement and kind of awareness that Buck would treat Eddie the way that he treats Chris, with like just the absolute like most precious thing.
Yeah.
Precious. Like, that was terrible. But that is also Buck. Like, so like Buck fighting to save Eddie. Like, you would do that for me? It's like, he's been doing it for years. You just didn't know.
He'd been doing that shit for a while, my dude.
Yeah.
For a while. For a minute.
So, speaking of Buck digging with his bare hands, can we talk about the collapse from Buck's point of view now?
Yeah.
Sure.
Great.
It's pathetic. I'm sorry.
In the most like beautiful
in a
way.
romantic way, but it's, oh my God.
My note says,
Yeah.
Buck trying to dig Eddie out of the wet earth that fell on him, and Bobby grabbing him while he falls on Bobby and screams in agony. Little star emojis.
I thought Buck tackled Bobby out of the way.
Buck does tackle Bobby out of the way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm talking about
okay.
after.
But she's talking about after.
Oh.
Bobby's like, we need to move.
Got it.
Like, come on, Buck, get up. Like, hold on. There's words.
Okay.
My favorite dialogue. Eddie, no, Eddie, no, Eddie.
That graph of like number of times Buck or Eddie say each other's names in the episode just like spikes.
Yeah.
With 315. Because it's like 10 times in like 20 seconds.
I'm glad somebody did that for 911 because because I know somebody did that for Steve Tony. Or Steve. Steve's most said name is Tony Stark.
Of course
it is. No, I think Jack makes those infographics.
Yeah.
Who does the linographs? Lithographs?
Yeah, the lino
linographs. Lithograph is the different thing.
Yeah, the lino prints.
Yeah.
Which are really cool. Anyway, so after Buck tries inanely and out of his mind to dig with his bare hand through 40 feet of wet earth, even though I think he can barely get through 4 inches of dirt. So Bobby pulls him back. And this is one of my favorite things. When Bobby pulls him back and Buck just like kind of collapses onto his lap, it gives, okay, I'm going to go art nerd on you guys a little bit. So if you know like the Michelangelo Pieta pose, where for the Michelangelo sculpture, or like any painting with the Pieta, it's pretty much like the Virgin Mary holding Jesus after he's been removed from the cross. And Pieta is Italian for like pity or compassion. And it's a pretty classic.
Sorry, Our Lady of Pity.
It's a pretty classic subject in Christian art, especially in the Renaissance. And Mary is usually the sole mourner, but just like, so basically the way like Buck is sprawled in Bobby's lap is almost exactly to my brain, like Bobby is Mary and Buck is Jesus in this moment. And even though like Mary is usually the sole mourner, in this instance it's Buck. But we'll also kind of see this imagery again with Buck and Bobby, but in like a more traditional sense with Buck's NDE in season 6, which also has to do with the lightning strike. So just kind of like full circle moment for that. But it's just like, I love that shot so much because it gives such classical like Renaissance art to me.
Mm-hmm. I think the way that it gets me is I think of like other visceral, oh my God, the love of my life just died in front of me vibes.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'm specifically thinking of the chick from the escalator call in 204.
Oh yeah. Stuck reference.
I'm also thinking of like 2 different times Meredith thought that Derek was dead.
Ooh.
Or that he was about to die.
Mm-hmm.
And just like the visceral fucking ugly soul shattered, my life has no meaning, just like literally let me die with them. Cry. Like it's literally insane acting choices. Oliver Stark, like I hope you know that.
Like put me in the ground with them, right?
Like okay, we get Oliver on this podcast. This is what we're asking him about, right?
Yeah.
This is what we're asking.
Well, okay, about. So that's my thing, because I could have sworn there was like some kind of interview or something had come out where Peter was like, is he okay? Like, what are you doing? Because he's so
No, I remember that.
Oh,
I need to hear from the horse's mouth.
What was going through your brain?
Up. And you can't get your way out of this one by going, yeah, that's super gay. No, like I need to know what the thought process was in these acting choices, because it is literally giving the love of my life is dead and I might as well just die with him. Like literally for that scene, obviously, and him digging and then the laying on Bobby and crying dramatically. But then when it's you, I'll think he's dead. And everyone does look like they think that Eddie is dead. But
Uh-huh.
they're like, we're going to still try to save him. But they're like kind of,
the spouse
like,
gloves.
they're treating him with spouse gloves. But the looks all of them have is kind of like, they're like, we're going to look for him. We're not giving up. But it's kind of like they're already kind of like accepting that he's probably dead.
Like,
right?
Like we're not going to give up, but it doesn't look good. And we're going to be a little more realistic about the scenario here. But Buck, because he's so full of faith in Eddie.
Yeah.
Can't even think of, it's the unthinkable for him.
Yes. Yep.
The
Stop it.
unimaginable.
Stop. Because I also went there.
But then when we flash forward to like Eddie has already surfaced, unbeknownst to everyone, but like they're talking about like how they're gonna have the thermal like imaging to try and find him, and they're gonna move in concentric circles. And you look at Buck's face, and he literally looks like he's like schmocidal. Like he's like, if we don't find him, I'm
like he
literally just I'm gonna dig. I'm gonna dig the hole again and jump down there, and then you can just bury me with him. Like, like it's insane.
For anyone who has also watched Supernatural and is like us and has supernatural trauma, it looks like,
are you
is this the season 6 finale when Castiel is like absorbed all of the monsters from
the Leviathan,
thank you, and then just like walks into the water and then just gets like absorbed, and then Dean's just looking on like, what? And it looks like Buck wants to walk into the water after him. Like,
it's also similar to, I think, is it 1301 when they when they do the
fire? Buddy.
Yeah,
buddy.
He's like, I'm gonna jump into that fire too.
When Cass falls backwards and like he's dead and he's standing over his dead body. And then we have the whole morning scene.
That's the 12th finale.
Yeah. Then we have the whole morning scene
and
when he's like,
it's the same thing.
Same face. He's devastated.
Same thing.
It's like, if you're not alive, I'm not alive. Like, if you're a bird, I'm a bird, but like life or death.
Yeah.
You know?
Anyway, Oliver, we have questions.
We do have questions.
Maybe I need another presumed Eddie.
That's what say. Timothy.
Government name, Timothy.
Timothy, please. It's your little pen to work.
I will also accept the other way around, where we then get to see Eddie actually go out of his mind.
Eddie's turn.
I know. Who says it can't be both? Porque no las dos?
Well, yeah, it has to be separate.
We have enough time in the season.
Yeah, we can do.
Let's do bookends.
An opening NDE and a mid-season NDE.
No, listen. No, Eddie NDE at the beginning-ish of 9 to just push Buck over that line for his feelings realization.
Yeah.
And then we have one for Buck.
Yeah. Okay. That's yes.
Are you writing this down, Tim?
Co-signed.
They make me feel insane.
And I'm sorry, just like that quote that I read earlier about Ryan, like watching the episode, because I love that these actors actually watched their goddamn show.
Me too.
Sorry, that was
Jensen Ackles.
Jensen Ackles.
He's watching it now, I think.
Oh, yeah.
It's been off the air for 5 fucking years, but okay, sure.
I was like, oh, yeah, maybe you guys are right.
Been a while. But just like the way that Ryan Guzman seemed kind of taken aback, because obviously he wasn't in the scene, so he didn't know what was going on, and just kind of like, whoa, that is intense. Like, not exactly what he said, but it's kind of like the vibe I was getting from reading that. It's like, whoa,
it's
that's a lot.
It's reminiscent to what he said about 8/11, because he wasn't in the episode, but he was told about like how many times Buck had said Eddie's name.
He was like, wow.
I was like, oh yeah. Someone showed me all of that.
Just like a little more about when Buck is talking to Bobby, Hen, and Chim, and you know, they're trying to like, they're him a little bit. The way they're looking at him, like specifically Bobby, there's this like one shot of Buck just like being so insistent about like, no, we have to do this. We can't give up. And Bobby is just looking at him like, oh, kid.
He says, Cap, we gotta go dig. And he's like, we don't have a drill book. And even if we could, like, get another one up here, the access road is flooded. And he's like, okay, well, then we dig by hand.
And it's just like the shot and Bobby doesn't say anything. He's just looking at Buck like, oh boy, like you are down bad.
Crying at the gym.
Do you think he's like looking at him and like seeing a reflection of himself when he was trying to get to Marcy and his kids?
Oh, I'm almost positive. Ouch. Oof. Yeah. Because Bobby knows firsthand what it's like to lose a partner, a spouse in that way.
Yeah.
You know, the way that Bobby, Hen, and Chim are treating him is with the spouse gloves. And I forget when they started using that phrase or when we started using that phrase, but look at any other time when they're like losing a patient and their significant other is there. I'm thinking maybe specifically in 217, the woman who was giving birth in the hotel and then she like dies, but then comes back. And like, I always forget that she comes back, but like the way that the 118 are treating her husband is the same. Like those looks are the same looks that they're giving Buck in this moment.
Mm-hmm.
Like, or even the escalator in 204, the way they're looking at the woman at her dead, like boyfriend / fiance are the same looks that they're giving Buck. And that just like holds so much weight, I think. And the way like Buck gets angry at them for just kind of like, you know, almost not, it's not coddling. It's like smooth.
They're also looking at him with some kind of
placating,
pity and yes.
Like pity and compassion, like the Pieta.
Yeah.
So the dead spouse gloves, wasn't there? So I feel like we started using this term because there was a fic that people were talking about at some point. I just don't remember what it was. Or maybe it was like a very specific, someone wrote something.
Remember.
It might be a fic effect the same way that we kept thinking that Eddie's car had a tree on it in 203. And that's why Buck drove him to get Chris, but you never see Eddie's car or why Buck drives him.
No, he's just passenger princess.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's all in the looks. Like no matter what we call it, the looks are the same. So we call it using the spouse gloves. Like they're handling him with care. kind of like he is. Oh, would you say maybe potentially a grenade about to go off?
Mm-hmm. And I don't even think it's spouse gloves. It's like spouse gloves specific to Buck and him being a first responder and them still needing him to help, or them knowing that he still needs to help or he's going to like actually go batshit insane. Because I think a regular spouse, they would be like, you need to prepare yourself, you know, in case we can't get to him.
It's them knowing like they can't really bullshit him about.
Yeah.
Like we're doing all that we
can. But they're trained to. They're like, so they're just like, no one thinks he's dead. And I'm looking at their eyes like, you all think that he probably might be. You're preparing yourselves for it.
Like they were, I think, this close. I know with like the rescue and recovery, I think they were this close to just calling it a recovery operation rather than a rescue operation. And everybody knows a recovery is when, you know, the outcome is likely not optimal, but a rescue is like they're still alive.
And once it becomes recovery, they don't give as much urgency and resources to it.
Yeah. Which is also, I think we can mirror this a little bit or parallel it to when Shannon dies and Eddie arrives on the scene and the way Buck is trying to hold Eddie back from seeing her, even though Eddie like pushes forward. But I think it's almost a similar thing there. It's not quite as like visceral, but like Buck was trying to, you know, handle with care and protect, right?
Yeah, it was a similar kind of facial expression actually on Eddie's face, like in the aftermath of that, like after talking to her. So his face like
in the ambulance
and then like looking at her, and then when he walks out, just like the kind of like despondent, vacant.
Yes.
Yeah. It's the way that Buck is looking.
Devoid of everything, which is the way Buck looks when they were lining up for the rescue recover, and he looked like he was about to walk into the water like Castiel.
He yeet himself into the
Yes, just like everything
just
is
take me with you.
Everything is wrong. Like,
don't go where I can't follow.
Which I think is what makes it so wonderful at the very end when Eddie surprises them. It's like, I saved myself, haha. And Buck is looking there like, what? Like, how are you here?
The fucking drama of waiting to hear the line. LAPD copters are on the way. We'll use their thermal imaging to scan this wider area, try to pick up Diaz's heat signature. And then you hear, won't be easy. And then I think it's Buck who's like, Eddie? Eddie's like, Eddie, I'm pretty cold.
Wow. The way... I know Hen is right next to Buck, but like the focus is pretty much on Buck in that shot because the way Buck like snaps directly to like what, like his radar just like bing 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 bing, you know, is operated towards Eddie, just like immediate, and it's like
to one signal.
Yes, thank you. He's confused but also delighted.
Wow, it gives 817 again.
Oh, it sure does.
After the
Where are you? Right in front of you.
Well, not that one. Well, yes, that one.
Yes, it is.
I said
it's the 817,
same look. But yes.
Oh, sorry. No, 818. Sorry, 818 is like when he hears Eddie's voice on the radio.
Yeah.
He's like,
it's both.
Where are you? Right in front of you. And like the face that he makes is the same.
Yeah. I always thought about paralleling Eddie collapsing into Buck's arms and Bobby's to Buck collapsing in 303 when Eddie and Christopher are reunited. And I think we haven't really done that in this conversation too much, but like the similarities between in 302 and 303 when he's searching for Christopher and Eddie in this episode fighting for Christopher, like to get back to Christopher. It's kind of the same thing, but in 303 Buck like has extended more energy than he even has. Like his tanks are on like below empty.
He's like actively bleeding out.
Yeah. Exhausted, bleeding out, just like, but keeps going for Christopher and Eddie. And only when he sees Christopher marked safe in safety reunited with Eddie, then he kind of like collapses and lets all of the rest of his energy just kind of like expel from him. And that's kind of similar to me for Eddie, because he was fighting to get back to his family, which mostly is Christopher, but is also the 118 because there was emphasis on that as well. And it's only when he gets into like Buck and Bobby's arms that he allows himself, like Buck did, allows himself to just like collapse. Like he did it. They both did it. So, and they're both like fighting for each other a little bit in that, and Christopher mostly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like that parallel.
I think the only other one I have I've made before, but it's just a general comparing the reaction of when you think you've lost someone to like someone that you love and care about deeply to like your other half, like your partner, your soulmate, whatever. So like, I don't know, just compare Buck digging like fucking Lassie. Not one shred of logic left in his little fried brain while he's screaming Eddie repeatedly.
Where's Eddie, Lassie? Oh, in the well?
Compare that to, and I always compare it to this, I guess. I'm so sorry, Kevin, but you're like the familial example I have of like how Chimney reacts in the face of losing his brother.
It's different.
Again,
it's more akin to all of anybody losing their spouses, from the people on calls to the other people of the 118 that we've seen before. It's closer to that than brother. Familial. Yeah.
One of these things is not like the other.
Brother. There's so much. I can't believe we dug 40 feet
Oh my God.
and pulled out so much. We birthed this episode. Thank you very much.
Honestly, I feel like I could do an entire episode just comparing the like Shannon and Buck.
I mean, I think we
partnership
should at
stuff.
some point.
At some point, yeah.
Because it's so rich.
There's just so much there, but like this was already such a long episode. I was like, rein it in.
Yeah. I mean, we covered a lot of it there, but there's like still more that we could really, like those two argument scenes, we could like 1-to-1 compare. Like we did for
like,
the 817 kitchen scene.
You know what I'm so excited for the rest of time now?
What?
Even before we get the will scene, we get to talk about it because it exists in canon now.
Yes!
We know
in
it.
Buddy System canon.
Well, I mean, and it's just in canon,
Yeah.
of like all the episodes we do after now.
Mhm.
So we can be like, yes, and the will that Eddie has made now, that he's changed to put Buck,
Oh, yeah.
especially in the train derailment, and be like, you just put this motherfucker in his will.
The will from the well womb.
I'm so sorry that I said well womb, everyone.
I'm not.
regret it. I have regrets.
I love it so much.
I'm so done with Wellwomb. Never again.
Remember, don't cut the line.
But if you do,
Take a buddy with you. Thank you for listening to the Buddy System podcast.
can't get enough of the buddies? Subscribe to our Patreon for access to our Discord community, full reaction videos, and even more exclusive content.
And if you really want to make our day, leave a 5-star review on Spotify or Apple Podcasts.
Please come yap with us on your favorite social media platform.
We're at Buddy System Pod everywhere. That's BUDDIE System Pod.
Catch you next time. And don't forget,
Bring a buddy with you.